I'm going to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. The time is 9:52 in the morning. This hearing is being held in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. And this hearing is being recorded and is available or will be available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. This is the first of, I think it's 6 or 7 performance oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having. All of the committees of the council are having performance oversight hearings this month and a little bit into next month. And we do this in preparation for receiving the budget from the mayor, which we will be getting, I believe, on April 2nd. And then we'll have another round of hearings on the proposed budget. Today's hearing is to get testimony regarding 3 agencies that are under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. In this order, the Office of Zoning, the Office of Planning, and the Department of Buildings. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 26th, we will have a second performance oversight hearing where we will receive testimony regarding the Office of Budget and Planning, which is a component of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Statehood Commission, and the DC Retirement Board. On Thursday, we have our third performance oversight hearing where we will hear testimony from the public regarding the District of Columbia Public Schools, or DCPS. And on Friday, February 28th, we will have our fourth performance oversight hearing where we will have testimony from the administration of DCPS. There are additional hearings next week. The hearing schedule and the agencies, both for the Committee of the Whole and all of the council committees, is available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. We have, I believe it's 28 witnesses for the Office of Zoning, another 28 witnesses for the Office of Planning. Actually, I think it's 30 witnesses, and then we have lots more witnesses for the Department of Buildings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call witnesses until either I fill the table, and I love people who are here in person, or I get through 10 witnesses. Mark Eckenweiler, who is an ANC commissioner with ANC 6C. Liz DeBarros, who's CEO of the DC Building Industry Association. Margaret Dwyer, who is with Ward 3 Housing Justice. Josh Jacobson. Sabrina Rhodes, who is listed as a community organizer and an advisory neighborhood commissioner with ANC 5D02 and is with Empower DC. Alex Baca, who is DC Policy Director for Greater Washington. Amelia Kalma, who is Director of Research and Policy at the DC Policy Center. Kishan Puta, who is an ANC Commissioner with ANC 2E. Courtney Stockland, and Andrea Chapman, who's listed as a community organizer with Empower DC. So we'll see how this goes. We have witnesses on a 3-minute clock because there are so many witnesses today. If you are testifying virtually, you should be in, I can't remember what it's called, gallery view, and the clock should be, I think, in the top row. So please be mindful of the time because I have been known to cut people off. Commissioner Eckenweiler, haven't seen you in a while. You're first up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Mark Eckenweiler. I'm the vice chair for ANC 6C, and I'm here today presenting testimony on behalf of the ANC. Mr. Chairman, the Office of Zoning and the Board of Zoning Adjustment are failing the public. When the board hears a case and takes a vote to grant or deny an application or an appeal, its task is not complete. District law requires the board to issue a written order stating the grounds for its decision. Absent such a written order, judicial review before the DC Court of Appeals may not occur. I come before you today to report that in 2 separate cases involving ANC 6C, years have passed since the board's vote without a final written decision. In one of these cases, the board's vote took place in July 2020, more than 4.5 years ago. So let me briefly summarize these two cases. The first is BZA 20163. This was an application by a developer for after-the-fact relief. He constructed an admittedly illegal rear addition. BCA granted the application, issued a written decision initially in March 2021. We opposed, moved for reconsideration, pointing out the order completely failed to address our concerns. The board granted the motion, but instead of redeciding the case on the existing record, the board reopened the record sua sponte and in violation of the regulations and invited the applicant to submit additional materials. And we objected to this. The board overruled our objection, accepted those new filings, and in May 2021 voted to uphold its previous approval. But that was just a vote. Since then, almost 4 years have passed. The board has never issued a revised opinion. They have never properly addressed ANC 6C's grounds for opposition to the application. They have never acknowledged the board's reliance on new materials that were filed subsequent to the original order. Now, the failure by the board in OC is even more egregious in the second case. This was an appeal by ANC 6C we filed in January 2020, 5 years ago, objecting to an illegal C of O. The board voted to deny that appeal in July. More than 4.5 years later, no opinion has issued. So just to put that in perspective, that's longer than your 4-year council term. And in the meantime, in that particular space, we had an illegal weed shop open, and that was the second. It was next to another one. We had significant adverse impacts on the community from both of them. And it wasn't until about 2 weeks ago that the one at issue in the BZA case was shut down. Now, you might be wondering why we didn't remind OZ about this. And I see my time is coming to a close, so I will just tell you, I have in the record a chronology starting in July 2021 and running up through May of 2024. I've repeatedly reminded the BZA secretary of these pending opinions. Each time a complaint has been acknowledged, they've acknowledged that opinions are due, and yet nothing has happened. So, Mr. Chairman, just to conclude, some years ago, I raised with you and the council similar problems with the board's timeliness. Your comment then was, justice delayed is justice denied. And that was true then. It is even more true and even more inexcusable today. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll note that in the pre-hearing questions to the Office of Zoning, we did ask about cases in which orders have not yet issued. I don't know if we've put the answers on the answers are available on the council's website, the hearing management system linked to this hearing. So you might look at that. That doesn't solve your issue. It just gives more information about the issue you raised. Thank you for your testimony. Liz DeBarros.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros, and I am the CEO of DCBIA. We are the leading voice in real estate development in the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. I will provide remarks for all three agencies, Department of Buildings, Office of Zoning, and Office of Planning. I've submitted written testimony which further details what I'll be covering today. I want to recognize Brian Hanlon, Sarah Barden, and Anita Cozart and their teams for their leadership and engagement and collaboration with DCBIA.
Before you go farther, so you're listed 3 times?
I am listed 3 times.
And this is the only time you're going to testify?
If that's okay with you, yes.
All right, so then we'll give you additional time beyond the 3.
I appreciate that. Over the past year, DCBIA and our members have met regularly with DOB leadership and with the shared goal of streamlining the permit and review process, fine-tuning platforms like Project Docs and Certify, providing feedback on guidance, documents for projects with inclusionary zoning, and providing informed responses on legislation that impacts both DOB and DCBI members. We have also been working with you and your staff, Chairman Mendelson, on the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024 to ensure that the exemption timelines are expanded for properties under construction and for properties engaged in the appeal process. Too often, properties under construction are wrongly designated as vacant, forcing property owners into lengthy appeals. The current proposed exemption periods under the bill are inadequate to cover the timeframes associated with those circumstances, and we appreciate working on that with the task force. We have also been working collaboratively with Department of Buildings on understanding the impact of the Migratory Local Wildlife Protection Act in preparation for the soon-to-be released regulations. As you are well aware, we've testified before you on the rising cost of development, and this act has become a top issue for our members as they face cost compliance, which is now much greater than when we first discussed the act a few years ago. One member recently delivered a large multifamily project in Southeast DC and shared that this act has increased costs around $500,000. This, coupled with general concerns about where projects are going to be to source materials as a result of increased tariffs, has had a compounding impact on the cost associated with these requirements. We appreciate the opportunity to connect with Office of Planning on their upcoming comp plan rewrite. Further, we hope to continue collaborating with them and the Office of Zoning on ideas to improve zoning regulations and related administrative procedures, both through legislation and policy changes. Ongoing conversations with associations like DCBIA and these agencies has been invaluable in driving sustainable development in all 8 wards. These interactions help promulgate guidance that aligns with development trends, clarifies provisions that have been confusing in the industry, and helps expedite the approval process. As the district seeks to address pressing economic challenges, DCBI appreciates the work of these agencies and stands ready to offer and input to ensure collaboration with the Department of Building, Zoning, and Office of Planning, and other district agencies. I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Barros. And that was on all 3 agencies.
Yes, and
Right.
there's detailed testimony submitted to you.
Yes, I have a copy of your statement. Thank you. Margaret Dwyer, please.
Good morning. I'm Margaret Dwyer. I'm here on behalf of Ward 3 Housing Justice, standing with Empower DC and other activists all over the city who are calling on you to put people before profits. We call for a requirement that the Office of Planning and the Zoning Commission change their basic posture and operations across the city and in Ward 3, where current practice has led to the failure of the ward to meet even the basic affordable housing targets set by the mayor. We want to see the Housing Committee work with affordable housing advocates and experts to craft zoning changes and other programming that will go beyond IZ in quantity of units and level of affordability until Ward 3 meets the mayor's goal. We support exploring such policies like special zones for higher amounts of affordable housing, the investment in covenants on units beyond IZ for low-income housing, exemptions such as the one as Councilmember Freeman is seeking for some in Woodley Park, and other bold moves. We think that something dramatic has to happen to break the chain of failed promises. We just spent hundreds of hours, 2 years, working with the ANC, with various nonprofits, with the developer at the PUD at 5333 Wisconsin Avenue, where Maggiano's is located. We were really hopeful that given that OP and the Zoning Commission were working on these shiny new racial equity statements, that we were going to see more walking the walk and less talking the talk. We thought that they would see that, for example, the developers offer eliminated dozens of jobs held by Black and Brown DC residents, or that eliminated a restaurant that was immensely popular in the Black community, or that they would notice that practically nobody who worked in those kinds of jobs could afford to live in the building, even with IZ. But no, we were wrong. It turns out that there are no specific measurable standards for meaningful engagement in zoning actions in the racial equity tool. OP was solicitous of the owner's proffer. The Zoning Commission did some minor worrying and then utterly capitulated after swatting aside the arguments of the city's own OAG that recommended very plausible solutions for more affordable housing in the proffer. And in the end, a few tiny things were changed, and it was better than in the very beginning, but it was nothing in comparison to what this wealthy owner, they own Bethesda Row, they own Rosen Pike, they own this huge property in Friendship Heights. They got huge density and height windfalls, and nothing that was offered was going to compare to what they gained. So we call on you to act now to interrupt this and before WMATA properties come online and the other big projects that are coming. We want to make sure that the people who make the city great, the bus drivers, the daycare providers, can live in any neighborhood they want, including Ward 3. I mean, really, if not now, when?
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide it.
Oh, I submitted it
We'll
like 2
check.
weeks ago.
We'll check. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll submit it again.
Josh Jacobson? I don't think he is here. Sabrina Rhodes,
Yes,
please
Good
proceed.
yes. Good morning, Chair Mendelson, witnesses, and staff. My name is Sabrina Rose, and I'm the ANC Commissioner representing Ivy City and the community organizer with Empower DC and also a native to DC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the critical issue of outdated zoning practices and their negative effects on overburdened communities, particularly here in Ward 5. Every year we come to the council advocating for our communities, insisting we are being heard, asking from you what you should be asking from the mayor. How does it look to stand up for your constituents and communities? Ward 5 has been a dumping ground for industrial and polluting uses due to zoning regulations that fail to reflect the needs and realities of the communities they impact. The continued allowance of industrial overconcentration has placed an undue burden on us. Burdens in the form of environmental hazards, increased truck traffic, and bad air quality from idling and toxic facilities that use cancer-causing chemicals with no air quality permit. Families living near these industrial zones experience heightened health risk, including asthma and other illnesses that are physically and mentally a burden on our health. Our children deserve to grow up in a neighborhood where they can play outside without fear of pollution. Developers have taken advantage of these outdated zoning regulations to prioritize profit over people. They exploit loopholes that allow them to circumvent community engagement, ignore equity considerations, and exacerbate displacement, all while residents live with uncertainty and disruption. Other parts of the city benefit from growth policies as Ward 5 is left to bear the brunt of unchecked industrial expansion. Again, district agencies use Ward 5 as a dump ground for businesses who will have to fight if placed in other wards. And specifically, there's one PUD zoning case 2411 that's slated to be here at New York Avenue. One of the most disheartening issues is the lack of meaningful community engagement in zoning decisions. There are always decisions that are made without the input of the very people who will be most affected. How much time do I have? Community-based organizations working in overburdened neighborhoods struggle for adequate funding and support and gets disrespected by the very people we are advocating for. But without our voices at the table, policies continue to be shaped by outside interests rather than by the needs of the residents. I have more and I'll wrap up. Besides all of the advocacy, plans still are being made without our voices at the table. And this is by design, not by accident. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Alex Baca.
Good morning, Chair Mendel.
Morning.
I'm going to do Office of Planning and Office of Zoning together. I probably shouldn't need more than 3 minutes, however. My name is Alex Baca. I'm testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director, regarding the performance of the Office of Planning and Office of Zoning. We are pleased that OP will begin outreach for the rewrite of the comprehensive plan this week. It's our understanding that OP will be providing advisory neighborhood commissioners with a Comp Plan 101 briefing this Thursday. We're not totally clear on what OP will do after those briefings, but we're excited that the rewrite is finally getting underway. We asked the committee to ensure that OP's comp plan outreach process does not extend beyond 2025 and that it submits a draft of the rewritten comp plan to the council no later than 2026. In our testimony on DEMPED, we asked that when OP rewrites the comp plan, the text and maps should incorporate and enable the following: a housing production target for 2050 that reflects fair share principles, building upon the targets by planning area that compose the overall 36,000 unit target, an explicit link between equity, including racial and economic equity and housing production, the fair distribution of production, distribution, and repair land throughout the district, language that ensures that neighborhood character is respected and enhanced, the legalization of higher density mixed use buildings on corridors, the legalization of up to sixplexes district-wide, the removal of setback and minimum lot size requirements, the removal of parking requirements for new construction. So we asked the same of the Committee of the Whole to ensure that the comp plan rewrite does all of that. In December, we partnered with the Greater Capital Association of Realtors and the DC Association of Realtors to conduct a poll of district residents, the results of which are now public and which find that those who live here are broadly supportive of increased density to produce more housing. A majority of respondents, 63%, agreed that it's more important to lower housing costs by loosening certain land use regulations and zoning rules to increase housing development than it is to preserve neighborhood character. OP has a good deal of latitude from residents to change the text of the comp plan and its associated maps to legalize more homes in more neighborhoods. We hope it acts accordingly. With Office of Zoning, we once again compliment Office of Zoning staff for handling the logistics of some very dramatic and overburdened case records. We always strive to ensure that our supporters do not comment on zoning cases unless they live nearby, but realize that that only goes so far when people are very excited. That said, we would like OP and OZ to work more closely together to develop clear requirements for applicants who are submitting text or map amendments. OZ's racial equity tool provides insufficient direction for applicants and is, in our experience, applied more so at the Commission's whims than in a fashion that actually ensures that zoning changes do not exacerbate racial inequities. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. And your testimony is for both Office of Zoning and Office of Planning.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Amelia Kalma.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Amelia Kalma, and I'm the Director of Research and Policy at the DC Policy Center, an independent, nonpartisan think tank advancing policies for a strong, competitive, vibrant economy in the District of Columbia. I'm speaking today about the need to incentivize new housing development in DC, and I am listed under both Office of Planning and Office of Zoning, but I'll be combining my statements into this one. Housing production is more important than ever. DC's economic growth has long been fueled by job opportunities, which has attracted new residents and drove population in the past decades. But this is all changing. Domestic in-migration is now negative. DC's economy is lagging behind the national average. And the rise of remote work and uncertainty surrounding the federal workforce means that DC can no longer count on the same economic drivers that has powered its growth in the past. If we want to remain vibrant and competitive, we need to rethink our economic development strategy, and that starts with housing. Housing drives economic growth, fiscal stability, and the ability to attract and retain residents. This is especially important now when the city's economic momentum has stalled and revenue growth is stagnant. We've historically relied on subsidies to create affordable housing, but that approach is no longer financially viable. And instead, the key to revitalizing DC's economy and keeping affordable housing is to significantly increase housing production. Office of Planning and Office of Zoning play critical roles in the city's land use policies and regulatory framework. And to allow for greater housing production, these agencies should implement a range of reforms aimed at increasing density, streamlining approvals, and modernizing zoning regulations. One key approach would be to expand by right zoning for multifamily housing in more areas of the city, particularly in transit accessible neighborhoods. Right now, much of DC is zoned for low density residential use, limiting the potential for new housing construction. We should propose amendments to the future land use plan and the comprehensive plan to allow for more density in single family zones. And that includes eliminating or reducing minimum parking requirements, minimum lot sizes, and zoning imposed height limits, which make housing projects more expensive and less feasible. Additionally, Office of Zoning should take steps to streamline the approval process for new housing projects that require zoning adjustments. Many projects currently require time-consuming special exemptions or PUDs, which add uncertainty and delay. And by shifting more housing types into matter-of-right categories and reducing the need for discretionary approvals, OZ could accelerate housing production. Finally, historic preservation regulations should be altered to allow for greater density. The Housing Capacity Preservation Amendment Act of 2025 would help stop historic preservation review boards from reducing housing density more than it's already zoned for new construction. And the review board should allow for additional units to be built in existing structures by allowing alterations and additions to buildings and residential properties. Through a combination of zoning reform, process streamline, and reducing these regulatory barriers, Office of Planning and Office of Zoning could significantly increase DC's housing supply and help ensure our economic future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have your statement? Because I don't.
I'll submit it today.
Okay. And you were testifying, I don't know what happened to my voice. You're testifying for both OP and OZ?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kishan Putta? I believe he's not here. Courtney Stockland?
Thank you so much, Chairman. I appreciate your time. I've been a
Please.
Ward 1 resident for, let's see, I'll start my video. I've been a Ward 1 resident for over 20 years and a homeowner on Seton Street. I'm here today to talk about the 1617 Street upzoning case and overall situation. Our council members' legacy desire to extend the densest areas of U Street all the way to Connecticut Avenue and beyond is steamrolling the neighborhoods in between. With a lockdown era comprehensive plan change to set the scene, our nearby police and fire stations have been upzoned from MU4 to MU10, an extreme change and an unwise suggested disruption to services our community desperately relies on, given the rather unfettered crime situation in the city right now. This is an inappropriate goal, and the efforts and kind of strategies are concerning to residents. We now know that IZ and IZ Plus is largely a failure based on the data from the city, and the concept of build more to meet demand is outdated and ineffective. The developer-backed orgs are very well organized, often disguised as grassroots efforts, and are louder than everyday citizens I've gotten to understand over the last few years while this case in particular rolls out. You've already heard a lot of that at this hearing. You'll hear more of that, it looks like, in terms of the witness list. Even our own council member's spouse was directly involved in one of them. Greater Washington, who you've heard from already. Their stance is, of course, build bigger, no matter what the trade-offs are, take away all the parking. That fixes the world. It doesn't just maximizes developers' profits, as we know. My overall comment is that 1617 U Street being upzoned from MU4 to MU10 is such an extreme jump that it's a big mistake for the community, both residents and the small businesses we have in the area, many of which are minority owned. There's been nothing done in the process to address the concerns of our small business owners. I fear that more mistakes are going to be made in the upcoming years. The RFP and development processes unfold. Parking's a huge concern for the neighborhood. It's an area that is often shortchanged due to the detriment of the neighborhood. As you've already heard, that is the developer's goal. Of course, parking doesn't make the money, the housing units do. Our small businesses are particularly concerned about that. And I just feel overall it hasn't been a very creative outcome that we've arrived at. It is just a build bigger and it solves all sort of approach. And I think that our city is in desperate need of more creative solutions that will be more effective for us and the future of our city. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Stockland. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it.
I'll write that up and submit it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Andrea Chapman?
Good morning. I wanted to testify about both the Office of Zoning and Planning. Am I able to do them both at once?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good morning. My name is Andrea Chapman. I'm a community organizer at Empower DC, an organization advancing racial, economic, and environmental justice. Part of our work includes organizing with district residents to advance equitable and community-led zoning, planning, and development that prioritizes the housing needs of DC's lowest income households and prevents displacement. I want to discuss first the ways the Office of Zoning can do more to secure deeply affordable housing for extremely low income DC households and the need to codify the Zoning Commission's racial equity tool. So while the mayor surpassed her goal of creating 36,000 new homes in DC and the goal of creating 12,000 affordable units is 88% complete, there still remains very little housing that meets the needs of DC's lowest income families. DC still faces a deficit of over 33,000 housing units that meet the 0 to 30% AMI income levels, and factors like public housing demolition and rising rents all contribute to this lack of affordable housing and continued displacement. And the Superior Court statistics are also showing that evictions have increased over 80% in the past year. According to the Zoning Commission's racial equity tool, the Office of Planning's 2021 Comprehensive Plan Update requires the Commission to apply a racial equity lens when analyzing zoning actions consistency with the comp plan. The tool shares that equity in the context of zoning includes the agency supporting actions that provide and expand access to affordable housing and prevent displacement. The racial equity tool also mentions that the agency should focus on the applicant's level of community engagement when analyzing a proposed zoning action. And while we appreciate the Office of Zoning's commitment to racial equity, in the case of 1617 U Street, which the person before me just mentioned, the Commission failed to seize available opportunities to act on these priorities. OP's proposal to upzone 1617 U Street facilitated the development of more high-density market rate housing in an area that's already unaffordable for low-income Black and Brown families. And as Empower DC and residents emphasized during the hearings about the site, OP failed to conduct meaningful outreach to impacted Black and Brown churches and residents. We appreciate Chair Anthony Hood's responsiveness to this lack of engagement during the hearings about 1617. He even considered postponing the hearings, but they ultimately continued, and the Commission approved the change even with substantial evidence of its inconsistency with the comp plan, including the lack of community input. The decision was also enacted despite an overwhelming demand to retain the public land and use the site for social housing, which would create that 70% affordable units DC desperately needs. Community engagement ensures residents, especially those most at risk of displacement, are aware of zoning decisions and can process their impact, provide feedback, and advocate for their needs. And while the racial equity tool sees community engagement as integral to equitable zoning practices, the tool itself isn't codified in zoning regulations, which can lead to applicants doing the bare minimum like OP in case 23-02. So we recommend the Office of Zoning codify the racial equity tool and zoning regulations to create an accessible and measurable zoning process for residents. And we also recommend that the Commission set specific community engagement standards for ANCs with their SMDs when they receive zoning notices so they can support in gathering resident feedback. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the Office of Planning and the 20-year comprehensive plan rewrite. I would like to discuss OP's responsibility to develop a finalized strategy to combat displacement as required by the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Amendment H-2.1.1, and also to OP's responsibility to conduct meaningful community engagement and planning actions that is also required by that same amendment and by the 2024 Mayor's Office of Racial Equity District-Wide Racial Equity Action Plan, or REAP. So while Empower DC appreciates OP's commitment to racial equity, we believe the agency can do more to address the city's affordable housing crisis and prevent displacement. Of course, most low and moderate income renters remain rent burdened, and tenants face multiple pieces of legislation, including the Mayor's Rental Act that threaten tenant protections from eviction. So residents can't wait any longer for a finalized anti-displacement strategy. And to date, the community has yet to hear updates from the Office of Planning on the strategy's progress, timelines, or any specifics on how OP will define and measure trends and analyze key causes of displacement. As OP considers this anti-displacement strategy, the agency must utilize available opportunities to expand affordable housing in DC. OP's finalized strategy to combat displacement should include plans to retain public land to develop the deeply affordable housing residents need. In the case of 23-02, OP and DEMPED, while still being responsible for developing this anti-displacement strategy, continued to propose to upzone 1617, and they facilitated that creation again of expensive housing in an area that's already unaffordable. And the comp plan update in 2020-21 requires OP to use a racial equity lens in city planning, and that includes not only measuring displacement risks that come with high density market rate housing, but also conducting meaningful outreach to impacted communities. And the racial equity tool of the Zoning Commission is that was created to further equity in zoning, refers applicants to OP to answer these questions about community engagement. Yet despite this responsibility, in the case of 1617, OP failed to do that outreach with the community. So I repeat Empower DC's request to define clear community engagement requirements for DC agencies and the public. These current vague standards lead to hours of debate and concerns over lack of community engagement that could have been presented earlier in engagement meetings. So DC residents can't wait any longer. We urge OP to also release that finalized strategy to combat displacement and to set clear engagement standards, and also to preserve public assets like 1617 U Street to meet public needs for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. And I do have your statement, so thank you for that. Let me ask, you testified? Yes, you testified for both OP and OZ. Ms. Kalma, were you testifying for both? So I won't call you again. And let me see, Ms. Rhodes, were you testifying for both, or am I going to call you when we get to OP?
Yes, you're gonna call me for OP and DOB.
Okay, and I think there was one other person, Ms. Stockland. Were you testifying for both? Or are you going to stick around for Office of Planning? Courtney Stockland? All right, a few questions. I was going to ask a question of Ms. Dwyer, but she got up from the table. She wants to come back. And just the question I had for you was, you talked about how there needs to be more affordable housing units built in Ward 3, but how does that get done other than saying that needs to happen? Through subsidies or through harsher requirements on developers?
So we think that, so I want to be clear that we're not opposing like the density or the height increases in the area. We're pro density and height increases as long as it's equitable. And we think that when a developer gets that kind of windfall, they should expect to make a proportionately greater contribution to the community that they're going to be benefiting from. We also learned with interest years ago about this program Cash for Covenants that doesn't seem to have been enacted. We can't really follow through on it. We don't see why another way to make that work might be, yes, have the developer provide up to say, X amount of housing at 50% of the AMI, and then take that same number of units, whatever it's going to be, if it's 20 units or 30 units, and create and use those Cash for Covenants to put covenants on another 15 or 20 units for low-income housing, 0 to 30, because there's almost no low-income housing in Ward 3.
Has your organization done any economic analysis of these projects? Because, for instance, the cash for covenants, typically that works for existing affordable units where a covenant is put in place to
Right.
maintain the affordability. But if you're talking about new construction, basically you're talking about subsidizing the units, which is
Right.
what we do right now through a housing production trust fund. That would not be cash for covenants. That would be just a straight out subsidy.
But we think that, that's what we're suggesting here, Mr. Chairman, is that we think differently about some of these programs to make them work, because they're not working for us in the way that they're currently being employed. And we think that we could think outside the box on these, like, yes, the mayor met these certain targets, but not in Ward 3.
Well, I think all that sounds good, but there's an economic cost, and either that economic cost is paid for by the developer, and I'm not saying that's unreasonable as long as the project pencils out, or it's paid for by the city. So a
Right.
few years ago, the mayor put something like $400 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund. We don't have that kind of money. For the current year, it's more like 70 million, and I believe most of that is going to help existing affordable housing providers, nonprofit housing providers overcome the rent deficits from non-payment of rent, which is to say there just isn't money available from the city.
So we've been working on this now for many years, and we meet with folks from OP, or we meet with folks from the Housing Committee, with our council member, for example, and we try to put forward, as lay people, suggestions that we think could benefit the community, both in terms of,
Sure.
yes.
And that's what you've done, but I was asking for more detail, like whether there's been an analysis of the economics to see whether this request for more affordable units, which I think is a perfectly reasonable objective, whether it pencils out economically.
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you for that. I did have a few other questions. Ms. Baca, you concluded your statement saying OZ's racial equity tool provides insufficient direction for applicants and has, in our experience, applied more so at the commission's whims than in a fashion that actually ensures that zoning changes do not exacerbate racial equities. Can you elaborate?
Sure. So I think some of the testimony from Empower DC actually gets into this, is that the Zoning Commission's racial equity tool is like 2 PowerPoint slides that has some guidance, right? It does not require applicants to do anything specific. And it seems to be sort of up to the Zoning Commission when applicants show up to determine whether or not they've done sufficient outreach without providing any guidance. So, who are applicants supposed to talk to? I think there is a, you have on one side, we can say that there's not enough. I'm trying to think about how to say this clearly, is that without having basically marching orders for applicants, they are either going to do the bare minimum or they're going to do what they think is right and then be told that that wasn't sufficient, but then not given particular guidance of who they are supposed to talk to. Are they supposed to talk to ANCs? Are they supposed to talk to small businesses? Are they supposed to talk to churches? Are they supposed to talk to all of them? If so, if you're talking to all of them, in what radius? How close do you have to be? What constitutes actually talking to them? What if they're fine with it? What if they're not fine with it? Then how does that change the application? I don't know if I believe necessarily that this should work the way that we seem to be going down the path of it, but it is super unclear. OP, when you ask OP's development review team, also doesn't really have much guidance other than to say, if you don't do sufficient outreach, the zoning commission won't approve it, but no one is telling anyone what that sufficient outreach is.
All right, thank you. Ms. Chapman, you spoke to this as well. Do you have anything additional on that point?
I would just add that I agree with what was said, and that with these clear engagement standards, there needs to really specifically be standards about engagement with those that are most at risk of displacement, especially because we're supposed to be working on this anti-displacement strategy. So yeah, I would just add that there needs to be specific standards for engaging with Black residents, with extremely low income residents, so that there is equitable participation. Because in the case of 1617 U Street, it was Empower DC and a lot of the neighbors who were kind of informing each other as far as the change. In fact, the oldest Black church nearest the site was completely unaware of the zoning change until Empower DC did some outreach. So I'll just add that. Thank you.
There was one other thing, Ms. Chapman. You spoke about eviction statistics, and they don't jive with what we've seen. Did you mean actual evictions, or did you mean eviction cases
I meant evictions that were scheduled.
by the marshals?
Yeah. They've increased by 89%. That was what was reported by our legal service partners.
Okay, so you're getting that secondhand, and of course, the 80% increase would be over the pandemic era when there were virtually zero evictions because we had a moratorium on that. I think I had one other.
And I'll also just add that they are at a 10-year high overall. That's what we also have seen in the Superior Court statistics as well.
Yes, but that I treat your answers the same as the rest, which was you got that from other sources. I think I'll leave it at that. I want to thank all of you for your testimony. And I'm going to go to page 2. Betsy McDaniel, Cheryl Court, who's policy director with Coalition for Smarter Growth, Anthony David, an organizer with Empower DC, William Jordan, Laura Richards, co-chair zoning committee at the Committee of 100, Parisa Noruzi, executive director of Empower DC, Chris Otten, DC for Reasonable Development, Dr. Christopher Williams, Gregory Adams, Rondell Jordan, Martha Logan, Debbie Hanrahan, Shani Shi, founder and core organizer, Save Chinatown Solidarity Network, Cassie He, Elizabeth Nagy, Cheryl Barnes, president of Chevy Chase Voice, Ed Hanlon, listed as a public witness. I know he's with the DuPont Circle Citizens Association. Don't feel lonely being the only one at the table. But most of the folks I called were not online. All right, I had called Betsy McDaniel. I think she's not here. Ms. Court, you would be next.
Thank you, Chairman.
Are you testifying one agency, two agencies?
I am for Office of Zoning and Office of Planning.
And do you want to do all of it now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So you can strike me from the other list.
Okay, and you
Thank
get a
you,
little
Chairman.
more than 3 minutes.
I'm Cheryl Court. I'm with the Coalition for Smarter Growth, which advocates walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We wish to comment on the performance of DC Office of Planning and DC Zoning, Office of Zoning over the past year. The efforts of these groups have helped to create much needed dedicated affordable housing, or to lay the groundwork for creating much needed affordable housing in sought after locations, and to make housing in general more available. We commend OP and Office Zoning and the Zoning Commission for their commitment to public engagement, careful, deliberate process. A lot more needs to be done, but we recognize the work of these agencies. Regarding a place where I spent a lot of my time in the last couple of years is around the Chevy Chase rezoning, which came from the comprehensive plan amendments and the Chevy Chase small area plan that led to the zoning case over the last year for rezoning the main street of Chevy Chase along Connecticut Avenue up to the Circle. The zoning changes for the Chevy Chase area are modest but important to opening up this exclusive neighborhood to low-income residents, African-American families, and other people of color who are greatly underrepresented in the Chevy Chase neighborhood. Discrimination has excluded people of color, both historically and systemically. The rezoning changes will help to expand housing capacity and diversify Chevy Chase Main Street and to utilize the public land of the library site. This public site will benefit the community and the city by creating new modern facilities and dedicated affordable homes. Dedicated affordable homes in this neighborhood and Ward 3 are an extreme rarity. If you take a look at the figure that I've provided, it illustrates that 12% of DC's affordable housing goal for Ward 3 or Rock Creek West have been achieved, which is far behind any of the other planning areas for the city and hardly what we should be satisfied with. The Chevy Chase rezoning, the mixed-use library redevelopment, and the future rezoning of Wisconsin Avenue, Connecticut Avenue should all accelerate this part of the city's move towards a more inclusive community. Regarding another hot topic, which is, I call it the U Street Police and Fire Station rezoning. Other people call it 1617 U Street. If you didn't know the address, if you've ever gotten by that police station, you'll know it is time to redevelop and give the police a new police station. We've engaged in this extensive zoning commission review process for the site to align the zoning of the site with the comprehensive plan amendments of 2021. This process took dozens of hours of public hearings. The resulting rezoning and the future public land disposition offers the chance to build more than 100 units of dedicated affordable housing at deeply affordable levels, along with market rate apartments and a new police station, new fire facilities in a highly sought after U Street neighborhood. U Street has experienced a major decline in low income and African-American residents. So this public land redevelopment contributes to reversing this trend and addressing our racial equity goals. And I'll note that because it's public land in both the library case in Chevy Chase and the police fire station land in U Street, we have a unique opportunity to get much more affordable housing at much deeper affordability levels that than otherwise would be the case if we were just dealing with private land and a basic inclusionary zoning requirement. Looking ahead, we are looking forward to working on zoning changes for Connecticut Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue and the launching of the Rhode Island Avenue corridor planning study. We also look forward to continued investment in downtown revitalization and placemaking and investments in the Streets for People investments. But of course, the biggest planning activity coming up is the comprehensive plan rewrite. We are hopeful that this rewrite will take on the need to make it much easier and less costly to build more housing in high demand neighborhoods and fully utilize form-based zoning as a critical tool to ensure great public spaces and buildings scaled to people and walkable neighborhoods. We ask the administration and the council to provide the resources needed to set up a successful process to address our housing and equitable development goals. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Court. Anthony David? I don't think he's here. William Jordan? Good morning, Mr. Jordan.
Good morning.
Before you begin, you're listed under Office of Planning as well. Do you want to combine your testimony now?
Yes, I'm combining now, and then I'm also on the other one too.
Well, that's what I'm asking you
No, I mean on
Department of
the
Buildings?
Department of Buildings, or is that still today?
Yes. So do you
Yeah.
want to do all three?
No, I'm gonna do Department of Buildings, but OP and zoning together.
Okay, fine. Please proceed.
Good morning. I don't know whether these oversight hearings have become the equivalent of the weasel overseeing the fox or the fox overseeing the weasel when it comes to managing the chicken coop. I do know, however, that the chickens are being devoured. Just like DC's policies today and over the last 20 years have devoured DC's Black families. I'm here today to ask the council, Office of Zoning, Office of Planning, and the Department of Buildings to pause its displacement war on Black families for 4 years, stop the racial equity doublespeak, and suspend enforcement of Jimmy Crow laws and policies which harm Black families. We as Black families need to focus our energies on dealing with the Trump administration for now. The zoning cases below highlight how the war on Black families has been, and is being conducted. I provide an idea of what needs to be paused, stopped, and suspended. And I go back to zoning case 0702, which is Columbia Heights Ventures Highland Park that was done back years ago. Currently, that project is about to go into default. The fact tax abatements, city land, and all the things that the city put into it. Why? Because the developer took the benefits and played financial games with it, put it in their pocket until they bled the project dry. Yet, OP and OZ used that project as a model for assessing housing policy even to this day. IZ is based on that project. Everything we do is based on that Highland Park project, and it failed. And it failed in its community benefits. It failed all the way down the line. But yet OZ and OP basically still use it today. The second one is 16, 11, and 12, which is Park Morton New Communities. I won't go into all the crap show that is, but I want to give one example. DMPED is partners in the department and DHC, not did, but DC, the Housing Authority, told residents last year this time to be ready to move in August of 24. Guess what? They haven't moved in now. To this date. They still haven't moved in. They're talking about March. So it's been since 2007 and finally trying to move back, and they couldn't even hit the date. And they blame the residents, they blame zoning, they blamed everyone for this, but they couldn't get it done, right? It was a total mess. The last one I call 1619 U Street because it's really more equivalent to slavery coming in. And so I just want to say it made a mockery of racial equity. OP and OZ bought off on racial equity, and I'll say this to end it. In one of OZ's reports, the one I just saw, they said IZ is a tool to achieve racial equity and bragged about implementing. We just got a DC audit report that said IZ doesn't work. So this is the kind of thing that's going on with OP and OZ, is that they're counting things as successes that are not successes. And guess who's getting hurt? Black families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Laura Richards. Is she here? Ms. Richards, you need to click accept. Come. Ms. Richards.
Okay, start my video.
I see you and
okay.
I hear you. Please proceed.
Very good. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. Committee of 100 on the Federal City is primarily interested today on the 30% set aside. The The district has enacted a law, which requires that when public land is disposed of, at least 30% of any multifamily housing that's built must be dedicated to affordable housing. This law is not being enforced. There are some waivers in the law, and somehow waivers always seem to apply. Actual set-asides have been as low as 8%. The Tacoma Metro Station development, which went from MU4 to MU10, had only 15% affordable housing. While the Zoning Commission is not the source of this public land giveaway, begins at the Deputy Mayor's office, the Commission is the final stop and the first time the public is able to participate in a public forum on the record. The Zoning Commission is a statutory independent body, has the power to say no, but neither the amount of the set-aside or the reasons for lowering it are good enough. Instead, the Commission has deferred to OP, and as a result, public land dispositions have become instruments of publicly funded gentrification. Second, lack of rigor. The zoning regulations are highly flexible. This is an intentional outcome of the 2016 zoning code revisions and the 2021 amendments to the comp plan. While their inherent flexibility is usually enough to reach an applicant's desired result, when it isn't, the Zoning Commission has been open to simply rewriting the rules. A prime example of this is the Wesley Seminary application to build a privately owned and operated luxury commercial apartment on its campus. Wesley contends that the building will house AU students, although no agreement is in place for that arrangement, and AU has remained non-committal. After several attempts, Wesley's application was unable to comply with two fundamental rules: the inclusionary zoning set aside for low-income households and the prohibition on using campus property for commercial uses. Wesley, with the support of OP, has now applied for custom-tailored amendments to the rules. The Zoning Commission last month issued a proposed rule to enact these custom changes. It could have rejected the amendments as spot zoning that is incurably inconsistent with longstanding policies governing campus plans and inclusionary zoning. The DC has a comprehensive set of rules and regulations promulgated over years of painstaking rulemaking. We find that these days the Commission has been too willing through the text amendment process to enact rules that simply override established rules that stand in the way of a proposed development. We're also concerned about the weight accorded to ANC recommendations. In our experiences, ANCs get great weight only when their position accords with OP's. Otherwise, they are given very short shrift. As you have pointed out in prior oversight hearings, the decisions almost always favor applicants, and that's before the BZA and the Zoning Commission. This is a one-sided forum, and it is losing public confidence. I know time is short.
Yes, and you're actually over your time, so you should.
Over my time. The rest of my comments are addressed in my written statement.
Thank you, and I don't have a copy of your written statement. Have you submitted it?
It will be submitted today.
Great, thank you.
You'll have.
Parisa Noruzi.
Good morning, Chairman. I'm Parisa Noruzi with Empower DC, and I just submitted my written statement, so you might not have it in hand.
No, I have it in my hand. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, good. Just a couple of things I wanted to follow up on regarding the Zoning Commission. We've been talking about the implementation of the racial equity lens requirement of the 2021 comp plan. And I am, very grateful that the Zoning Commission did take the steps necessary to create a tool to engage the public in discussing what this racial equity tool should be and to finalize the racial equity tool. But we have serious concerns about whether it's being effectively implemented. And some folks have spoken to that. Chairman Hood has asked his staff to do an evaluation, a report outlining its effectiveness, and I don't think that's been delivered to him yet. So we're looking forward to seeing that. Hopefully that will be shared publicly. He's also stated his intent to hold a roundtable at the Zoning Commission to engage the public in a conversation about implementation of the racial equity tool, and we really hope that'll be scheduled soon. So the question is, how do we know if it's working, right? And I think, you know, none of us are interested in just having stuff on paper, right? We want to see we want to move the needle on racial equity in DC, but it's hard to measure success when we don't have goals defined. And I don't think that the Office of Zoning has created a racial equity action plan like some agencies have through partnership with the Office of Racial Equity. I think that that would be really important to involve the public in defining racial equity goals that we're trying to achieve through the zoning process, so that we can use that to measure progress. As stated by other folks, the tool as written does not provide enough specificity about community engagement, which is one of the critical components of racial equity, right? Who even knows that the conversation is happening? Who's in the room to have the conversation? We want standards and benchmarks for community engagement to be defined. What is the optimal quality, quantity, and frequency of community engagement? And without these standards, it encourages the bare minimum for community engagement, and that's what we've seen thus far. It's been very concerning to see the Office of Planning in particular be the perpetuator of this fake, false lack of community engagement. We need to define the roles of Office of Planning, Zoning, and ANCs, as well as community organizations and local institutions like churches and small businesses. We need to make the zoning process more accessible and inclusive. OZ did make a small step in this direction when they passed an amendment in case 2225 that extends zoning notice requirements to tenants residing in affected properties. Imagine that you're a resident in a property, your property is up for a zoning case, you don't even get notice, right? Because you're not a landowner. So now that will be rectified. I hope that it'll be implemented fully. But the Office of Attorney General actually proposed some other amendments to address tenant support, and the Zoning Commission has not set down a hearing. It's been over 2 years since OAG proposed those the tenant support zoning amendments. There's been no hearing on it. We rely heavily on the ANCs to be the conduit to communities, but there's no basic standards for engagement required of ANCs. So once a zoning notice is received, it's very inequitable in terms of which communities are well represented by ANCs in this process. I will just add that the Office of Attorney General Equitable Land Use Division is providing some needed support, but much more is needed. And I'd urge the council to consider legislation that would set the minimum standards for community engagement by DC agencies and ANCs, and establish the outreach staff necessary either within these agencies or through competitive grants to ensure that we're adequately engaging the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have your statement. You are registered for both OP and OZ. Do I count this as you've testified for both?
No, I'm going to come back. I hope.
Oh, I let you go over, so I'm going to hope.
You did, yes.
All right, so I should call on you again on the next for the Office of Planning.
Thank you.
Chris Otten, and you also are registered for both. Are you going to do all the testimony now?
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes.
Great. What are you asking me? How many? We're all getting 3 minutes today. Is that it? We're not getting
You get
5 minutes.
3 minutes for the Office of Zoning. You're registered to testify for the Office of Planning.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to stay if I could with both of those.
Okay. So you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I really want to bounce off the ideas I heard today, particularly Laura Richards' point about the instruments of publicly funded displacement. Chairman Mendelson, I was here a year ago. I just resent you the testimony I sent a year ago. It's exactly the same. We can't get answers from OP as to key comp plan policies that they passed in 2021 that you passed in 2021. And yet we're being asked to embark on more comp plan amendments in 2025 But yet, how are we to really engage in this if the policies and expectations from 2021 haven't happened yet? I know I'm talking about OP. I'll save that for later. Zoning Commission. I want to align my comments with Commissioner Eckenweiler, maybe for the first time ever. We have been waiting for a decision on an appeal at the BZA. Last year, I brought that to your attention. That that decision was made in 2020. So we're about 5 years after a verbal decision, and due process has been denied to the people of that appeal because they have not written an official order from the BZA. So we cannot go to court if we choose to, which is our right by the statute. Now, I just want to point out, we have a White House right now that is threatening our city. And so for every rule, every statute, every regulation that these agencies, particularly the Zoning Commission and their lawyers, want to ignore, want to step on, want to look past, it gives basis for the White House to take over our city, to say you can't even follow your own policies, your own rules, your own laws. Why should we let you continue to crush the people of DC this way? And when I say when I talk about crushing the people of DC, I want to talk about the mass displacement of working families from the District of Columbia over the last, let's say, decade of this build baby build posture that Cheryl Court and company continue to champion. All this talk about exclusivity and we need to build more housing. The housing that's being built is not affordable. It perpetuates exclusivity. Please, guys, get your heads out of your butts. I'm asking you to look at the IZ report from the auditor. Have you read it, Phil? Mr. Mendelson, have you read the IZ report from your independent auditor? I'm encouraging you to do so if you haven't. There are 4,500 families vying for 125 three-bedroom IZ units. There are 18,000 people on the waiting list for 2,000 IZ units. The IZ units are vast majority, 60, 70% of them are single studio apartments for people making $85,000 a year. This is not affordable. I heard it called modern day redlining. Now you can basically keep people out of your community while saying we're building inclusivity, but you keep them out because the income bar is so high. We need a different paradigm. We're pushing for social housing or other housing options like community land trusts, but I will stop there.
Okay.
I hope you have some questions for me.
And then I'll call you again for the Office of Planning. If you just submitted a statement, okay, we'll get it. Christopher Williams. Is he here? Gregory Adams.
Good morning, Chair Mendelson.
You're signed up for both. Are you doing all of it now?
I'm doing all of it now.
Okay.
In nearly 30 hours of hearings before the Zoning Commission, I served as the representative of Black neighbors of 1617 U Street Northwest. In the course of those hearings, I learned that decisions made by the Office of Zoning are not always based on accurate information, and that the Office of Planning makes recommendations to the OZ without ensuring that its recommendations are informed by the facts. OP proved this to be true in its own testimony before the Zoning Commission. The city's comp plan affirms that rezoning applications are to be put under a racial equity lens when evaluating development decisions. This is not only to prevent harm to vulnerable communities, but to also repair harm done. In its testimony before the Zoning Commission, the Office of Planning showed that it failed to uphold the racial equity principles, meaningful engagement with the affected community, a community most vulnerable to displacement. In fact, the guidelines of the city's racial equity principles were bypassed, making the OP's recommendation to the Zoning Commission inconsistent with the intent and purposes of the comp plan. The OP failed to meet people where they are. The area surrounding 1617 U Street Northwest is an area where the Black population has been reduced to 3% due to displacement. Yet OP failed to engage with Black residents, businesses, churches, or organizations in the affected area before making its recommendation. To worsen matters, information provided by the OP in the June 24 report to the Zoning Commission was based on outdated data from 2015. Data that touted the city's IZ program as one that provides affordable housing to Black residents, leading OP to erroneously conclude that concerns about Black displacement could be mitigated. As noted already, a November 24 report by the Office of the DC Auditor has shown that the IZ program has failed to produce the affordable housing for which that program was created. Despite being made aware of the flawed process in OP's decision-making, despite hearing expert testimony that contradicted and corrected information provided by OP, the Zoning Commission nevertheless made the ill-informed decision to follow OP's ill-informed recommendation. It is hoped today's testimony helps prevent the Committee of the Whole from making ill-informed decisions regarding the Zoning Commission and the Office of Planning. Perhaps when considering the future of truly affordable housing in Washington, our council members will take a serious look at proven affordable housing, such as universal or social housing. I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And I do have your statement. Rondell Jordan, I think, is not here. Martha Logan, who I think is not here. Debbie Hanrahan, who I think is not here. Shani Shi with the Safe Chinatown Solidarity Network, I think is not here. Cassie He, I think is not here. Elizabeth Nagy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, and good morning, committee members. My name is Elizabeth Nagy. I'm Commissioner in ANC 34G and Secretary of the ANC as well. We serve the communities of Chevy Chase, Barnaby Woods, and Hawthorne, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I think I'm only listed for zoning, but some of my comments will address the Office of Planning as well. I hope that's okay. Excuse me. I appear before you to address serious concerns regarding the conduct and operations of the Zoning Commission, particularly as they relate to the upzoning and development on Upper Connecticut Avenue outlined in zoning case 2325. My testimony also addresses related issues concerning the Office of Planning and DEMPED. By way of background, the District of Columbia plans to surplus public land at the Civic Core in Chevy Chase to build housing, which would include some space for the Chevy Chase Library and Community Center, not as separate buildings, as is currently the case. Our community has expressed considerable concern about the proposed upzoning, the loss of dedicated library and community center facilities, and the reduction of outdoor space, parking, park space, recreation space, and programs. The district has also upzoned Upper Connecticut Avenue to make way for taller buildings with housing of some kind, and will likely displace the small and minority-owned businesses in that corridor. Despite consistent efforts and outreach to the Zoning Committee and the Office of Planning, our community has struggled to have these concerns meaningfully addressed by DC government entities. This includes outreach to DEMPED, which has consistently downplayed and brushed aside community concerns. There is widespread sentiment that community input is being systematically ignored in the planning process for the Civic Core and the Upper Connecticut Avenue zoning projects. ANC Actions and Zoning Commission response. On January 29th of this year, ANC 34G held a special meeting to discuss zoning case 2325. By a vote of 6-0 with 1 abstention, our commission approved a resolution calling on the Zoning Commission to reconsider the case as a contested case rather than proceeding with rulemaking. This resolution was immediately submitted electronically to the Zoning Commission. The ANC specifically requested a contested hearing for 2325, as we deemed rulemaking inadequate to protect the interests of our community. This case concerns not only the upzoning of Connecticut Avenue Civic Core, but also the broader upzoning of Connecticut Avenue, which will significantly impact our neighborhood. At its January 30th, 2025 hearing, the Zoning Commission barely acknowledged our resolution and certainly did not accord it the great weight required by law. We've identified several serious irregularities in the zoning commission's process. Timing, planning for the zoning change, largely took place during COVID with minimal community participation. The zoning commission also failed to provide notice to ANC 34G of the set-down hearing for case 2325 in November of 2023 as legally required. This failure deprived the ANC of our rightful advisory role on whether this case should be treated as contested or rulemaking. The decision to proceed with rulemaking rather than a contested hearing has significantly limited the ANC's ability to represent our constituents' diverse interests and concerns. This has resulted in a lack of nuanced perspectives and created an imbalance in the testimony presented. The rulemaking process has limited our interaction with the DC Office of Planning to exchanges of memoranda rather than substantive dialogue. It's hindered the ANC's ability to reach compromises aligned with community wishes.
Commissioner, I'm going to have to cut you off because I've let you go now a minute over.
Okay. Sorry.
But I do have your statement and I may have a question for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Barnes. And I think you're listed also under the Office of Planning. Do you want to combine all your testimony now?
I wish I'd thought to do that in advance, but no, I need to come back.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Barnes, Chevy Chase Voice. In its recent upzoning of the Chevy Chase corridor between Livingston Street and Chevy Chase Circle, zoning case 2325, the Zoning Commission broke the law. The 2021 Comprehensive Plan, the Flume, the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan, and the OPK Set-Down Report all designate the zone as moderate density, but in fact, the upzoning passed by the Zoning Commission is medium density. That's either an act of incompetence or a willful violation of the comp plan. In either case, it's a broken law. That the ZC refuses to allow Chevy Chase citizens their rights to a contested zoning case is an example of its arbitrary and prejudicial treatment of the neighborhood. It has ignored our ANC, the citizens, and the small business owners in their request for a contested hearing. In the bigger picture, the DC Zoning Commission is responsible for the displacement of tens of thousands of low to moderate income DC residents and thousands of small DC businesses. Its lip service of working towards zoning that comports with the lens of equity is just that, and instead, it's carried out a policy of displacement for over 30 years. The ZC can't be blind to the numbers. In Chris Myers-Ash and Derek George Musgrove's book, Chocolate City, the primary factor contributing to the loss of Black residents in Washington, D.C. is gentrification. The executive's policy decisions enabled by the ZC have facilitated gentrification by not adequately protecting the rights of long-term residents. Perhaps this was not clear from 2000 to 2010, but now it's 2025, and the broken zoning status quo has chased away not only the low to moderate income residents and small businesses, but it's also compelled a policy of broad expansion of expensive housing that few can afford, one that's completely replaced naturally occurring affordable housing and units in rent-controlled buildings. No affordable housing proponent can still be in the dark about the cruel consequences of Uber zoning in DC that lead to gentrification and displacement. Zoning case 23-25 is a case in point. And the premise for the upzoning in this case, more affordable rental housing needed in zip code 20015, is blatantly false. There's more affordable housing in Ward 3 than in the vast majority of other wards in rent-controlled buildings and naturally occurring affordable housing. And Chevy Chase has its fair share of those units. The upzoning, densification, and displacement that will occur along Connecticut Avenue in Ward 3 will be identical to that of other wards in DC, where tens of thousands of low to moderate income residents and small businesses were displaced. The very upzoning that so-called pro-affordable housing proponents advocate displaces poor residents and small businesses. Chevy Chase Voice members are exhausted with the line that Chevy Chase must do its part. In fact, Chevy Chase has far less expensive rental housing than the once very affordable housing in Ward 1, thanks to this zoning commission and its decades of failed inclusionary zoning. It's no wonder that this monumental zoning failure has failed to protect DC's most vulnerable citizens in the nation's capital. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Ed Hanlon, and you're signed up for both OP and OZ. Are you combining your testimony now?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am combining them as well.
Okay.
I'll ask for your indulgence, Chairman Mendelson. I think my comments may be closer to 3.5 minutes since I've
That's
combined
fine.
them together.
Yes, that's fine.
If that would be appropriate.
I said,
Good
yes,
morning,
that's
Chairman
fine. Please
Mendelson. My
proceed.
name is Edward Hanlon. I'm sorry, Chairman?
There must be a little delay here. I said, that's fine. You're combining both. You get more than 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Edward Hanlon. I've lived in DC for more than 30 years. I testify today in my personal capacity, not on behalf of any individual organization. I thank you for this opportunity to state my opinions. My opinions concern both OZ and OP. Many believe it likely that the Department of Government Efficiency will soon be visiting the DC government. I think tough times, thousands of DC residents could lose their jobs with the federal government. Business will suffer. Tax collections are going to fall. DC's population is likely to stagnate over the next 5 years. And probably most importantly, the federal contribution to DC's budget is going to fall significantly. For example, the House is considering cutting the federal contribution to DC's Medicare program, creating an $800 million hole in DC's budget. We need to get serious here about planning for real circumstances, but the current bureaucracy at OP seems incapable of adjusting to new realities. The Office of Planning is proposing to tear down a perfectly good police station and fire station at 17th and U Street to build luxury apartments. OP claims the developer of the luxury apartments will build DC a new police station, a new fire station for free. You and I have been around long enough, Mr. Chairman, to know there is no free lunch. On top of that, OP says that 9 stories of luxury apartments will be built on top of the police station. People believe OP's lying to them about this. There's not a single police station in the nation, not one that I can find, that has an apartment building sitting on top of it. There's obviously reasons for that, since no one wants to sit in the lobby of their luxury apartment building, and on the other side of the wall have murderers, rapists, and thieves being led in handcuffs into the police station, nor do they want to be surrounded by 200 police vehicles. It's an inherently unsafe design for police officers and residents. And in truth, district taxpayers are going to get stuck paying tens of millions of dollars for OP's plan at 17th and U. OP really is disconnected from reality. In Chevy Chase, OP wants to tear down a perfectly good library and community center to build luxury apartments. The new library and community center will occupy the building basement and the first floor and have to share the same bathrooms. Great. District residents will pay the cost of tearing down their own library and community center. Then district residents are going to pay to rebuild their own library and community center. Why? It's insanity, really. It's OP kind of insanity with the disregard for how tough it really is for many people in the city to simply earn enough money to live. Employment is going to fall over the next few years, I believe, in DC. Population is going to fall. There's no justification for building hundreds of new luxury apartments on limited public land. More market rate and luxury housing is not going to be needed in the foreseeable future, especially when it means destroying public buildings of public property worth tens of millions of dollars. Let's not forget, these are 99-year leases on this public land. It's going to tie this land up for generations. In small towns across America, people don't have the luxury of tearing down perfectly good civic facilities and building new ones. The small city I'm from in New England is still using the same fire station that was built in 1880. There's a new reality in town, and the energies of OP and OZ should be redirected to help manage the challenges of the new reality. We need to go back to zero-based budgeting and consider what it is we really want OP to do. They say generals always plan for the last war. I fear OP is planning for the last phase of our development and not the new phase. Finally, quickly, I want to comment on the zoning regulations subtitled X and Z need to be revised. The Zoning Commission, and especially its chair, Anthony Hood, believe they have absolute discretion under the zoning regs to decide when residents receive a contested hearing in map amendment cases. This interpretation of their regulations should not be allowed to persist. This is a serious problem when publicly owned land is involved. And I emphasize when publicly owned land is involved. For example, at 1617 U Street, residents were granted a contested hearing. On the Chevy Chase Civic site, residents were not granted a contested hearing. At the Rhode Island Avenue Fire Station, residents were granted. The Zoning Commission needs to stop. And I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for allowing me to go slightly over my allotted time.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hanlon. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. So I do have a few questions. Ms. Court, thank you for being here in person, and you've heard all the testimony. There has been some testimony with regard to the racial equity tool, criticizing that it's not specific enough. You didn't testify to that, as I recall, but I just would like your observations, if you have any, on whether the tool could be more specific or it could be improved, or how.
You know, I do think that the tool can be strengthened. I have talked to Office of Zoning. I have talked to Office of Planning. I think that what would be helpful is for Office of Planning to work more closely with Office of Zoning to provide the racial equity tool. But one of the things that I think is sort of missing from the discussion is sort of the reporting that is in the zoning case on looking at racial equity and disaggregating data on the basis of race. And what's really striking is how underrepresented non-white residents are in, say, Chevy Chase, for instance, which is something that some of the testimony sort of suggested that is not a problem. And I think it is a problem that that Ward 3 is not very representative. And also, like in the case of the U Street Police Station, Fire Station, this is a neighborhood that has seen a lot of change, and a lot of lower income and people of color have been pushed out of this neighborhood. And so to use public land to both renew existing aging facilities, public facilities, and also provide deeply affordable housing is a huge opportunity that also obviously has a very important racial equity benefit to it.
Thank you. I had one other question for you. I know that the coalition has been very active with inclusionary zoning for at least a decade. You heard some of the testimony today, the auditor's report. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, I've looked at the auditor's report. First of all, I want to see this, that while inclusionary zoning applies to most property throughout the entire District of Columbia, the affordability levels that would be required for public land dispositions like the Chevy Chase Library and the U Street Police Fire Station sites are subject to a much higher standard, which is the public land disposition law that requires a 30% set aside at much deeper affordability levels at 30 and 50% median family income for rental. Now, those are, because it's public land, it's not private land. And so IZ has a lower set aside because it's basically trying to balance a cost offset by increasing the amount of housing you can build on site in exchange for building some dedicated affordable housing on site through IZ. In terms of the auditor's report, we are disappointed to see that IZ has struggled to be the smooth running program that it should be, but it is delivering a lot of units in terms of following up on enforcement or auditing. That is something that we hope that the city can beef up staffing and implement and do more to ensure that this program is working effectively, that it doesn't have a lot of friction when it encounters with this is all private development, right? And so that's a case where private landowners are like, just tell me what you need, what do we need to do to fill these units in a timely way? But I know that the administration also contested some of the accounting around how long a unit is actually sitting on the market. We certainly have seen that they used to sit on the market for a long time because of the lottery process, and the lottery process is a little bit cumbersome, but we need to strengthen that, but to continue to do a fair process to make sure that we can bring people in who are looking for this housing, who are eligible, and connect them to that housing.
So what I'm hearing you say in part is implementation has not been great, but that's not the fault of the program, but it would improve the program.
I think that increased staffing will help with that. I mean, I think that the program is so productive that I think DHCD is spending a lot more time on the front end of trying to get these units leased up than it is on the back end of following through and checking all of the compliance on the compliance side of things. And that would
Okay.
be additional staffing.
Now, I think I heard in some of the testimony today, criticism that the demand is much greater than the units being produced. I don't know if that's a fair criticism, because one could apply that to every aspect of housing in the district.
We have far less housing at any level of affordability than we have need, a demand for, yes. And one of the things that is important for inclusionary zoning is that we have enough of a pool of applicants who are eligible, because that's been a big problem is getting eligible, interested applicants into those units. And so you need to have a pool that's big enough to make sure that you have the good match between the size and the location and everything.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, Gregory Adams, I want to give you an opportunity to say a little bit more about how you think that racial equity principles were not being followed with 1617 U Street. Mr. Adams, are you there? Oh, he's interesting. Then let me turn to Commissioner Nagy or Nagy. Are you still here?
I am.
There you are. I'm a little bit confused. How many blocks are involved with this rezoning case?
It runs from Livingston Street to Chevy Chase Circle.
So that's what, a couple blocks, 2, 3?
More like 5.
Okay.
Pretty long blocks.
And then how far east of Connecticut Avenue?
How far east for rezoning?
Just one block?
The Civic Core and a little bit behind the Civic Core, because it's very likely to impinge on properties that are adjacent to the Civic Core property. I just recently heard that the city's looking for easements into people's property lines behind the Civic Core in order to make this project viable.
I can't remember what the streets are behind Connecticut Avenue, but I'm assuming it's a block deep and 4 or 5 blocks south to north. Does that sound right? Chevy Chase Parkway?
Chevy Chase Parkway would be a little too far south.
Or east.
South,
Do you
I think.
know of other cases that have been that large, rezoning cases have been that large in land area that have been a contested case?
I don't, but I have to confess, I'm not an expert in this. I'm coming fairly recently to this subject.
Okay.
There are other people here online right now who are better equipped to answer that question.
Well, there's probably only one other person, and that would be Ms. Barnes, because she spoke to the issue as well. Do you know of other?
Probably also. Sorry. Do
So,
I know?
I mean, I don't know that I want to get into the middle of it, but it's not surprising to me that it would be treated as a map case rather than as a contested case. I think they call it actually a text case, but that's not really surprising to me, but I don't quite get why that would have hindered the ANC.
Well, for one thing, the ANC didn't get proper notice of the zoning set down at all, which put us at a disadvantage. There are different rights that pertain to contested cases versus rulemaking cases. There are
I am
different
familiar with that, but it's a different kind of a proceeding. I mean, the ANC still has the opportunity to submit comments, to testify, to be given great weight. The ANC still has the ability to meet with the Office of Planning unless it's your testimony that the Office of Planning refused to meet with you. There's actually, even though the zoning commissioners get a little stiff about this, the rules of ex parte don't apply in quite the same way. So, because I'm looking at your testimony, restricted community representation, that the rulemaking restricted community representation.
because the ability to testify at a contested hearing is different from the ability at rulemaking, and the ability to question people in a contested hearing is greater, so that it would allow for a greater exchange of information and ideas that the community and the ANC were deprived of by choosing to do a rulemaking case rather than a contested case. And the zoning commission, by its own admission, could have done a contested case and chose not to. And it's difficult to see why. Why wouldn't you allow more community engagement rather than less?
Okay, does Ms. Barnes, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, there's no right for Chevy Chase to appeal the zoning commission decision
That's
in
not
a
correct.
rulemaking case. In a rulemaking case, we don't have the same right of appeal. My understanding is that because it is a property that's owned by a single owner, that is the Civic Core property, it's owned by a single owner, and there's a map amendment involved, that it should be a contested case. And I don't understand why Chevy Chase is being treated differently than other neighborhoods where the same situation has occurred, and those cases have been contested cases. The zoning commission can just really ignore all of the testimony it hears from Chevy Chase citizens and small businesses in this case, and go on about its business and do whatever it wants to do. And there's nothing that we can do about it.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Mr. Adams, Gregory Adams, you have appeared. Did you want to, I wanted to give you an opportunity to say more with regard to the racial equity not being followed, the racial equity tools not being followed.
What that would look like to me would be an actual outreach to the Black community in this neighborhood, an impact study to see how any decision would affect the Black community in this neighborhood. To me, that would represent racial equity. That would be a step towards racial equity, I should say.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to thank all of you for your testimony. A few of you didn't have written testimony. If you would please submit that. So you all are excused. I'm going to turn now
Bill,
to.
if you could make sure the zoning commission or the BZA issues the written order in 20191, please. It's been 5 years.
Yes, well, stick around.
My testimony is now uploaded.
Thank you. So you all are excused. I'm going to call Sarah Barden, who's the Director, Office of Zoning. And I believe Anthony Hood, the Chair of the Zoning Commission, is going to join her. And if Fred Hill is here, if he. Give me just a second. When you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Barden, and I am the Director of the Office of Zoning. With me today are Chairman Hood and Chairman Hill. I'm very glad to be here with you today to testify about the accomplishments of the Office of Zoning over the last fiscal year. As usual, I'd like to start my testimony by taking a moment to thank OZ staff for their hard work and dedication to public service. We all work together as a strong, cohesive team day in and day out as we provide public service to the public, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and the Zoning Commission. As you know, OZ is an independent agency that provides professional, technical, and administrative assistance to the Zoning Commission and the BZA. We support them in their oversight and adjudication of zoning matters in the District of Columbia. In administering the zoning application processes, we review and accept applications, schedule public hearings and meetings, and draft and issue legal orders that document the decisions of both the Zoning Commission and the BZA. In addition to OZ's primary mission to support the Commission and Board, we have 4 ongoing strategic activities in keeping with that mission. First, we are applying computer technologies to enhance the effectiveness of our zoning processes. Second, we are concentrating on outreach activities to educate the public on the zoning regulations and navigating through the zoning process. Third, we are working to clear a BZA backlog that precedes OZ's legal division. And fourth, OZ has made it a priority to advance racial equity initiatives. We have provided a letter containing answers to the questions included in the City Council letter of February 18th. I would like to just touch on the progress of our legal division and our racial equity initiatives in my testimony today. In FY22, the City Council and the Mayor funded the transfer of the responsibility to provide legal counsel to the BZA and ZC from the Office of the Attorney General to the Zoning Commission, to the Office of Zoning. We knew the new responsibilities would be challenging and that it would take time to adjust, make a difference, and clear the 90+ order backlog. Since the responsibility shift, in total, we have issued 748 BZA orders, which means that attorneys have had to analyze and draft a report for every one of those cases prior to hearing, as well as conduct a complete review of the case record and hearing transcript for orders written from the inherited backlog. Essentially, every week, an average of 8 cases must be analyzed for the upcoming hearing, in addition to the responsibility of writing the full orders. Of the 748 orders written, 111 were full orders drafted and reviewed by OZLD. This is an 80% increase in the issuance of full orders from the preceding 3 years, where only 62 orders were issued. While we have made great strides, our progress was briefly set back after losing the resources of 3 of the 5 attorneys this past year. OZ is now fully staffed. However, it takes time to train and bring new attorneys up to speed. Lastly, OZ's recent successes are also thanks to you, Chairman Mendelson, and the City Council. Due to the funding provided by the Council, OZ was able to contract with a consultant to assist in writing older orders that date back to OAG. In your questions, you asked OZ to provide you with a list of the backlog orders. There are currently 50 on the list compared to 57 at the same time last year. This number does not reflect the 8 cases that were decided and a full order was issued within the time frame. The oldest orders are mostly appeal and denial cases, with a few approvals that are not of projects that are now defunct. OZ has issued 8 of these older orders, and 20 of the remaining cases have initial draft full orders that were drafted by the consultant. OZ has been issuing these older orders as time permits. Of the more recent aging appeal orders, 8 are dismissals. For the more recent BZA orders, OZ has 19 orders that are aging less than 1 year. OZ is working on drafts of all of these orders. The order in which they are issued depends on the longevity, complexity, the workload of the line attorney, and or the number of cases being reviewed for the week. We do not have an exact timeline for any of these orders. OZ is doing its best to issue legally sufficient orders that will be held up in court. As Commissioner Eckenweiler and Chris Otten mentioned, the orders they are waiting for precede OZ's legal division. I understand their frustration, and I agree, waiting years for orders is completely unacceptable. That being said, we are doing our best to juggle these aging orders and the more current orders. I know that 2 of the 3 have an initial draft, and I will look to see if I can get a better idea of where they might be in the queue. While we're making progress, as I mentioned earlier, we understand that the current backlog still affects those waiting on older orders. On the Zoning Commission side, it only has 2 cases with pending orders. One is on hold pending a secondary case, and the other one is being drafted. I would also like to briefly touch on the racial equity tool. OZ has made it a priority to advance racial equity initiatives, particularly with respect to ZC decisions. The last date to the comprehensive plan required that the commission evaluate all zoning actions through a racial equity lens. In order to comply with these comp plan requirements more formally, the commission released its, while the commission the commission released its initial racial equity analysis tool in April of 2022. While the commission found the initial tool's guidance helpful, it acknowledged the limitations of the information being considered and the need for more data to be considered in the evaluation process. For this reason, the commission held a public roundtable to seek community input and ideas about the ways the commission could refine the initial tool. The commission then instructed OZ staff to subsequently meet with DC government agencies and external stakeholders with knowledge and expertise on racial equity issues to revise and refine the tool. After a few months of collaboration and several iterations, the revised tool was released in February of 23. The main revisions included a new community outreach and engagement component, a new disaggregated race and ethnicity data component as well. The revised tool has assisted the commission in advancing racial equity initiatives, and it expects the tool to continue to be refined over time. As a matter of fact, OZ is in the process of conducting an analysis of the revised tool, and while our analysis is not complete, a few initial findings OZ will share are as follows. Applications using the revised racial equity tool submitted far more elaborate discussions regarding their community outreach and engagement. Under the revised tool, applicants have generally integrated the samples of questions into their discussions on community outreach and engagement and connected the findings of their outreach to the racial equity crosswalk. In one example, an applicant discussed meetings with ANC, current tenants, various community groups, and nearby residents, such as condominium associations. This resulted in design changes in developing some of the tenant amenities specifically for the community's senior citizens. It also resulted in an explanation of design changes that the applicant did not accept, i.e. reducing the number of units and why. Secondly, requiring the Office of Planning to provide disaggregated race and ethnicity data was an effective tool to communicate why more housing and affordable housing units are necessary and where they're necessary. In one case, the disaggregated race and ethnicity data painted a clear picture that the project location is predominantly white with a median income level, household income and home ownership rate that is notably higher than the district at large. This information was evidence for why applying inclusionary zoning plus was an appropriate appropriate use for the proposed map amendment and supported racial equity goals such as increasing access to housing and affordable housing by increasing the development potential of the property along with a higher set-aside requirement. While our initial findings show great improvement, it has also led to questions about possible ways to further improve the tool. It was mentioned earlier that the tool should be codified. However, codifying the racial equity tool would delay the zoning commission making changes as they see necessary, since codification would require the commission going through the rulemaking process. The commission expects that all parties use the tool, and if the community feels that it is not properly being applied, it should be brought to the commission's attention at the hearing or through written submissions into the record. OZ and the zoning commission are currently looking into ways on how to proceed to make new improvements, which includes a roundtable where we would encourage all that testified today to attend. I would like to just touch on one last issue. Over the years, members of the public have been concerned that OZ is not effectively noticing the public on its cases. However, in response to a recent complaint to the Office of Open Government, in its dismissal of the complaint, the Office of Open Government stated, quote, "The ZC, through its advanced use of the register in tandem with the Office of Zoning site, is actually among the district's most organized and comprehensive systems of notice." In conclusion, we are extremely proud of our accomplishments and are optimistic that we will continue to advance to new heights in the remainder of FY25 and beyond. I would like to express my sincere thanks to you, Chairman Mendelson, the City Council, and Mayor Bowser for your ongoing support. This little office could not function as it does without the unfaltering support it receives from all of you. I would also like to express my gratitude to Chairman Hood and to Chairman Hill for their steadfast support of the office over the years, which has allowed us to accomplish so much and lay the groundwork to better serve the citizens of the district. This concludes my testimony, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Chairman Hill or Chairman Hood, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a brief statement. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, other council members and staff. Let me also recognize the Vice Chair of the Zoning Commission, Vice Chair Miller, who's also in the audience today. We appreciate all comments as we continue to deal with zoning issues. We appreciate the residents, applicants, and other agencies, our ANCs, civic groups, the City Council, and the Mayor for all the efforts made to get to common ground. The goal is to follow laws and see how we can meaningfully coexist. A special shout out to Director Barton for the spectacular staff, Ms. Shellen, Ms. Ackerman, Mr. Young, our Office of Zoning Legal Division, Ms. Hillary Lovett, Mr. Ridding, and Mr. Dennis Liu, and all those in the Office of Zoning staff that you don't see, you don't hear from, and that we don't interact with. They make the office all what it is, as Director Barton has mentioned. So, Mr. Chairman, other than that, that's my statement. I've come today to answer any questions you all may have, and we appreciate all the support everyone gives us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hood. Chairman Hill?
Morning, Chairman Mendelson. I also am going to just thank a couple of people. I would continue to thank the council, yourself, for the opportunity to serve at the BZA. It's going to be 10 years this July, actually. I'd like to thank the Office of Zoning staff, in particular, again, Sarah Barden, Kara Mailer, Mary Nagelhout. Without the support of their work, it'd be impossible for the board to function in the manner that it does. I'd like to thank my fellow board members, Lorna John, Carl Blake, Kershaw Smith, for their continued support, and also the rotating members of the Zoning Commission as they come in and out, and also then Chairman Hood for his continued expertise. I also would like to thank the members of the public who come to give their testimony, ANCs, different organizations, because with their input, we get a better look at how each case is going to be experienced within the community. And with that, I'm here also to answer any questions. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. I think I'm going to start with the the issue of the racial equity tool. So I appreciate the testimony, Ms. Barton, from you about it. But you also heard the testimony that was given. There were a number of witnesses who expressed dissatisfaction. I'm looking at Greater Washington. OZ's racial equity tool provides insufficient direction for applicants and is, in our experience, applied more so at the commission's whims than in a fashion that actually ensures that zoning changes do not exacerbate racial equities. I think where I really want to go with this is how is it being refined and improved? And I'm looking at you, but actually I think I want to ask Chairman Hood this question.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question. I've heard the comments. This is something that's been on my radar because I just didn't want it to be a conversational piece, and I've made that clear. I've asked the Office of Zoning, who gave me a report, I think a week or so ago. I am still analyzing that. And as I look at that, I'm coming up with my own opinion. I'm waiting for the final copy. I'm trying to figure out a way that we can go back out to the community and just see how we're doing. But we had to have something under our belt so we can look at how it's actually working. I wanted that, as I stated, and I cannot impress upon it anymore. I don't want it just to be a conversational piece. People come down and say, we've checked this box and move on. It needs to make impacts, and that's what I'm trying to get to. And I appreciate working with people like Empower DC and others, and Smarter Growth and others to make sure it works. And that's what I intend to do. But Mr. Chairman, I have to look at the report first and digest it.
This is more of a zoning commission issue than a BZA issue, am I right?
The city council put in the comprehensive plan in which the zoning commission has to go by. It was not put in the plan for the Board of Zoning Adjustments. So we're going
Well,
to
and
adhere
the
to it.
BZA tends to be very site-specific cases. There was testimony that you, Chairman Hood, had requested an evaluation. That's what you just referred to, that you've received the final or preliminary?
Preliminary. What did I receive? Preliminary?
It's just an initial one. We're not finished with it.
How soon will you be finished with it?
Probably within the next couple of weeks.
Okay, and this is evaluating the strengths and weaknesses or flaws or criticisms or all the above?
We're taking a look over the last 2 years at how it's been implemented, how it may or may not have changed a case, whether, as people mentioned today, whether it needs to be more specific, those types of things. And so, like I said in my testimony, we've seen some good come of it, but we also are seeing some questions coming out of it as well.
And also, Mr. Chairman, the issue for me is if it makes a difference, that's making a difference. That's what we're trying to get at.
Now, I think I heard one witness say that the zoning commission had a hearing or a forum. Maybe it wasn't a hearing, but some proceeding where you were able to get testimony from folks.
Yes, and I have promised the community we'll do that again. I plan on doing another one. I just want to see where we are.
When was the last one? And when's the next one?
It would have been in 2022.
So that's over 2 years ago.
Right. The plan was then completed after that in February of 2023. So we're at the 2-year mark of the implementation of that.
And you're thinking of another one of these?
Yeah, I want everybody to respond and be able to have input on how we've come this far. Again, as we're making a difference. If not, let's see what we can do to get to where we're trying to get to. That's kind of what I'm aiming at, what we're aiming at.
Within some of the cases you've had, whether they're rulemaking or contested, have you received testimony criticizing the racial equity tool or criticizing how it was implemented in the case?
Not necessarily criticize. I've heard it more in forums like this, and I've heard people who maybe stopped us on the street and trying to help us improve it. What we do in the hearings is basically we get the data and we try to reconcile it and see how we can make sure that it's being addressed, working along with the Office of Planning and residents who and the ANCs, seeing how we can address the particular issues where the shortfalls are.
Give me just a sec. I think I'll leave it there on this issue. Now, you'll be back on your budget in a month. And if there's some progress here, perhaps you could include that in your testimony, Ms. Barton.
Absolutely.
So let me ask about these backlog cases. So there are two with the zoning commission. When I asked the question in the pre-hearing questions, I defined backlog as more than 60 days, which I think is my definition, not yours, but I'm fine with mine. So one of them is a PUD case from December. Why is that still lingering?
That's the one that's pending 400 and something days. Is that one or the other one?
I'm talking about zoning commission, 46 days. Final
It's
action.
it's being
December 19th.
drafted. I mean, it's just an order that's being drafted. We just issued 5 other orders I just signed 5 other orders 2 days ago. So it's just one that's being drafted and it should be out within the next couple of weeks.
Within the next couple of weeks.
Yep.
So that's about 2 months. That would be about 2 months after the final decision by the zoning commission.
Right.
I'm just kind of pushing here because time is important and 2 months to the applicant is meaningful. The other one is it says project on hold pending another case. Can you just describe that a little bit?
That was an initial case that was filed, but the case has changed. And there have been at least actually 2 other cases, I think, that are filed to change it. So eventually one of those 2 other cases is going to be decided and an order will be issued, but that's on the applicant. That's not us.
The case type is listed as CP. That says comprehensive plan?
CP is campus plan.
Campus plan.
Yep.
So if I were to call the campus, which I guess means actually university, and I said, hey, are you okay with this not having issued yet? They would say,
Absolutely. If you called the applicant, they would completely understand why that order has not been issued.
okay, I'm guessing that's not the case with any of the BCA cases. So if I heard your testimony correctly, the progress is about a net improvement of 8 cases in terms of this backlog?
No, it can't be viewed that way because as you're clearing out the backlog, you're also you have a lot more cases that are coming in. So
Correct.
excuse me, I'm sorry. So we have 50 on there now, but again, there were another 8 cases that were decided and issued. So that would add 8 more, so maybe 15. And then I would have to analyze it more, but I believe it's even bigger than that because again, we issued 50 orders in the last, I think 13 months, which is significantly higher than we had done the previous year. I think it was only 27.
Okay, I'm not feeling persuaded.
Yeah.
I mean, just so everybody knows, the oldest case on this list was decided July 19th, 2017. That's 7 years ago.
Yep.
Now, so the goal when we gave you additional staff was that they would be getting these orders out. And you do speak to that in your testimony. And of course, the BZA continues to accept, I'm looking at Sharon Hill, too many cases, that's my opinion. The BZA continues to accept cases. So, and you're issuing a lot of orders, okay. But the goal here is to get rid of this backlog.
Absolutely.
And the backlog has gone from, I think your testimony said 57 to 50.
There were 57 at this time last year, and
Yes.
there are 50 now, but we also have 20 of those orders there's an initial draft on, which last year we did not have that.
Okay, that is progress, 20, but when do those draft orders get out?
As I said, we are getting them out in between the other more current orders, but they are getting out.
Okay, I hope you're getting in my tone that that's not completely satisfactory.
Right.
I mean, when I listened to Commissioner Eckenweiler, one of these cases, I think, was an appeal that the board rejected, and the other, I think, was after the fact relief for a developer who'd constructed, so the construction had already been completed. They the developer, homeowner, whoever got caught. So then they went to the BZA, and the decision, the board reopened the case. The board didn't seem to be very convinced by the BZA. So I'm guessing that that doesn't seem like a high priority case. But as I was listening to Commissioner Eckenweiler, I was thinking, they can't file an appeal if they want to. They can't file an appeal until the final order is written. And if the construction, the illegal construction was in 2020, I mean, there's a point at which it's just too stale. And I don't mean stale for purposes of filing an appeal. I mean, like, everybody's going to look at it and say, this work was finished 5 years ago. So what I'm getting at is, even if it was a denial, it's still important to the petitioner or the applicant.
I agree.
I hate it when you agree, because then what's my next, but
It's
this
true. I
backlog,
agree. Like, you should not have to wait 5 years for an order. You're absolutely right.
so we gave you 2 additional staff people.
No, you gave us funds to hire a consultant.
Yes.
So the staffing issue was that halfway through the year last year, we lost the resources of 3 attorneys, which left 2 attorneys doing the work of 5 who are also trying to catch up with this backlog. So we operated for several months with only 2 attorneys doing work. And so in spite of that, we have still made good progress. It's clearly not enough, but we are definitely trying.
So what is the consultant doing? He or she should be cranking these things out full time.
And he's written almost 30 orders so far.
When did you hire him?
Probably right August, I think.
August. That's over 5 months ago, 30 orders in 5 months?
Yeah,
Is that
I mean,
good?
and I mean, the consultant could only dedicate a certain amount of time, but he's been doing a great job.
Why can the consultant only dedicate a certain, they're not full-time on this?
No, he's not full-time on it. Nope. As a consultant.
Okay, so when your budget's before us, the question is going to be whether that's adequate or you need more. Not that I want to just shove money in your direction, but this backlog has got to be eliminated.
Yes, it does.
Hill, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, it's funny. I've been here now year in and year out. And so, I have obviously, I have a job. And so this is something that I'm very happy to be able to do on a volunteer basis. However, Ms. Barton, I'm happy to sit down this year so I can better understand the backlog and how these things kind of take place so that I can have a better answer, just so I understand things. Next time, if I have the opportunity to be here before you, it's something that I'm going to try to understand a little bit better this year so that you're just not over there answering the question on your own, and I can have a better understanding as to how this works. So that's number one. Number two, in terms of illegal construction, it's not necessarily illegal construction. I mean, we get the applications when we get the applications. And so we're supposed to look at them as though they're not there, right? We don't look at them and say, okay, it's already there, so therefore we're going to, accept the fact that it's already there and not look at the regulations and what we're supposed to be looking at. So if something is before us, it goes through the same process of the Office of Planning with the ANC, and we look at it as though it's not there. It's just to be, clarifying on that particular
I'm going to
issue.
push back, because if somebody builds without a permit, that's illegal. They get caught, they then, and it requires a variance or a special exception. They apply for the variance or special exception. It still was illegally built. The fact that after the fact they come back and get approvals doesn't change the fact that initially it was illegally built. It was built without a permit. I assume it was without a permit, because if it was given a permit, then why was a permit issued when zoning approvals were required? So that's why I'm going to call it illegal, and I think most of the public is going to call it illegal. I'm also going to push back. I used to be an ANC commissioner, as you know. I used to be an ANC commissioner, as you know. There is, if nothing else, going to be some implicit bias if it's already built. The applicant surely isn't going to come before you and say, hey, there's nothing in my backyard. Please give me permission to build this deck. No, they're going to say we built the deck and it's perfectly legal and it would be such a hardship to tear it down. And you're going to say, well, you know, we have to treat it as if it isn't there. But implicitly, there's still going to be some bias because it's hard to say, rip it up. It just is. I could ask you, how many times have you told somebody to rip it up?
I'd have to go back and look.
Okay, I don't think it's very many. Just guessing. Don't think
Well, I don't
it's
know if
many.
we have many cases that come before us in that particular way. And sometimes maybe they got a permit and then the permit was wrong, or they thought that the measurements, what I'm just trying to say is it's not necessarily people trying to do
Don't
something
make me get
illegal.
my violin out, because it's always a hardship on the part of the applicant after they get caught. Why did I go there? Because I was pushing back. You should look at this list, part of the answers that we got. And the cases and how old they are. We said 60 days. And Ms. Barton, the last BZA case on the list is 133 days. So you're current since that last case,
Yes.
which is good. That's worth noting. So at your budget hearing, this is probably going to come up and you should address whether you need 2 consultants, a full-time consultant, how we're going to get this down to 0. Ms. Barton, in your pre-hearing responses, you indicate you have 2 term employees. Why are they term and not continuing full-time?
They will be transferred to continuing full-time after their probationary period.
So they're term simply because it's probationary.
They were probably name requests.
They were probably what?
They were probably, let me look. One second. Right, yes. We hired them as term employees, absolutely.
With an intent to see how they perform and then.
Right, and then
convert
hire them full-time.
In response to question 38, which was key performance indicators, you lay out the agency's key performance indicators.
Mhm.
You have 2 new KPIs,
Yes.
including the number of BZA full orders issued, BZA summary orders issued, witnesses at BZA and the zoning commission.
Mhm.
Aren't those numbers arbitrary, not knowing how many cases may come to the BZA or the zoning commission? And not knowing how many witnesses may or may not be interested in testifying?
We do maintain how many cases are filed. Yeah, right. So we have the cases filed up above. And we wanted to, last time we just had them all together, so it would have been 58. And we wanted to pull out which ones were full orders and which ones were summary orders. So that's why that changed. And then we thought it would be interesting to start to count how many witnesses are coming before the BZA and ZC in any given year to see how much of the how much public engagement we are getting for both the board and commission.
Well, it just seems to me in terms of measuring performance, wouldn't be so much the number of BZA full orders issued as it would be the percentage of BZA full orders issued, percentage, meaning of the cases that require full order, what percent were issued within the year?
So we have percent of BZA summary orders issued within 10 days, percent of BZA full orders that were issued within 5 months of decision, and percent of zoning commission orders issued within 4 months of decision. Those are the ones that we're counting. And then on top of that, we are also as a measure that's not a key performance measure, we're keeping track of the backlog there as well.
But is number of witnesses a measure of performance?
No,
Like you would set a goal that we're going to have 5,000 witnesses this year, and then did you reach it?
you only asked for KPIs, but I included some of the other measures that
okay.
we keep. So technically I should take that one out, and a couple other ones that are just counting information rather than being a key performance indicator. I added more instead of less.
Some of the other indicators that measure turnaround time are concerning. Only 40% of BZA cases are scheduled within 4 months of application.
Okay, so that's not, I've updated it. It's 86% in the first quarter. And that was, we used to measure it as 3 months, and now we're measuring it as 4 months because just with the the caseload, that's what it is. And so back in 2023 and 24, it was 50 and 36. Now in the first quarter, we're at 86%.
So you revised what you sent us.
Yes, I'm sorry. It was Monday morning. I noticed this error and one more error, and I revised it and sent it.
You have sent it?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So you went from 3 months to 4 months.
We did.
That's kind of going in the wrong direction.
Excuse me.
Chris, the BZA could have fewer cases. Says yes too often.
It is, but ever since COVID, this has just been the norm. It's within 3 and 4 months. Prior to COVID, it was within 2 to 3 months.
So how do we improve these numbers? I think that one's going to be tough.
I don't know that it's in our court necessarily. It's the amount of cases that are being filed. It's the complexity of the cases being filed. It's appeals being filed, because those take a longer period of time. That takes a chunk out of the day. So we're just trying to handle the workload that we're being given.
Chairman Hill, do you have any thoughts on how to reduce the number of cases?
I don't have any thoughts on how to reduce the number of cases. I can say that in terms of the board, we start at 9:30 in the morning, and it usually goes until 3 or 5, and oftentimes it can go till 7. And I doubt anyone would take on another day during the week. Currently, it is 1 day a week that everybody commits to, and then that's all of the time also that one has to put in order to get ready for the hearing. I had thought at one point in time if there was like a way to separate appeals from like if you had another board and another board just did appeals. I don't know if that would make it faster or not, but I know that we try to process it as best we can and get as many cases as we can get in so that we can get everybody in as quickly as we can. It is a timing thing. Even, again, the orders getting done, that's also a timing thing. And so trying to understand that more or better is something I might have a chance to talk about a little bit this year so that I actually have a better answer next year.
Okay. I'll wait for the better answer. Because seriously, I mean, you all have only so many, as you noted, you have another job. You have a full-time job. And so it's not like you can just commit another day. And I don't think the BZA used to meet once a week. I think it was less frequently many, many years ago.
Well, as long as I've been there, it's every week. And I think before that, I don't know. it's been every week now. And so, trying to do all the cases that we can do. I don't have an answer as to how to get more cases processed. And I don't know if saying no is necessarily going to cause them to, it might happen, but that still would take quite a long time before people realize that no is the answer you're going to get. And then not putting forward an application. But I can tell you, we're trying to process all the applications we can as best we can within the regulations so that everybody gets a fair opportunity for a hearing. And we don't try to rush anybody through the hearing. We go ahead and, one hearing can take 4 hours. And so, it just takes time for us to process the hearing, but we are doing the best we can. I hate to say we are doing the best we can, but we are doing the best we can.
Chairman Hood, you've been there a
Yeah.
few years. Do you remember when you first started? Now, you only sit in rotation on the BZA, but do you remember how often it met?
When I first started, Mr. Chairman, we met once a month. And because of the workload at that time, we started going twice. And then there's every once a week to try to deal with the workload. So that's
But
from where we
when
went
you-
from 98 to now.
When you first started, it was once a month.
It was once a month, and you would serve like every 3 or 4 months or so. Yeah,
Well, because you rotate.
we rotated, right?
Yeah.
But that didn't last long. That's when we increased.
Ms. Barton, in response to question 42 in the pre-hearing questions, you list 3 cases that have been pending with the DC Court of Appeals for more than a year. Do you have any insight as to why these cases are moving so slowly?
I do not. But that's not out of the ordinary. We get decisions on cases that were 2, 3 years old sometimes.
Correct. And I know there's also a shortage of judges on the Court of Appeals, which has caused them to move more slowly. But I was just wondering if you might have some insight. Give me just a second. I don't have any other questions for you at this time. Yes, Chairman Hill.
I just want to say something about the number of cases. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I think that, people are trying to do things with their homes. They're trying to enjoy the city. They're trying to get more outdoor space. And I think that, we're having more people coming into the city. Hopefully that continues to happen. And I think the fact that it went from 1 month to 4 weeks means that people are trying to do more things and understand the regulations. You might have a different opinion, but I'm also saying that I think it can also be viewed as a good thing, that people are trying to do things that they can do with their property.
I feel like responding, but next time I see you, we'll have the discussion. The budget hearing is tentatively scheduled for April 9th at 9:30. So we'll see you then, if not sooner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
We're going to turn to the Office of Planning. I'm going to call the non-government witnesses. A number of them have already testified. Josh Jacobson, Sabrina Rhodes testified with the Office of Zoning. I don't know if she was coming back. Kishan Putta, who's an ANC commissioner, Scott Roberts, who's co-coordinator, DC Historic Districts Coalition, Bob Ward, Courtney Stockland, who testified under Office of Zoning, but was not clear to me whether she was coming back. Anthony David.
Chairman, I'm still listening, but I'll waive my time in this session. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think I said Anthony David. Ellen McCarthy, who's a member of the Steering Committee, Ward 3 Vision. Carol Ayton, who is co-chair Planning Subcommittee and trustee of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Parissa Noruzi, Executive Director of Empower DC. Chris Otten, DC for Reasonable Development. Renee Bowser. Catherine Stratton Treadway, who's listed as co-convener, Citizens Forest Health Working Group. Dr. Christopher Williams. Rebecca Miller, who's Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. Diamond Trin, T-R-I-N-H, Diamond Trin. Debbie Hanrahan. Shani Shi. Cassie He. Shani Shi is founder and core organizer of Safe Chinatown Solidarity Network. Cassie He. Yannick Omicton. Cheryl Barnes, I think she testified earlier, but wanted to testify again under OP. So I'll call these names again as we go through the list. Josh Jacobson, are you here? Sabrina Rhodes, did you want to testify again?
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Oh, let me put on our video. Okay. Good morning, Chair Mendelson. Is it still morning? Good afternoon. Members of the committee, witnesses. My name is Sabrina Rhodes, and I serve as an advisory neighborhood commissioner for Ivy City and also community organizer with Empower DC. I'm proud to be a native to the district, and I want to thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to testify. First, I want to commend the Office of Planning team for their dedication and genuine engagement with our community throughout the process of working on the Ivy City Small Area Plan. I do want to add the implementation of an Ivy City zone in a new comp plan rewrite, which should be considered to keep our community from being a dumping ground, especially to cannabis dispensaries. The Office of Planning team took the time to listen to our voices, prioritize our needs, and ensure that the vision for Ivy City was shaped by those who call it home. Their efforts to incorporate deeply affordable housing, which we'll see when that happens, create much needed green space, and know the importance of the renovation of the Cromell School to be a recreation community center and improve our community's access to clean air that's toxic and polluted, water and soil, which has high level of formaldehyde that have gone unnoticed. However, while we celebrate these achievements, I must express significant concern shared by many residents. The impact of increased density on Ivy City's historic character. In the New York Avenue Vision Framework and Small Area Plan, we work with the Office of Planning team. They're a great team, but we later found out that there will be 10-story high buildings that is proposed for New York Avenue and Oakey Street. We oppose that plan, and also because there's going to be 4,000 new residents in our historic 151-year-old community, that will be much of an overburden than there already is. Ivy City has been neglected by and overburdened by industrial uses and racist zoning practice, and the level of density risk overwhelming our infrastructure and eroding the unique character that defines our neighborhood. Also, there's many things that we can do to help alleviate the overconcentration of industrial uses. But but we do advocate for development that provides housing opportunities while respecting the scale and fabric of our neighborhood. We urge the Office of Planning to revisit the proposed heightened density aspects of the Ivy City Small Area Plan for one, and consider alternatives that align more closely with the community's vision. This approach should draw lessons from similar communities to ensure that growth is equitable and sustainable. In closing, I want to reiterate our appreciation for the Office of Planning staff's hard work and collaboration. We look forward to continuing this partnership to ensure that Ivy City not only grows but thrives, and also working with DOEE, DPR, DGS, hopefully DOH, and other various scientists, universities, and experts to focus on equity, sustainability, and respect for our community's heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Commissioner Kishan Putta. Scott Roberts.
Good morning. Am I next?
Yes.
Very good. My name is Scott Roberts, and I'm a resident of the Bloomingdale Historic District who is speaking on behalf of the DC Historic Districts Coalition, the DCHDC. The DCHDC is an informal alliance of individuals and organizations representing Washington, D.C.'s 37 neighborhood historic districts and other individuals and organizations interested in the city's historic preservation, including residents of potential future historic districts. The DCHDC has identified 4 issue areas to highlight this year. Number 1, the DCHDC would like to start by pointing out the success of the city's historic preservation ordinance. The nearly 50-year-old Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act has made DC a national and international leader in historic preservation and urban planning. Since 1978, this well-crafted ordinance has shaped the city's built environment by protecting hundreds of historic landmarks and thousands of buildings and structures throughout the city's vibrant historic districts. We hope that the City Council, the DC Council, will continue to recognize the importance of this preservation ordinance and will be very thoughtful about any proposed tweaks or changes that could unravel one of DC's most successful pieces of public policy. Number 2, the DCHDC would like to once again express thanks for expanding the DC Historic Homeowner Grant Program administered by the DC Historic Preservation Office, the HPO. This expansion was first included in the DC FY 2024 Budget Support Act. DCHDC looks forward to the program's continued funding. The HDC encourages the expansion of the grant program to include multi-unit buildings such as co-ops and condominiums. The current legislative and regulatory language, unfortunately, does not provide eligibility for multi-unit buildings, even when they are a historic district, historic landmark, or within a historic district. There is clearly a need for this, as many condo and co-op boards throughout the city are seeking financial assistance and have reached out for support. Number 3, the DCHDC would like to highlight the need for an increased and consistent enforcement of design guidelines in the city's neighborhood historic districts. Unfortunately, there is no current memorandum of agreement, MOA, between the HPO and the DC Department of Buildings, DOB, which has brought regular inspections and proper enforcement to a halt. HDC is hopeful that a new memorandum of agreement will be executed as soon as possible, as this agreement is key to upholding the city's design guidelines. And lastly, the DCHDC appreciates the continued improvements made to the Office of Planning's Property Quest DC website, which has become a critical tool for historic preservation planning purposes. Once again, the DCHDC suggests that contributing buildings within historic districts be identified as properties highlights on Property Quest in order to make the website a more complete tool. And by the way, this is an easy ask. Thank you for providing me the time to testify today. I look forward to any questions that you may have and look forward to working with you all throughout the coming year.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I don't have a copy of your statement. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
No, I'm told, I just got told we have it.
Yes, you have it.
Okay, thank you.
Surely.
Bob Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Bob Ward from Cleveland Park. 5 points I'd like to make. First, I'd like to applaud the Office of Planning for the work they did on the Connecticut Avenue development guidelines. throughout the process, especially the lead planner, Heba El Gawish. The Office of Planning looked for ways to reach out to people in the community who would otherwise not proactively participate. The community engagement, as you know, is fraught with inherent biases. And as the council looks to fund future planning processes, I'd ask them to please make sure OP can do better outreach, more surveys, mailers, and other ways to connect with residents who, while not engaged, have a stake in the outcomes. Second, and related to that, the Office of Planning, the Office of Historic Preservation, the Office of Zoning should be, as a matter of standard operating procedure, keeping records of who participates in the processes, at minimum, name and address, so that academic research can do studies on who attends, as have been done in other jurisdictions like in Massachusetts. But even basic demographics of age, race, are they renters, are they homeowners, and the like. I mean, DC doesn't keep track of who participates, and so the bias goes unmeasured. Council should require and fund this measurement, so at least we as a community can see who exactly is influencing our land use decisions and who isn't being heard. Third, I'm encouraged that the Historic Preservation Office is announcing this week its approach to measuring the equity impact of our historic resources in the district. I'll be interested in learning more about the methodological approach HPO is recommending and what HPO intends to do with the study results. And I look forward to learning more and encourage the council to follow up on this work. Fourth, I encourage this committee to take up the Housing Capacity Preservation Amendment Act of 2025, introduced by council members Nadeau, McDuffie, Bonds, and Henderson. This bill decouples zoning from HPRB review, which in my opinion is long overdue. Under the proposed change to the Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act, neither height nor density should be factors in contributing to a finding by the board of incompatibility. This leaves zoning to the council through the comprehensive plan and the zoning commission, and it leaves design review to HPRB. Lastly, I urge the council to invest in the upcoming comprehensive plan process, rewrite process, and ask the Office of Planning if it realistically has the resources necessary to accomplish the task of the rewrite. I hope during this process, DC can rethink how it better makes use of the vast amounts of land it has set aside for residential use so that housing can become more attainable to the range of incomes needed to make complete neighborhoods. And that includes, starting families and the people who work within the community. Those are my points. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Will you be submitting your statement?
I submitted it last night. It's on the website.
All right, we'll look for it. Thank you. Anthony David. Ellen McCarthy. Let me go to Carol Ayton, and then I'll come back to Ellen McCarthy. Carol Ayton, are you here? Please proceed. Carol Ayton.
I'm here. I'm just pushing all the buttons. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Good day, Mr. Chairman Mendelson. I'm Carol Ayton, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Committee of 100 in the Federal City. Committee of 100 has been involved in planning and zoning for over 100 years. And while I'm going to talk mostly about Office of Planning, the Office of Zoning is so closely tied to what is overall happening that it will come up. As you've heard from a lot of the testimony from citizens and communities, there's a huge amount of frustration and the feeling that all of their comments and concerns tend to get ignored in favor of aggressive development and developers. And I was glad to hear Sabrina Rhodes talk about a good experience in Ivy City, but it seems like not the norm. I want to talk about three elements of the Office of Planning, which are supposed to be high priority, but seem to be a little bit unresolved. First is affordable housing. A couple of recent cases have come to our attention where levels of affordable housing have been reduced and exempted in zoning processes. You've heard a lot about the 1617 U Street and the fact that it's public land, but it is going to be exempted from the 30% affordable housing requirement with the justification out of an abundance of caution, which doesn't seem like much of a justification. At the Navy Yard, there's a new zone that was created on federal land that exempts the whole zone from IZ plus and lowers it to IZ, despite the fact that the original OP proposal for the zone was for IZ plus, and no justification was provided. These are just a couple of examples of where increased levels of IZ are apparently window dressing in the rules and not in implementation. We've continued to be concerned about the fact that IZ is not included in downtown zones. The downtown zones were tripled in size in the last zoning rewrite, and now there is a real attempt to try to get them more residential, but yet no IZ would be included. Also wondering about the RFK site and whether the RFK has any affordable housing that's going to be required like 30% because it's public land. Very concerned about community engagement. You have my statement about that. I think the bottom line to all of this, we're very concerned about racial equity. And one of the things that in the displacement of our majority Black citizens is now no longer a majority. But the bottom line, I think, to our testimony is that the Office of Planning is basically a part of the mayor's economic development team. It is not planning for the citizens of this city. And the Office of Zoning is not independent. It's a tool of the development agenda, and it does what it's told to do by the Office of Planning. And there's been a concerted effort to limit access, to limit our voices, to limit our effectiveness, and it's extremely frustrating. And I think you've heard a lot about that. So I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayton. Ellen McCarthy.
Good morning.
Good
Morning,
afternoon.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am testifying on behalf of Ward 3 Vision, a volunteer group of Ward 3 residents that are concerned about advancing policies of smart growth, sustainability, and housing affordability, and making sure our neighborhoods are lively, walkable, and welcoming, accommodating a range of DC residents who are diverse in income, race, and family status. Did you get my written testimony?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to skip that in interest of time and just summarize. And I have three main points I wanted to make. One, to stress the importance of providing funding sufficient to OP to be able to effectively communicate with our residents and businesses, especially for the upcoming plan preparation, to counteract what you have heard with respect to complaints from others claiming that the Office of Planning and Zoning Commission ignored or dismissed inputs from residents with regard to the Chevy Chase plan and zoning. We would highly disagree. The mere fact that the Office of Planning and the Zoning Commission didn't agree with some parties does not mean they didn't listen. And third, I just wanted to flag the fact that the next major land use challenges in Ward 3 will be the creation and adoption of new zoning for Lower Connecticut and Upper Wisconsin Avenue. The kind of tools I'm talking about today will be important to help ensure that these actions proceed smoothly and effectively, encouraging private investment in both areas. With respect to the first point, OP will soon begin the preparation of the comp plan. It'll be critical to have a plan that will represent a shared vision for DC for how it will be able to grow. Our planning and zoning efforts seem to have become increasingly discordant. A lot of the discord is related to the fundamental difficulty of dealing with change. To a certain extent, we expect our residents to understand and accept the impact on their communities from very abstract policy statements and some maps. But with the coming of AI-powered image generation and increased sophistication of GIS, we're beginning to have access to tools which will make it easier for our residents to meaningfully assess the impact of changes in land use and design. We've also seen increased adoption of form-based approaches to planning, and we also know that many of our hyper-local media, such as the current newspapers, DCist, and others, which formerly played an important role in making citizens aware of planning proposals,
are now gone. So OP needs to get the kind of funding from the Council for the Comp Plan and even for small area plans that it can use for the latest in outreach tools, particularly visualization and graphics. A good example, I think, of how the lack of more graphics to illustrate what new development under zoning will look like and feel like meant that in Chevy Chase meant that some citizens focused obsessively on issues like height in the abstract without any real understanding of how the proposed setbacks, facade articulation, FAR limitations, and lot coverage restrictions, which were carefully calibrated to preserve and enhance the community character of Chevy Chase, DC, would mitigate the concerns about height. Perhaps with better tools, we would have had less acrimony and not be facing at least one lawsuit that threatens to nullify the whole zoning approval process and start it all over again. Clearly, if we're to address the critical problems of housing affordability, we will need to intensify development, particularly in areas with good transit access. To make that less threatening, OP needs tools to model how well-designed land use changes can actually enhance neighborhood vitality and quality of life. I'd also be prepared to talk about the whole Chevy Chase zoning process if you have questions and wanted to discuss that further. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy, and it's good to see you. Parissa Noruzi? Chris Otten? Renee Bowser? Catherine Stratton Treadway? Please proceed, Ms. Treadway.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I am a Ward 4 resident and one of the conveners of the Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative Citizens Forest Health Working Group, which has been meeting since 2022 to learn together about DC agency work on the maintenance of our natural areas and to advocate for better practices and a cross-agency approach to managing our city properties. Of concern to us is that there seems to be no formal consideration of the inherent value of natural areas when it comes to managing development and land use in the city. Research confirms that people need nature. Living within walking distance of nature has been shown to raise life expectancy by lowering numerous physical and mental health risk factors. Communities with access to nature also have lower incidences of violence. Additionally, trees, specifically forest patches, absorb air pollution, soak up stormwater, and cool the city around them. Despite what we know about the positive impact of nature on human and community health and safety, current land use policy in DC does not proactively set aside land for parks in communities which are experiencing high levels of development pressure. We also understand that nature in cities needs people. Migratory birds are attracted to the lights and resources of the city. Here they find food, water, and shelter. It is possible to maintain cities as safe for wildlife at the same time we are making cities a better place for human life. Here are some thoughts for land use in DC which could give nature a seat at the table. Let's prioritize maintaining our existing natural areas, including forest patches and wetlands, to protect and preserve critical wildlife habitat and to make sure that every neighborhood has access to nature. To do this, we need to make use of tools such as the U.S. Forest Service mapping of forest patches in the city and the research of Annette Spivey from University of Maryland on maintaining and rebuilding wildlife corridors through DC and connecting them with regional wildlife corridors in Maryland and Virginia. Our DC State Wildlife Action Plan, which is currently being revised, will also be an important resource for helping to decide which parcels should be set aside for nature in perpetuity or developed with a high level of sensitivity to protect nature. Let's also proactively decide to set aside parcels in areas of the city most significantly burdened by the effects of climate change, such as excessive heat and increased flooding. We can use nature-based solutions to create new forested areas for cooling, stormwater retention, and air quality improvements, as well as creating parks that will positively impact the health and well-being of residents. The American Forest Tree Equity Index can help guide us to appropriate parcels in overburdened communities that can benefit from additional investments in nature. Currently, there are zoning protections in some areas west of the park for tree and slope protections to preserve the natural topography, park-like setting, and mature trees to the maximum extent possible adjacent to streams and parks. But Ward 8 also has steeply sloped properties with mature trees. Why does tree and slope protection not extend to Ward 8 and other areas of the city with steeply sloped sites? Are there other nature-focused zoning overlays we should develop to protect other types of sites from inappropriate development throughout the city? A comprehensive land use plan for the city should ensure that valuable natural areas are preserved in perpetuity and that every city resident have access to nature within walking distance of their residence.
Ms. Treadway, I'm going to have to cut you off because you're a minute over your time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I don't have a copy of your statement, so I have no idea how much is left.
2 sentences.
2 sentences.
Such a plan would provide the most benefits to the people of the district and the wildlife which shares the city with us. We plan to engage enthusiastically with Office of Planning during the upcoming comprehensive plan revision process to make sure that nature has a place at the center of all our well-being in future development and land use decisions. Thank you very much, and sorry for going over time.
Thank you. And if you could provide us a copy, that would be great.
I certainly will.
Renee Bowser?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good day, Chairman Mendelson and council members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Renee Bowser, Ward 4 resident and committeewoman on the DC Democratic State Committee. I'm testifying about the impact of the Office of Planning's failure to follow the law DC Code 1-306.04D when the agency proposed over 1,000 pages of text changes and 108 future land use map changes that resulted in the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Amendments. My testimony is preparation for work to ensure that OP adheres to the law during the upcoming Comp Plan Amendment cycle. In 2021 Comp Plan Amendments, OP proposed and the council passed massive changes that increased the density of land in the district. These land use changes were made to the future land use map, also called the FLUM. The FLUM Act designates and authorizes by right the level of density and types of uses that can take place on district land. Giving a higher density by right makes the land more valuable, and developers use high value land for uses that bring them the biggest profits, such as market rate and luxury housing and high-end commercial uses. In this regard, OP and council increased by right medium and high density land use areas across the district by nearly double the medium and high density mixed-use land densities enacted in the 2006 amendments. Further, in the 2021 Comp Plan amendments, OP increased and the council enacted increased the number of acres of by right high density mixed use land across the district by 3 times over the number of acres of by right high density mixed use land enacted in the 2006 Comp Plan. The law required OP to accompany all proposed land use changes submitted to council to be assessed in an environmental assessment, but OP ignored the agency's statutory obligation and sent a 6-page environmental assessment that failed to even mention the sweeping land changes it proposed. And so the OP even changed the operating ideology of the 2006 Comp Plan, which was to preserve residential neighborhoods and low density areas and try to integrate them properly into any higher density areas. They changed that and put the burden on residents. OP admitted in 2021 that a change in the future land use map, I'm quoting from the act, the enrolled original, that a change in the future land use map designation can affect the value of the designated land and neighboring properties, the capacity of the infrastructure and civic services, and the short and long-term expectations of development. OP also admitted in the 2021 Comp Plan that market-driven development provided higher-end multi-family units that attracted largely white, affluent, and similar households at their most extreme. Market pressures may result in displacement as affordable large rental units are converted to upscale condos or apartments. Housing production that could serve families, seniors, and moderate and low-income households have not kept pace. This disproportionately affects residents of color, unquote. So OP knows that what they're doing is pushing out working class and poor people. And I think the 1617 U Street and 1620 V Street are great examples of that. That they were never evaluated during the comp plan amendment process, because when CM Nadeau proposed them 4 days before the council voted, there was absolutely no evaluation of impact on people. So to prevent future violations of the will of our residents, we need an Office of Planning. We need rules for Office of Planning, and the statute provides it, that really addresses the impact so that people won't continue to be displaced. And it's going to be Black and Latinx people displaced, and it's going to be 10% Black people in Washington, D.C. And you'll be still talking about racial equity then. So we need to make a real change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowser. Dr. Christopher Williams. Rebecca Miller from the from the DC Preservation League.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the points that were made previously with regards from the Historic Districts Coalition. Enforcement remains a top issue for the Preservation League, given the issues that we have around the city and the active degradation of our historic districts. We have a great working relationship with HPO and a number of studies that we've been doing with them to diversify the DC inventory of historic sites. Some of our projects include women's suffrage, Latino context. We're also working on affordable housing with a special emphasis on African American affordable housing. I'd like to move on to the Office of Planning, where Mr. Ward actually stole my thunder to tell you about the study that we're embarking on. So when the DC Council enacted the Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act of 1978, protecting historic and cultural properties became an important policy goal for the city. Since then, the act has played a vital role in developing the city's neighborhoods and downtown, significantly revitalizing DC's business corridors and historic residential neighborhoods. In the lead up to the creation of the new comprehensive plan, OP and HPO needs to understand the positive and negative impacts current historic preservation initiatives create within the district. Historic preservation is said to strengthen communities by contributing to small business incubation, affordable housing, and neighborhood stabilization. Other arguments claim that historic preservation is exclusionary, encourages the displacement of BIPOC communities, and inflates housing costs. Many cities across the country, including New York, Los Angeles, Baltimore, San Antonio, Pittsburgh, have studied the impacts of historic preservation. With one of the highest proportions of historic properties nationwide, the district has not had a comparable study. For effective planning, it is crucial to measure the impacts that historic districts have on the economic health of the city and the social fabric of our neighborhoods, and on the district's efforts to create a racially equitable city. To that end, DCPL is pleased to have just entered into a cooperative agreement with the Office of Planning to produce a historic preservation impact report for the District of Columbia. The study is centered around equity, particularly racial equity, resilience, and affordability, and will provide essential new data and analysis and serve as a launch pad for further public engagement centered around the preparation of the comprehensive plan. DC's decade-old historic preservation program should be one of the city's proudest policy accomplishments, and its continued success depends upon full support from the DC government and its citizens. We look forward to sharing the findings of the report with the DC Council and the public. DCPL is aware of the efforts to amend the DC Historic Preservation Act. However, I will note that the mayor celebrated meeting the goal of 36,000 new units in 2024 earlier than the target and without changes to the preservation law or the Height Act. Given this and the pending report, we would ask that any changes contemplated to the Preservation Act be tabled until this report is completed and factual data can be analyzed to assess what, if any, changes are necessary. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Diamond Trin, I think is not here.
Here.
Ms. Trin, please speak.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Council members, members of the committee, my name is Diamond Trin, and I'm a resident in Ward 6. I'm testifying because as a AAPI resident of DC, I've been following the work of the Gallery Place Chinatown Task Force, and I'm concerned that it has replaced what the Office of Planning should have been doing in Chinatown, and I think there's a disconnect between the purpose and goals of the task force and what they mean when they write Chinatown old and new in their reports. My interest started in this when I first moved to DC, and I was told that my office building was located a block from the heart of Chinatown. And when I first arrived, I was deeply confused at the lack of culture or diversity that I'm used to seeing in a cultural hub. I usually want to see diversity on full display, comfort from the sounds of at least 5 different languages being spoken all at the same time. People both existing in short-term meals, also doing daily tasks like grocery shopping for items that they remember from back home. But instead, I spent most of my lunch breaks walking into older buildings with remnants of Asian character signage on the exterior, but completely gutted inside to accommodate the most recent national fast casual chain. So when I first heard about the Chinatown Task Force, I assumed that this was going to be geared towards supporting and enriching the already existing history of the community. But when I saw that the co-chairs of the task force were Jody McLean and Deborah Ratner-Salzberg, both real estate moguls and known developers who have profited off the gentrification of neighborhoods like Union Market and the Wharf, my first thoughts were, how could this not be a conflict of interest? Both of these developers have no incentive to meaningfully contribute to the preservation of diversity and culture, and the opportunity for them and their friends to profit was just handed to them. Pair that with the knowledge that out of the entire task force, none of them are actual residents of the area or small business owners of the area. And with little to no effort being made to reach out to the residents and business owners of the area, there's reports of residents and advocates with Save Chinatown Network that have reported that long-term Chinese residents and business owners were never contacted to attend these meetings, and no interpretation was ever offered at these meetings. I think the lack of outreach or inclusion into any of these plans that directly impact their livelihood is not only disappointing to me personally to hear, but devastating because of the existing hesitation and distrust between immigrants and governments. The irony to me is that if I took only 5 minutes to think about the perspective of a non-English speaker trying to run their business and a group of unelected, non-governmental business people making plans without my input, my first response would be to ask where the government was to help and support me. And when they learn, if they ever learn, since again, no translation services were offered, that this was at their government's doing, that trust is completely gone. This was an opportunity for the government and OP to serve the community face-to-face, gather input, make people feel represented and heard. And I think it's a huge reason why any of you stepped into the role of local government to make that kind of difference. But now we're left with confused small business owners and longtime residents feeling silenced and even worse, betrayed. A map that I saw in the task force plans shows development opportunities on top of staple Chinatown institutions like Folky, Tony Chin's, and literally Temple of Kanyum, which is a critical Buddhist temple in Chinatown. I'm instantly worried about displacement as we've seen these patterns of development without consideration to small businesses, proposing development over beloved Chinese and Chinatown institutions without plans to preserve Chinese businesses or anything that targets the AAPI community and the long-term residents of the area does not align with any of the values that the DC government or Office of Planning claims to have. So
Ms.
again,
Trin,
I want.
you're a minute over your time. I'm going to have to cut you off.
Oh, okay. Can I finish with the 2-sentence allowance?
Yeah, the last person said 2 sentences. It was 3, and it was a very long sentence, but please.
Okay, well, I just want to say, because when you give power to developers and not people with no stakes in the community and don't provide language translation services to neighborhoods that created by immigrant-owned small businesses, exclude the Black and minority communities who have invested in these spaces for decades, it becomes very clear to who you're serving. And I want to urge the council to think about actually investing in the community and people who invested in the cities from the start. Thanks.
Thank you. And if you want to give us a copy of your statement, that would be helpful. Debbie Hanrahan, Shani Shi, Cassie He.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, Council and Committee. I'm Cassie, resident of Ward 4, member of the Save Chinatown Solidarity Network, and an organizer for Chinatowns across the country. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the utter failure of the Office of Planning and any type of meaningful cultural preservation in DC Chinatown. Thank you for setting me up so nicely there, Diamond. The Office of Planning is responsible for stewarding the Chinatown design review procedures that are supposed to preserve quote unquote various aspects of Chinese culture and identity. Instead, history has shown us that the Office of Planning and the HPRB is only committed to preserving surface level aesthetics rather than protecting the dozens of small businesses and institutions that are the heart of actual cultural preservation. Keeping the aesthetic facade of the buildings the same while displacing long-term residents and small businesses is destroying culture, not preserving it. You guys aren't fooling any DC residents or tourists. I've worked with Chinatowns across the country, and consistently, people point to DC's Chinatown as an embarrassment. WAMU published an article last year stating that you might as well forsake DC's Chinatown for New York's or San Francisco's. Chef and owner of restaurants Daikaya and Tonari claims that DC Chinatown is one of the most embarrassing in the US. And it's the Office of Planning that has allowed this to happen. What is culture if not the people who make culture real? Every project that keeps a historic facade but replaces the inside with a Chipotle or an office building or a hotel is why people across the country claim DC's Chinatown is a name only. But let's talk about specifics. So example one I have here is that developers are building a new luxury hotel in the heart of Chinatown across the street from Wallach House, the largest community of Chinese residents and right on top of small businesses that serve long-term residents. The HPRB, BZA, and the Office of Planning has failed to listen to residents, did not support granting the Wallach House Tenants Association party status in the case, and as a result, long-term cultural institutions Gaoya and Folky will be demolished. Example number two, the HPRB, BZA, and the Office of Planning will destroy Chinatown heritage with the construction of the I Street apartment development. Monument Realty has mentioned that they have little interest in allowing for retail space for Chinese small businesses. Furthermore, the development will destroy the We Are Chinatown mural on H Street, the first and largest community-centered mural in Chinatown in 40 years. I took my dad to DC Chinatown for the first time last month, and he said that despite all the development and money pouring into displaced residents, the original Chinatown is still finding ways to thrive, and he was surprised. And what you'll find is that longtime DC Chinatown residents will know how to point you to where youth are doing art, home-cooked meals are being served, and where to go to give thanks at the temple. The culture, community, and heritage of DC Chinatown is alive, and it is the job of the Office of Planning, which they have failed to do thus far, to protect. As such, we urge the council to, one, in the case of the H Street Hotel, help residents negotiate a community benefits agreement, and two, deny the I Street apartments with the HPRB approval until Monument Realty engages meaningfully with long-term residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. He. If you could provide us a copy of your statement, that would be helpful. Yannick Omicton?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Committee of the Whole, Chairman Mendelson. It's good to be here today. My name is Yannick Omicton, and I'm testifying as a Ward 2 resident and as an Asian American about the neglect and disservice by the Office of Planning of one of the historic Asian American communities of DC, Chinatown, which has consistently been portrayed as a declining neighborhood, good only for its arena and nothing else. But we have to ask how that portrayal came to be. And the answer lies in the decimation of the Chinese and Black populations that made Chinatown iconic, thriving, truly a community rather than a collection of out-of-place buildings and Chinese signage. When the arena came to town, there were nearly no efforts to ensure that displacement did not occur, besides the construction of Wallach House. And to this day, there's still really nothing. And I know that as part of the comprehensive plan, there's been a small area plan in place for Chinatown since 2009. As a former ANC commissioner for 4 years in Ward 2, I've seen how closely neighborhoods guard their SAP because it's one of the only tools for the community to envision and execute a plan with the DC government for the future of their neighborhood. But in the last 16 years, what progress has been made toward Chinatown's SAP? The SAP for Chinatown calls for ensuring a cluster of authentic businesses for traditional Chinese healing arts, specialty Asian foods, Chinese art galleries. Those are direct quotes from the plan. Other proposals from the plan include an Asian street market festival where residents could buy fresh fruits and vegetables that are culturally significant, offering tax incentives to property owners to lease second floor spaces to Asian cultural professionals. Has any of this occurred? No, none of it has. But that's the government's job to make sure it occurs, right? And especially the Office of Planning, who has seemingly completely abandoned that plan. And the mayor instead, as Ms. Trin already stated, outsourced the long-term planning of the neighborhood from the Office of Planning to the Chinatown Task Force, led by business executives who see Chinatown as a real estate investment and not really a community. We still have time to reverse this trend. The influx of money and attention to Chinatown doesn't have to mean steamrolling the community. The Office of Planning should use its resources for something like a public life study and other planning processes like it did this year in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant. And we're looking forward to engaging with them during the comprehensive plan process to make an actual small area plan that they can implement. Also, council and the Office of Planning should be assisting advocates like the Save Chinatown Solidarity Network, as well as residents of Wallet House, Museum Square, other buildings in Chinatown, in pushing for community benefits agreements for new projects in Chinatown, just like Ms. He was talking about. The community has been calling for preserving the small businesses currently in the buildings that would be raised by the H Street Hotel project. But OP should go even further than that. They should implement a special designation for the Chinatown neighborhood that would automatically require new development to preserve longstanding AAPI-owned businesses and make space for in their developments for new AAPI-owned or AAPI-focused retail and community amenities. OP and the government must exercise its responsibility to guide development in DC for the people. Thank you, Chairman, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Omicton. Cheryl Barnes.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Barnes here representing Chevy Chase Voice with Office of Planning Testimony. How very convenient that the city won't count rent-controlled units and other naturally occurring housing in Ward 3 as affordable housing, in spite of the fact that more voucher holders inhabit Ward 3 units than in any other ward but one. That means thousands of truly affordable housing units are not counted in Ward 3. And that creates a false sense of justification to upzone, densify, and displace thousands of low to moderate income residents and small businesses along the Connecticut Avenue corridor. And why is it that small businesses, many of which are minority owned, are just now becoming aware of the new upzoning that will displace them and cause the loss of livelihoods for them and their employees? In my 20 years as a realtor in DC, I have seen the same displacement played out over and over across the city. If the misguided upzoning plan known as Zoning Case 2325, which we do not have, which we can't appeal as a matter of right, is allowed to continue, allowed to move forward in zip code 20015 Chevy Chase, the neighborhood will succumb to the same blight that other upzone neighborhoods now endure: vacant market rate and luxury units and boarded up for lease big box retail. Rental housing in Chevy Chase is some of the least expensive housing in DC, less expensive than even zip code 20001, which used to be the reverse before upzoning, densification, and displacement. It seems clear to Chevy Chase Voice that the mayor's policies are not designed to promote affordable housing in DC, but more expensive housing, and to rid the city of the burden of low to moderate income residents who do not contribute to a beefy tax base. Rather than creating a haven for those less fortunate citizens, the mayor has some pie-in-the-sky idea that someday lots of wealthy denizens will take up residence in at least 10,000 vacant market rate units existing and in the pipeline. Why would they? Schools are dilapidated. Green space is now concrete or artificial turf containing PFAS, forever chemicals. Crime is a constant. The wealthy people I know are working on exit plans. Is the Office of Planning asleep at the wheel? While they may wish to do the mega developers' bidding, they can't possibly still believe that anyone falls for the inclusionary zoning policy playbook anymore, a program recently discredited by the DC auditor as a dismal failure. When will DC get an adult in the room with real planning credentials who can create a people-friendly city that all people, rich and poor, will want to move to? Council members, Chair, the high-density big box retail is simply not attracting newcomers, and now taxpayers are to be saddled with over $500 million for a new stadium. Office to Anything Planning is not a plan, it's a hoax. Office of Planning, please knock down useless office buildings, bring back beautiful parks, improve schools, libraries, community centers, and other civic resources. Office of Planning has lost credibility with its modus operandi. Thank you.
Chris Otten. Mr.
Hello,
Otten.
Chairman. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can't see you.
Okay, weird.
Yeah, but why don't you proceed?
Can you see me now?
Yes, look beautiful.
Very good. Thank you. Working on it still. I got to get some dental work. Thank God for Bread for the City and some actual human services in the city. It's sort of the opposite of the Office of Planning. If you're really listening here, Councilmember Mendelson, the theme is loud and clear. OP stands for okay for pushing people out. Massive displacement isn't in OP's reports. Massive displacement isn't in their zeitgeist. Massive displacement isn't in their thoughts, their concerns. Maybe over the last 20 years, it's because the same staff has been in the Office of Planning, the same for decades of the same policy and the same displacement. The Jennifer Steingassers of the world, the Joe Lawsons of the world. These are the people pulling levers for the mayor, or whoever mayor at the time, whatever zoning commission at the time. The bottom line is they're okay with massive displacement. They're okay with pushing people out. We hear it in Chinatown. We stand in solidarity with those folks. We hear it up in Ward 1. Ward 1, 25% of the Black population displaced from Ward 1, from the city in the last decade, just the last decade. 1 in 4 folks gone. If the bells are ringing here. Part of this is definitions of affordability under IZ, complete broken. So anytime you hear any policymaker in the room, including old Office of Planning executive directors, when they mention affordable housing, they're talking about affordable housing under IZ and those definitions set in those regs, which means affordable housing for people making $85,000 a year, single professionals. Because the AMI, which is this affordability policy under OP, keeps going up every year. The area median income, as more poor people get pushed out and more people move in, more rich people move in, the AMI keeps going up. It's a hockey stick. I don't know why the Office of Planning doesn't have that data, or maybe they do, and they're just latent racists. We need your oversight on this, council member. I've sent you an email with 2 key policies that should be established and well printed for your review before any amendments to the comprehensive plan. Those 2 policies have to do with public land, our public facilities. Do we have a master list? How much land do we got left? Because guess what? It's all being given away for more luxury housing. We heard about several examples today. Not one family-sized affordable unit in your McMillan Park, sir. In your McMillan Park Reservoir District development. 0. We gave that land away. Not only did we give that 20 acres of land away right there at North Cap in Michigan, we paid the developers to take it from us. That's how bad that deal is. 0 affordable housing in it for families. I'm talking about 3+ bedrooms. So we have a serious breakdown, serious disconnect with the okay with pushing people out agency, OP, and we need your oversight on this. We need you to be harder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otten. Let's see, where are we?
I forgot to ask. I wanted to ask you, Councilmember Mendelson, have you read the IZ report from the auditor?
Not yet.
Okay.
All right, let me see. Do I have some questions? Fine. Actually, I'm going to let Councilmember Lewis George go first.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman. I want to come first to Renee Bowser. Renee, are you still here?
Yes, I am, council member.
Wonderful. Renee, I want to go into your testimony a little bit. How do you see OP operating in a way that would not push out Black and working class families? What can they be doing to ensure that we are not pushing out Black and working class families?
Well, thank you for that question, council member. I worked extensively, I'm a member of Empower DC, worked extensively on the 2021 comp plan. And what we know now, what I learned, is that it's all in the FLUM maps, the future land use maps. And the statute requires an environmental assessment of any proposed changes to look at, and the actual regulations which OP proposed and the council passed to eliminate, but at the time required very detailed information. Why is this change justified? How will it support the goal more than way the comp plan provision read before? You know, to justify it with data gathering, research, and addressing the impacts on the communities where those future land use changes will be made. Now, the 1998 and 2006 comp plan environmental assessments, which were hundreds of pages each, even though the 1998 was just so-called update and the 2006 was a major rewrite, but actually the 2020-21 comp plan made more changes to land use than any of those two prior plans, yet had no discussion or evaluation or research or data gathering. We have to do this to know whether people are being pushed out and how to mitigate against that. But they did none of that. And I think the 1617 U Street is so emblematic of the consequences. They did absolutely no evaluation of how that would impact the neighborhood when that amendment was proposed, because Councilmember Nadeau proposed that amendment to the comprehensive plan, Amendment 8050, 4 days before the first vote. And there was a provision in the regulations that said when something like that happened, the council should delay the vote on that, send it back to the Office of Planning, and for they can review and do an assessment of how it will impact. They never did that. They just passed it. And then when it got to the zoning, see, because OP is an advisor to the council when they give their proposals, and they're also the facilitator to the development to redevelop the land when it's upflowed. And so they never did any assessment on that land at 1617 U Street and 1620 B Street Northwest. But then when it got to the hearing, they told the people there, the neighborhood, Black churches, regular working folks, that, well, we don't have to do it here. We can do it when the permits are issued. So they're really trying to remove the whole process from real evaluation. And so we need to have rules in place for the Office of Planning to do its job, because they admitted they even admitted when you upflum the land, that was a direct quote in my testimony, it impacts the direct and neighborhoods around it. It impacts everything. They admitted that, but then they closed their eyes and not do it. This is what we need to make sure that the Office of Planning is doing. And what was so funny, I was an ANC commissioner during the time of the 2021 amendments. They told us ANCs that our consideration would be given great weight. That's what they told everybody. Because I still have some of the literature, because I went to those meetings on Saturday mornings where they really didn't say anything about the flum map. But let's bypass that. They said we would be given great weight. But then in a case that is against them on the comprehensive plan, they argued to Superior Court Judge Ross that they didn't have to give great weight. And so what is this about? This is like, so my thing is not so much that we just have to have a process that really has some teeth to it, which we don't now, because they just do what they want. They had the gall to say that their 6-page environmental assessment that didn't even mention the overwhelming restructuring of the density of the land in this city, didn't even mention the future land use map. So we've got to hold them, we got to get some regulations that hold them to it
Understood.
in 2025, or it's going to be the same.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. That was very helpful. And explaining both historically what happened and what will happen again if we don't put some regulations or ground rules in. Lastly, Cheryl Barnes, I want to come to you over in for Chevy Chase Voice, if you're still here.
I'm here. Thank you.
Cheryl, I want to come to you. You mentioned a few things. I wanted to ask sort of, you mentioned that right now, rent control apartments aren't considered affordable housing for Ward 3. And what one, have you heard from sort of why they're not, why they haven't been factored in, but also what is the reason you would like those to be factored in?
Yes, thank you. So rent-controlled units and naturally occurring affordable housing are not included in the city's count of quote-unquote affordable housing because the city only counts official inclusionary zoning units. But unfortunately, with upzoning, densification, and displacement, the truly affordable units are eliminated. They're knocked down and, 10-story buildings are put up instead. And what happens is the truly affordable housing disappears. In fact, we know that in Chevy Chase, older buildings are being emptied out by landlords, owners, in anticipation of the upzoning because they know that their property will be worth 3 to 4 times as much as it was before the upzoning. This is true in Chevy Chase and all along the Connecticut Avenue corridor from Woodley Park to Chevy Chase Circle. So we see that the units that are actually less expensive than the new IZ units that are created in Ward 3 are getting ready to be eliminated with the upzoning. And that's because this is all developer driven. It doesn't have anything to do with preserving affordable housing or maintaining a place of safety for low to moderate income residents. It's none of that. That's not part of it.
Got it.
And I think that answers both of your questions. Is that true?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
And then as it relates to sort of Chevy Chase Commons, Park, Library, and Community Center, what role has Office of Planning played in that continued effort that's happening?
That's been an utter farce as far as residents here are concerned. I would classify it as a dog and pony show. In fact, the small businesses all along our business district are literally just now finding out that the upzoning is going to displace their businesses and ruin their livelihoods. And that's just reprehensible. Where is the community engagement? It's missing. The only reason these businesses know that this is getting ready to happen is because Chevy Chase Voice has been working ever since we found out. We're a new grassroots organization. We have been working hard to notify these businesses that this is going to happen. We've seen it happen all across Washington, D.C., and now we're getting ready to see it in zip code 20015. So the community engagement has been sadly lacking. It's been a farce.
Got it. Thank you. I had one more question.
Within your 5 minutes, which you're at 9.
Was it 5 minutes? I didn't know. I didn't know what my time.
One last question.
Okay, it is to Chris. So Chris, don't take a long time here. Chris Otten, what in reading the inclusionary zoning report from the auditor's office, what is sort of, I know I haven't had a chance to look at it and Chairman hasn't either. What's the main point that you want us to take out of the auditor's report from the inclusionary zoning that can help us move forward and for planning to take into consideration?
Thank you, council member. Yeah, here are the key takeaways. 15-year track record. 18,000 people are on the waiting list, 2,000 units of IZ. Most of those are studio 1-bedrooms. There's 4,600 families on the waiting list for 125 family-sized units. Because it's income restricted based on AMI, the AMI is skyrocketing in this city and in the area. And therefore, it's actually, and I heard this at the DEMPED oversight hearing 2 weeks ago, a policy that is a form of modern day redlining, in essence, blocking out folks who make less than $65,000 a year. If you're a working class resident or a family making DC's minimum wage, you will never qualify for an IZ unit. So as far as the people I've been talking to who have read this report from the auditor, IZ is like beyond broken. It is beyond flawed. It's 15 years of no accountability. Most of the units stay vacant. It's an honor system by the developers. Can you believe this? These are the same developers that are colluding that the Attorney General's doing. So I'm just sort of like,
okay. Thank you, Chris.
We got to get past that social housing solution.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Mr. Ott. And I had, I think, 2 or 3 questions. Rebecca Miller, you mentioned a study. When do you expect that will be done?
We are just getting started on the study now, but we're hoping to complete it within a year.
Within a year. So that means next February or December?
Hopefully by the end of the year, yes. December of 2025.
Okay. That would be helpful, not to be impatient, but
it's a pretty expensive study, so we're raising funds for it as well. It's $126,000 to do this study. And so we've been getting commitments from individual organizations across the city. DCPL, of course, is putting in funds. The city has not committed any funds to it. So if you have any laying around, that would be great too. Could maybe move it along a little more quickly.
But I thought your testimony said that you were entering an agreement with Office of Planning.
We are, but there's no funds attached to that agreement.
Oh, that's the best kind of agreement.
I know you like that kind, but I don't. But, we need to have this study done.
And so how are they cooperating?
Well, we've worked together on the outline of the report, and they will be participating and reviewing it as we go along.
Okay, free of charge. That's good. Okay, not to be too obnoxious here, but thank you for that. I had a question for Mr. Roberts, if you're still here, Scott Roberts.
I am here.
Tell me a little bit about how much you interact with the different historic districts. As I recall, you're the head of the Historic Districts Association. Do they is there a representative from each who meets monthly, a year?
Well, the boilerplate text we use is an informal organization, which is pretty telling in itself. So there is no 501c3, there is no website. We don't have a social media engine going. So there are certain, as I mentioned, there are 37 residential historic districts. Some of them have actual organizations that represent them, like Capitol Hill has Capitol Hill Restoration Society. DuPont Circle has a DuPont Circle Conservancy, which represents DuPont Circle Historic District, as well as a small number of ones. Mount Pleasant has the Historic Mount Pleasant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And then a bunch of other historic districts don't have anything. And so it's like I said, an informal group of people and groups who represent the historic districts. Does that help?
Yeah, no,
Just-
that's enough. I just wanted to get a little bit of a sense there. Last question I have for Ms. McCarthy. Can you respond to, are you familiar with the auditor's report, or do you have some sense of it? Can you just speak to these criticisms of inclusionary zoning?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. We got a briefing on the auditor's report a few weeks ago, and it's not aimed at failed planning. It's failures by the Department of Housing and Community Development to respond quickly to openings in inclusionary zoning units. That it takes a very long time for them to conduct a lottery, B, that they do at the end of each year to determine what, first of all, that they don't always follow up with landlords to make sure that the landlords rented the inclusionary zoning units to the people who had been qualified for them. But also at the end of the year, they are supposed, the property managers for those apartment buildings are supposed to check on whether the incomes have increased of those tenants, and also to submit reports to DHCD about whether the inclusionary zoning units are being maintained as inclusionary zoning units. I believe the report found that the 2 inclusionary zoning units in the controversial K-Fritz project at 5333, I think, Connecticut Avenue, Connecticut and Military, that there were 2 IZ units and neither one of them had been actually rented to the people that DHCD had identified as qualified for the project. So it's basically an issue of follow-up and enforcement with regard to IZ. It's ironic that you've heard criticism of IZ because the income levels aren't low enough. But many of the same people who are criticizing IZ are also opposing the development of affordable housing on DC-owned land at the Chevy Chase Library and Community Center. And I know Office of Planning, DIMPED, and others have tried to explain that on private, if you have to pay for private land, which is very valuable in Upper Northwest, it's very hard to then make the project work financially, given the high cost of land. But when you have DC land, you can require housing affordability on the new construction, as Cheryl Court and others have pointed out, the 30% requirement that at least 30% of the residential units have to be provided at highly affordable levels. So, IZ provides more affordable units at no cost to the district. I know you're aware of that, or no cost except for the more appropriate maintenance and screening of residents. And that's one set of affordable housing. But then we have Housing Production Trust Fund to provide housing at deeper levels of affordability. We have the Public Housing Authority that can provide levels at even deeper levels of authority. It's a bunch of arrows in that quiver, and IZ can only fulfill a certain role, and that's what it's designed to do, and that's what it's doing, or will be doing more effectively if DHCD responds effectively to the criticism from the auditor's report.
So you see it as not a failure of the program, but a failure at DHCD?
Yes, when we,
Okay.
the IC regulations were originally created when I was at the Office of Planning. And when we were selling it to
I wasn't
the
looking for a long
development
answer
community.
here. I wasn't looking for a
I-
long
I'm not-
answer. Because I have a whole
Just-
nother, I have the agency, plus I have a whole nother agency and another 40 witnesses, so.
Right. So I was just going to say, when we were explaining to the development community why IZ was not going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg in terms of how we were trying to recover from this 300,000 population loss from the 50s to the 2000s, we said, well, look at it this way. Your inclusionary units, you'll be able to fill them right away because DHCD will have that list ready, and that'll be a fewer number of units that you'll have to worry about marketing. And unfortunately, because of the delays, that has not been the case, but hopefully I think the auditor's report has focused DHCD's attention on it, and hopefully they will be doing better in that respect.
Thank you. I'm going to thank all the witnesses and excuse you and turn to Ms. Cozart, the Director of the Office of Planning.
Good afternoon. Shall I proceed?
Give me a second.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Anita Cozart, and I am the Director of the DC Office of Planning. I am pleased to be here on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to share with the committee OP's accomplishments during fiscal year 2024 and the beginning of fiscal year 2025. OP's mission is to plan for the long-term growth of DC, to work towards a future where all residents can thrive, regardless of income, race, age, or background. OP guides development in the district by engaging residents and stakeholders, performing research, serving as the steward of our historic resources, and conducting land use and zoning analysis. In fiscal year 2024, OP's work focused on planning for DC's distinct neighborhoods, planning for new opportunity areas, telling the stories of our residents, and preparing for DC 2050, the district's next comprehensive plan. In July 2024, the district achieved Mayor Bowser's goal of adding 36,000 new homes by 2025. In FY24, OP completed the Rock Creek West and New York Avenue Northeast planning initiatives, which both focus on adding more homes to the district at different levels of affordability. The Rock Creek West planning initiative laid the groundwork for 10,000 new homes, 2,000 of which could be dedicated affordable in the area of the district that has the least affordable housing. Through extensive engagement with community members, advisory neighborhood commissioners, civic associations, Main Street associations, organizations, the Rock Creek West plans presented recommendations that are rooted in urban design to enhance neighborhood amenities, activate public spaces, and elevate neighborhood history. Last month, the Zoning Commission took final action on OP's zoning amendment to implement the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan. In spring 2025, OP will file zoning amendments to implement the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines and the Wisconsin Avenue Development Framework. In FY24, OP completed planning for New York Avenue, unlocking the potential for 10,000 new homes along the corridor. To mitigate displacement pressures in Ivy City, OP worked with residents, business owners, advisory neighborhood commissioners, and community organizations to develop a small area plan that was approved by council in November 2024. The Ivy City Small Area Plan made recommendations to expand affordable housing opportunities, support home ownership, enhance gathering spaces, and reduce the impact of production, distribution, and repair uses in the neighborhood. In October 2024, OP released a citywide production, distribution, and repair land use report that evaluates the district's current stock of land, much of which is concentrated along New York Avenue Northeast. The report assesses how much of that land we will need in the future and proposes strategies for how to meet those needs. OP will advance zoning for New York Avenue and conduct a broader update of production, distribution, and repair zones in late 2025. Another critical effort that OP leads to advance housing affordability is the Historic Homeowner Grant Program. These grants help low and moderate income homeowners with the costs of repairing their historic homes. In FY24, OP awarded $250,000 in 9 grants to homeowners in historic districts across the city. OP also completed its work with the Kennesaw Apartments as repairs to the building concluded in late 2024. OP conducted 3 community planning efforts this year to promote more vibrant commercial corridors. The Name Hill and Burroughs Corridor Small Area Plan, adopted by Council in November 2024, envisions a mixed-use corridor with retail, housing, accessible green spaces, and stronger pedestrian connections and multimodal connections. The Small Area Plan also recommends celebrating the corridor's history by creating new commemorative works, cultural events, and amenities to make the area a destination. Across the district, in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant, OP has been working with the community to develop a vision and framework for public life, vending, and design, which will be released in the coming weeks. The report offers recommendations to promote a vibrant, flexible, and accessible public realm that enhances neighborhood identity and balances the needs of all users. This past month, OP kicked off public engagement for the Rhode Island Avenue Northeast Planning Study, which will examine the corridor's retail market, public realm, housing, and other land use opportunities between 13th Street Northeast and Eastern Avenue. OP anticipates finalizing the study later this year. In FY 24 and 25, OP is focused on place-based planning, urban design, and public space activation for opportunity areas to advance the district's comeback, including downtown, North Capitol Crossroads, Poplar Point, and the RFK site. In February 2024, OP released the Downtown Public Realm Plan, which shared a bold vision to harness one of DC's greatest assets, its public space. The plan introduced catalytic projects to draw people back to downtown DC through the transformation of parks, plazas, streets, and sidewalks. In January 2025, OP issued nearly $2 million in Streets for People grants to the downtown DC and Golden Triangle Business Improvement Districts to begin implementing the 2 projects. This includes installing art sculptures, interactive art, and a cooling canopy around Farragut Square, as well as activating the Tech World Plaza at the northern edge of Gallery Place, Chinatown, with a series of public events and new artwork, seating, and landscaping. The historic Green Triangle vision was introduced in the Downtown Action Plan and Downtown Public Realm Plan as an opportunity to reimagine Farragut, McPherson, and Lafayette Squares and the connections between them. In fall of 2024, OP collaborated with the National Park Service, the American Society of Landscape Architects, DC's Department of Parks and Recreation, and Department of Transportation, as well as the National Capital Planning Commission, and our Golden Triangle and downtown bids to host a design workshop. It included world-renowned architects and created some conceptual designs and a foundation for future funding and construction. OP is working with the National Park Service to advance this work. In December 2024, OP released Reimagining North Capitol Crossroads, a transformational vision for the area surrounding the McMillan Reservoir. The report draws from the history of the area and the stories and perspectives of its residents. This included OP's first podcast, District Crossroads, which documented interviews with neighborhood residents and historians. The report contains guiding principles for future development in the area that seek to connect neighborhoods, expand public access, honor local history, leverage area institutions, and prioritize equity and diversity. The vision will inform the discussion of future land use, urban design, historic preservation, and economic development policies in the next comprehensive plan. This fiscal year, OP is collaborating with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development on 2 exciting planning efforts along the Anacostia River. In Ward 8, a master plan and environmental assessment for Poplar Point will complete the transfer of this federal land to the district, laying out a plan for a mixed-use community with new amenities, preserved natural spaces, and connections to surrounding neighborhoods. On the other side of the river, of the Anacostia River in Ward 7, the district now has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to redevelop the former RFK Stadium site. OP, in partnership with DEMPED will create a land use plan and zoning necessary to facilitate development at the site. Together, these sites have the opportunity to bring thousands of new homes to the district, spur economic development, and create a world-class waterfront park system along the previously inaccessible portions of the Anacostia River. A key part of OP's work is elevating the history and culture of DC's communities, particularly communities that have been historically underrepresented. In alignment with the Diverse Washingtonians Act, OP's Commemorate DC program facilitated the design of 4 new memorials in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8 to honor the profound impacts of Black Washingtonians. In November 2024, the Commemorative Works Committee approved the conceptual designs, which honor the DC Caribbean Carnival, the enslaved people who built the U.S. Capitol, Black entrepreneurs of Deanwood, and Mayor Marion Barry's Summer Youth Employment Program. The subject and design concepts were informed with extensive community feedback. Earlier this month, OP opened voting for 2 new commemorative work subjects, which will be followed by the development of community-informed designs this spring. OP has continued its work to ensure that preservation efforts reflect DC's diverse communities. In February 2024, OP released blackhistorymap.dc.gov, an interactive map of nearly 300 sites associated with Black history and culture in the city. Building off the success of that website, OP has continued to explore how we can share historical research in engaging ways. For example, we've also developed an interactive website that tells the story of the National Training School for Women and Girls and its founder, Nannie Helen Burroughs, to complement the school's nomination to the DC Register of Historic Places. OP has also conducted context studies of underrepresented communities to inform nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. In FY24, OP completed context studies on women's suffrage and the Chinese American and Korean American communities. In FY25, OP is working on context studies on the Latino community and affordable housing for Black residents. By 2050, DC is projected to have 845,000 residents and 1 million jobs. DC 2050, the district's next comprehensive plan, will be an opportunity for all of us to work together to establish measurable goals and clear priorities for our future. OP is taking an innovative and strategic approach to DC 2050 that will result in clearer policies that allow the district to be responsive in the face of change. OP will launch the engagement process in the coming weeks and will submit DC 2050 to Council by June 2027. And we look forward to working with Council throughout the process. In conclusion, I want to recognize OP staff for their continued hard work in service of district residents. I would also like to thank the residents and stakeholders who have engaged with OP in the past year. If you have any interest in learning more about OP's work, you can visit planning.dc.gov or call 202-442-7600. Last, I would like to thank the committee for this opportunity to discuss OP's work today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Director Kozar. In response to our pre-hearing question number 39, you provided expected completion dates for a number of planning studies. Can you provide more detail on the timeline for the next comp plan? There's a couple of things there. So the Rhode Island planning study is expected to be completed before October 1st.
That's correct.
And Poplar Point before, it says third quarter of FY26, so that means March of 2026.
That, just one second. So that would be, it would be in the third quarter. I'm not sure that it's March.
I said before March 31st.
So our estimated completion is January 2026.
And then the comp plan, June 2027.
Correct.
And the kickoff for that, I hate to use that term, the process will start.
In the coming weeks, in the next 2 weeks.
So the next 2 weeks would be February 28th, March 7th?
No later than.
Speaking of which, there was a lot of testimonies, more around the Office of Zoning about racial equity tools and ensuring, among other things, community participation. Have there been lessons learned over the last couple of years that will inform the comp plan process?
Certainly. So I think one of the big lessons learned is around kind of outreach. And we've developed a number of tools, one through our own kind of research, but also talking with the community about different approaches that work. And so we're going to take that same approach as we go into DC 2050. And we'll be doing engagement in person. We'll be doing engagement online. We'll be sharing quarterly what the results of those engagement will be on our website, and at meetings that we have, people will understand who's coming to meetings and what we've been hearing, and we will share our quarterly report throughout the process of developing DC 2050.
According to answer 40 of the pre-hearing questions, for the current fiscal year, 19% of the historic homeowner grant funding has been expended. Although this is 1/3 of the way through the fiscal year. And despite the fact that you expended all of the funds in FY '24, have applications slowed for this program? Or is Office of Planning holding on to the funds? Or holding on to the awards? Or is there something else going on that a third of the year, way through the year, only 20% of the funds have been expended?
So it's really about getting the required application materials from the homeowners, and that can take time. It takes time for homeowners to track down a contractor and get the contractor to send the estimates and put together all the information. For some, this is means qualified, and so pulling together that information is something as well. But I wouldn't say that our applications have slowed. I would say that we can expect an uptick certainly in this spring construction season for awards going out the door.
Well, do you, after you expend all the funds in a fiscal year, do you then stop and then restart? So, I mean, I would think that homeowner Jones applies in July, the funds are depleted, but their application is there to be ready on October 1st. Or you've completed all the funding in July and you say to homeowner Jones, don't talk to us until October 1st.
So if once homeowner Jones puts together an application and they're in the queue, if we do expend all the funds in that fiscal year, we start in the next fiscal year with homeowner Jones. That may mean that homeowner Jones, by the lapse in that time, may have to get updated information about the contractor bid, that kind of thing, right? And so that may mean that on October 15th, they're not necessarily ready to go because they need to re-up some of their materials. But we don't restart a queue. We keep a queue and go back to homeowners who've expressed interest in it.
So your testimony is that the applications will just simply, the approvals will simply ramp up over the course of the fiscal year?
Yes.
I have another question. Give me a second. Can I get you to say more about the planning efforts for downtown? My question here is, given the downturn in office utilization, and now given the possibility that the arena, well, that's last year's question, with the arena, last year's question, can you say more about planning efforts to revitalize downtown? And I know you spoke to it.
Sure. I think to go a bit more in depth, one of the things that I would say is that just hearing some of the witness testimony, I would say that our downtown public realm plan was one where we really worked to think about how kind of things that are in kind of the purview of the district, in the purview of OP, really thinking about kind of our public spaces and how they interact with potential new development downtown as an important amenity, both for residents who are there now, as well as our visitors that we have and tourists that we have, and really thinking about how to elevate kind of history and culture and to allow for more of the kinds of events that a number of the witnesses talked about in terms that bring life and vitality and places to gather for people. So that was highlighted in our 4 catalytic projects. And we are moving forward with those projects. And part of the implementation of that is through our Streets for People grants, because they're happening in the places that we identified in that public realm plan as needing some additional, whether it's public space infrastructure, whether it's additional programming, and that's something that can be carried out by business improvement districts who have experience in this area.
Could you, as a follow-up to this hearing, give us a list of the Streets for People projects, grants, however you want to put it, for the, let's see, how long is that just this year or last year?
So we had, it's been, I guess, total 3 years, but yes, Chairman, I will send you a list of those projects. And we also have a video as well that we'd be happy to share.
Well, it's true. I can't imagine anything I'd rather do than watch this rather than a good Western on TV at night, but give us a list.
We will.
And if you want to just describe a little bit what the grant was, so not just a list that says Project A, but that Project A was a 2-day barbecue, whatever.
We'll include that narrative, yes,
And
Mr.
how far
Chairman.
back are you willing to go?
To the beginning of the program.
Okay. Can you speak to the testimony that you heard regarding Chinatown?
Sure. So through our downtown public realm plan, we spent time with an array of folks, but one of the focus areas was Chinatown. And part of that was we were bringing in kind of the work that we do as it relates to the Chinatown design guidelines. So one of the people who testified referenced the small area plan. The small area plan informed another piece, which is the Chinatown design guidelines that really speak to that kind of public realm experience, as well as the architecture of buildings and how that is to kind of represent Chinese culture. And so one of the things that's in our purview at OP is to manage the approval of the kinds of public space permits and other things that are in the Chinatown design guidelines boundary. And so we use that Chinatown design guidelines document to do that. We're actually right now in the process of making some updates to that, both the streetscape regulations as well as those guidelines. And I wrote down as the next step for our team is to follow up with all the folks who testified to make sure that if they have not already weighed in with their points of view around those regulations and guidelines, that we do that. That said, that was, kind of having a focus on the culture and making sure that our public space reflects that. was part of the work that we did in the downtown public realm. And I can send this as a follow-up, but I'm quite sure that we had some interpretation and translation that to ensure that our outreach reached kind of the broadest set of people that we could.
Some of the testimony was that Chinatown is, how do I want to put this, not as robust with residents and Chinese businesses. What can the city or Office of Planning or the city do to try to attract more Chinese residents or businesses?
So the business attraction is not in our purview. We don't have any authority to do that, or resources or staffing to do that. That said, we do certainly coordinate and work with other district agencies like the Department of Small and Local Business Development. Business retention and attraction is certainly something that the Downtown Business Improvement District thinks about. And, you know, in my capacity, I'm happy to raise this issue and do some asking around of my colleagues about kind of what is that strategy and how that might, and how OP can do something to support that.
Let me shift subjects. How many FTEs do you have? 78? Does that sound right?
That sounds right. Yes.
And how many vacancies do you have?
Chairman, I'm proud to say only one.
Okay, now the Schedule A you sent us said no vacancies, but
So we sent you a Schedule A, and there is the vacancy is out. So there's been one other, is it vacant? Is it vacant? Okay, so Chairman, my statement is that we have 0 vacancies as of today.
I'm looking at somebody who was saying you have one that was recent.
So can we move to another question, and then and my colleagues can follow up and see whether or not I need to revise my statement?
Well, I think the real question is the next agency to come has like a 17% vacancy rate. How is it that you have like basically 0% vacancy rate?
Because I have a staff who is deeply every day waking up thinking about driving down our vacancy rate. That's not to say that Department of Buildings is not, but I'm most familiar with our staff.
Is that pretty typical though, that your vacancy rate is this low?
No, that's why I was so happy to announce it to you. Because it's something we have struggled with in the past, definitely.
Okay. In response to question 36, which has to do with CBE spending, can you explain why so little of the expendable budget seems to be with CBEs?
So what I will say is this: in FY23, we spent just about half of our budget with CBEs. And that was, I'm sorry, you said not CBEs?
Yes,
specifically?
I said CBEs.
Okay, just one second.
So according to this, 50% of your expendable budget was spent on CBEs in FY23, 12.4% in FY24.
Thank you for clarity on the question. So the issue is that is in kind of recording, end of year recording. And this may be surprising, but getting those records reconciled at the end of the after the fiscal year, the next fiscal year starts, it takes a while. And so my guesstimate is that by May of 2025, based on kind of what happened with FY23 reconciliation, We should have a higher number than that and much closer to the SBE spending goal that's there.
Well, do you track it yourself or do you just rely on DSLBD? And when I say, so DSLBD is going to be the official number, but are you able to say today, well, our internal calculations, we think it's around 48%, 40, 50%? Or do you have to just rely entirely on DSLBD?
We have to rely on DSLBD.
And this is not you because you're not DSLBD, but I'll just note that if DSLBD cannot get you the fourth quarter figures, and this is February, which is 5 months after the fiscal year ended, that's kind of pathetic. Historic Preservation Review Board. My question is, are there currently any vacancies? But I know you have at least one.
Yes.
How many do you have?
It's a total of 3.
Is that a definite answer or are you looking?
That is a definite answer.
And do you have a sense of when the nominations will come to us?
Not at this time. I'll use this opportunity to say that we really appreciate people who want to serve the public in the capacity of board members. And so we encourage you, if you're listening, please reach out to us. We're doing our best to recruit members. It's a big, as you noted from the last panel, it's a lot of time. And so we have to find people who are able to do it amongst other things that they have to do.
There are some new members on the board now.
Yes.
Because my next question is, can you discuss whether the board has come up to speed and whether there are any backlogs or delays in their work?
Board members are definitely up to speed. We provide annual training to board members, and whether you are a new board member or not. And we don't have a backlog, or what I would characterize as a backlog.
Well, I could characterize a backlog as 60 days or longer to issue a decision. I don't know, the decisions are in writing?
I'm going to ask our State Historic Preservation Officer, David Maloney, because I want you to get the answer that you're looking for, and I think he can provide.
Well, I want the answer that's clear, not the one I'm looking for. Mr. Maloney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
When HPRB makes a decision, is it reduced to writing?
No, well, yes, there is a report of board actions that is posted on the website. And of course, the transcript of the hearing, the video transcript of the hearing is also available. And the video itself is also available on the website. But the report of board actions comes out maybe in a week.
And so those are all current?
They're all current as far as I know, yes.
And if I was an applicant before HPRB, I would not walk away with a piece of paper. I would walk away with just a yes or no at the decision meeting.
Correct. At the decision, at the hearing, the board has its deliberations, has a discussion, makes a motion. The motions are typically very clear. And then the substance of the motion is translated into the report of their actions, which is posted on the website. So that is available within a week or so after the meeting.
Okay, so that's how it can be that you don't have a backlog.
Correct. And I'm confused with the question of why it would take, someone questioning why it might take 60 days, because that's not the case at all.
Because
Okay.
I just lived through, you didn't live through the Office of Zoning testimony.
Okay, great. No, we are much quicker about
Where
posting
they have some
immediately.
cases going back to 2017 that still don't have an order.
I take your point now. And I think the difference is that their hearings are not contested case hearings. They're not legal official orders coming out the way that the zoning has to do. Ours are simply a report of their recommendations to the mayor. So it is written in ordinary language. A lawyer doesn't have to write it. We just prepare it with the chair.
Well, yeah, but I'm an applicant before the HPRB. I want to replace the windows in my house. You
Right.
say, you being the HPRB, say yes or no.
Right.
You say yes, I go to the Department of Buildings,
Right.
they look somewhere for the permission. Presumably, they double check me.
Right. Most things that the HPRB does are concept reviews, so they're not tied directly to permits. But the permits that ensue when the applicant is ready and gets their permit applications into the system, we sign off on those electronically in the DOB permit system.
So that's how that happens.
Yes.
Which I sort of know, but I'd forgotten. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Cozart, can you respond to the auditor's report on inclusionary zoning?
I'm not in a position to because I have not reviewed it carefully. What I will say is that my understanding is that most of those are most of what's in the report is about the administration of the program, and the Office of Planning and our staff have little involvement in the administration of it outside of sharing data and analysis that might be at the requests of those who are in charge of administering.
Sure. I guess I asked a question because there were a number of witnesses, as you heard, who said that the program's been a failure. And from a policy perspective, they would suggest that the program is not working, it's bad policy. But then if it's really about implementation, then that's not about the policy, it's more about the implementation. That's why I was asking if you could respond. You don't have to say more. Let me move on. How do you promote 10,000 new housing units in the New York Avenue corridor while maintaining adequate PDR, which, as you said in your statement, quote, much of which, unquote, is on New York Avenue?
So we do that by some very careful planning. And that'll be part of the analysis that goes into proposals related to zoning along New York Avenue. When the council adopted the 2021 comprehensive plan, it included a mix of PDR and other commercial uses along New York Avenue. In order to effectuate that through by right development, there needs to be zoning categories that are appropriate to that. And a big part of that is drawing from that PDR report that every kind of production, distribution, and repair use is not the same, does not have the same impacts on nearby residents, does not have the same impacts as it relates to traffic or infrastructure or otherwise. So by doing those kind of specialized zones, it can take into account the information that we've gotten from that particular report and kind of make recommendations about what makes sense in terms of zoning categories for that area.
So it's your intention that the new zoning categories that would be a mix of residential and PDR would be developed?
As well as commercial.
Yes, but the point being new zoning categories.
Yes, that's correct.
My last question has to do with commemorative works or commemorative works committee. How is the committee functioning, and can you say more about the 4 new memorials you spoke of?
Sure, I'm happy to. The committee is functioning really, really well. We really appreciate the committee members that we have in place, and the Commemorate DC program is something that we've frankly had a good time with. And really enjoyed because it really kind of helps to kind of bridge past, present, and future. And in terms of the 4 projects, they are have been approved by the Commemorative Works Committee as concept designs. And so it was a partnership between an artist and also a landscape architect which is going to be the same landscape architect that we work with for this fiscal year, to have community engagement events. Some of those are your traditional ones, like we had one at Emory Heights Recreation Center for the Ward 4 project. And we also went down to the DC Caribbean Carnival and tabled there and got people's input and feedback about the designs. Did something very similar in wards for the projects in wards 5, 7, and 8. And I have to say, I think it was something that in particular, if we think about Ward 7, it's along Nanny Helen Burroughs. It gives us this opportunity for implementation of that small area plan. The one that's in Ward 8 is very close by the Congress Heights small area plan area. And so that is also an implementation action for us. The next step for us is really to try to work with the community-based organizations that are really invested in these projects to raise some resources to be able to have them constructed.
So Office of Planning hosted some community meetings to come up with these ideas. They got refined. Now there are 4 specific proposals, and the funding will be raised privately?
That's correct.
Okay. And then come to the council?
And then come to the council, yes, after the Commemorative Works Committee approves the final designs, yes, they will come to the council.
Okay. Councilmember Lewis George, did you have any questions? Well, I'm done.
All right. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I want to start with some questions. I sent an email to Office of Planning back in, it's gonna come up in a second. Request for action regarding group homes. I sent it back on March 29th. It was a letter addressed to you all regarding questions around sort of group homes, concentration of group homes in certain neighborhoods. So it was March 29th. I think you all did reply and say you would get back to me, but then I didn't have anyone get back to me. What we are dealing with is in particular in neighborhoods in Ward 4, Brightwood, Petworth, and Lamont Riggs, has many group homes than other areas of the ward, and especially in comparison to other neighborhoods in other parts of the city. And so since 2006, the concentration in group in Ward 4 has increased. And yet I was troubled to learn that OP no longer compiles geolocation data on group homes in the district. And so at first I wanted to understand why you all don't compile geolocation data on group homes in the district. And that the land use element of the 2021 comp plan did not mention group homes.
So I would have to check on your second question. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, about not having a mention of group homes. My recollection is that there may have been a terminology change. I don't think that there was kind of a removal of any mention of it. In terms of geolocation, just 1 minute. So, Councilmember Lewis George, I don't have the answer right now, but I'm committed to sending a follow-up message to you.
Okay.
Answering that question and any others that have come up. I apologize that we hadn't been in touch with you as a follow-up to our previous correspondence.
Great. I appreciate that. I think what's happening is many neighbors in my Lamont Riggs community, Lamont particularly, feel like there's just heavy concentration specifically in our neighborhoods and there and in Brightwood and Petworth as well. And office has been trying to get a sense of where are all of the different types of group homes, because there's different types. It's not just Where are they in the city? And there's no place that has sort of a map of where all of these are located for us to truly see if we are being disproportionately concentrated in those particular areas, which is what the community at large feels is happening, particularly for us. So a response to the letter would give me the answers to those questions. I want to ask about the Chevy Chase Civic Corps. I know it's on the Ward 3 side, but as you may imagine, I have been heavily involved on the Ward 4 side because of the neighbors of Hawthorne, Chevy Chase, and Barney Woods. In order for that land, which I don't think meets the definition for being surplus because it still has public usage. Do you believe that, I guess my question is sort of the definition or what OP is seeing as a definition of still necessary for public usage. What is that definition as you all understand it to be?
So as we understand it to be, particularly in the case of Chevy Chase, there's still a need for a library and recreational center and that outdoor recreational space. That's our understanding of what's necessary. And that is reflected in the document that we put out, the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan.
Okay. So I guess, can it be possible, since everyone recognizes that that's still needed for public use, for us to then as a district surplus that land? Like, do you believe that we can surplus it given everyone's agreement that it still has public use?
So this is where I would probably, I don't have in-depth knowledge of how the surplus disposition process and the laws and regulations around that. I'm not as steeped in that. However, I'm happy to provide a follow-up as it relates to that. My understanding of the process is that it allows for the goals that we have in terms of civic uses to be realized in concert with private sector development. That it's essentially a vehicle for a public-private partnership. And since while the district is in the business of building civic spaces, the district is not in the business of, we are in the business of promoting and facilitating more homes and more housing, but we do not construct it as a district. So my understanding of the process is to allow the realization of the things that are in the small area plan for the Civic Corps.
Got it. And that actually naturally leads to my other question, which is I propose that the district do actually engage in the practice of creating housing that we need versus relying solely on the private industry and the market to deliver the affordable housing needs that we have. Is that something that planning has looked into researching as far as the development of, and in our goals of creating affordable housing, how much more effective we could be if we as a district took ownership over, not ownership, but in concert with private and market, creating the affordable housing we need? And by affordable housing, I mean the amount and the type, like, 3 bedrooms, family housing.
Councilmember Lewis George, if you would indulge me, I'm not quite certain I understand your question.
As we look as a district to our goals for creating affordable housing, as you noted, in order to do that, we've looked at sort of partnerships with private entities and sort of what you all were trying to or proceed with the Civic Corps, creating affordable housing with our other amenities. What I'm saying is the district, what I proposed and had legislation for around social housing was the district taking ownership as well and creating the affordable housing we need, because we don't have to use profit we don't have to think of profit if we create some of our own housing in that regard. So I just wanted to see, is planning involved in the conversation of what the research potentials could be for us creating the type of and the amount of affordable housing we need through that venue?
So we have not been engaged in a conversation about the level of specificity that you're talking about the types and the levels, but certainly we have awareness as it relates to kind of the social housing conversation. I think the kind of things for us to understand and learn is what does that mean for an agency that is engaged around land use policy, zoning policy, urban design, et cetera. Does that change the approach? Does that structure fundamentally change the approach? That's still kind of a question that we need to answer for ourselves.
Understood. I hope that planning will join in with the with its other partner agencies that do that work to see if whether that's a viable option for us to pursue as a city, given the failures that we have seen to meet those needs from the public's opinion as we move forward. I want to ask about what your intentions are as we plan for the next comp plan for community engagement. What are the plans for community engagement, and how do you see the council and council members being a part of that as well?
Certainly would welcome council members to be a part of that, extending the reach that we have as our office. We would welcome that. So we'll be reaching out to your offices, particularly with your kind of community liaisons, to let them know as we start having meetings. We expect to have meetings in person. We expect to have virtual engagement. We expect to have opportunities for people to meet with and ask a planner a question at different community festivals that will be happening in the spring. We're happy to come to ward-based leadership meetings that happen. If that's something that you're interested in, just let us know. We're happy to send staff for that. And we're also, this is an open invitation, if there's, as we roll out, and if there's some idea related to outreach that you know of and you see we're not doing it, please call us up and suggest it to us. We're very open to that.
Great. Are you all going to do I don't know what the budget will be for you all, but because this is so important and people are not as informed about it, what are how are you guys going to incorporate educating the community about what the comprehensive plan is, what it does? You all have to, I think, take the proactive approach here in making sure residents of the district understand, and then as a result of understanding, weigh in from that base of understanding.
Absolutely correct, Councilmember. Yes, it is our leadership role to do that. And so certainly, as I mentioned, kind of OP hosted meetings, but we'll also be going out to ANCs. I do want to say that in the amendment process, one of the things that we had is that we asked ANCs to, if you would like to have a resolution expressing what it is that your reaction to the amendments, that if you write us a letter, we'll write back and tell you what are the things in there that we think we can incorporate, and what are the things that we think we might not need to incorporate, either because it's already in that draft or because it's inconsistent with the goals. And so that's our commitment. That was our commitment then. That's our commitment going forward for DC 2050.
Great. As we look towards it, I think some engagement like potentially we use mailers a lot in the district to get information across. Some sort of form of a mailer. I know those are expensive, but I'm accounting for a mailer. I think it's something, or putting it in a local newspaper or on local news in some fashion. Community meetings in every, there should be a community meeting, in my opinion, in every ward. Every ward is so different that merging them together is not a good way to get a good feedback. And ensuring language access is going to be a part of that as well, would be critical and important. So as you all look forward to it, those are the things that I hear from my community that they would like to. And a lot of times, if you rely on just the ANCs, it doesn't always automatically get to all of our constituents. So that's why I'm encouraging some type of mail, radio, text, or some form of real community outreach in that respect. You've heard a lot today about racial equity, and what our community sees and comes to me and says is Office of Planning is complicit in the displacement that has occurred in the district. How does OP respond to what the community feels as your complicitness in, and they feel it's complicit either because you all haven't released the research, or maybe you didn't, there wasn't the data there, or that they believe you are sort of just on the agenda of the executive and not actually considering community feedback. What is OP's response, and sort of how do you ensure that you're not participating in what they believe is complicitness in mass displacement of Black and Latinx residents in the district?
So related to our mission, it really is about engagement. It is about land use analysis. It's about preservation. And these are all of these things are part of our mission, and we have strategies associated with all of them. I've talked pretty extensively about kind of our engagement strategies. One of the things that I'll add is that for this comprehensive plan, we're going to be, as we reach out to folks, I think one of the testifiers asked about, do you know the demographics of the people who are participating? As part of the DC 2050, we will be allowing people to opt in to share that, so we can analyze how we're doing as it relates to our outreach and make changes as it relates to that. In terms of land use and zoning, we're certainly committed to updates that may need to be made to the racial equity tool. We're also very committed and very open to ideas about how we do our place-based planning, our citywide planning, and some of our work around advising the zoning commission around issues related to racial equity. And so we remain open to those ideas. And if we're not capturing the best practices, we want to hear from people about that. I would say in terms of preservation, I think, and heritage, that's something that I think we have a great deal of strength in, and frankly don't get a lot of recognition for. And understanding that cultural displacement is not the same as economic or physical displacement. I would say that I think that we're using the tools that we have today the best that we can. I do also think that that our agency is kind of aligned with the approach of the mayor, that ways to stabilize rents, ways to start to put a dent into severe cost burdens that families are experiencing, is to provide more capacity in our city for more homes. That's fundamentally a driver, and will continue to be a driver. And that is, and coupling that with other strategies related to displacement, I think that the district has a significant amount of investment and policies in place to be able to address displacement. That said, there's more to do, clearly, because people are still experiencing it, and we are clear-eyed about that. And so it's about expanding the tools, understanding how to do better with that, and working with other agency partners around that, as well as those in the non-government and private sector.
Got it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Cozart.
Thanks to both of you.
We're going to turn to the Department of Buildings. And we have a number of witnesses before we get to the government. Chuck Elkins, Meg Rogensack, Eleni Christidis, who's supervising attorney at Legal Aid, Herman Rip Preston, Thandika Taharaka, Mr. Preston, come forward. And you are, okay, so you're going to speak for Rip. We may not have seats. Let's see how it goes. And you are, yes. Yes, please. Dandika, please come forward. McKenna Osborne. Let me see, is Mimi Noorani in person or, okay. Mimi Noorani, Martin Holmes, Mommy Preston, Valerie Jablo, Sabrina Rhodes, Farah Fossey. I'm going to stop there. All right, Mr. Elkins, I almost said commissioner. You are still a commissioner. Commissioner Elkins.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am ANC Commissioner for 3D01, and I'm here to ask the council to initiate a comprehensive examination of DOB's actions to ensure the safety of residential construction. In particular, construction involves structural changes to building sites where there are common walls between residences. 4 other district taxpayers and I have produced a comprehensive 67-page report on this problem, which is attached to my testimony after we've had numerous meetings with DOB staff. Here's what I would hope to persuade you of today. First, the DOB is failing to keep us safe with regard to these structural changes. Second, that we need someone to take the lead in fixing this, and we believe that is the council. Third, the council's work last year to address some of these problems, while well-intended, we believe has been piecemeal, and in contrast, our report has 36 recommendations for changes across a whole comprehensive set of areas of DOB, including permit review, inspection, enforcement, neighbor notification, and response to complaints. And fourth, we believe the first step for the council to take is to establish a working group of experts to advise the council on this complex matter. Let me just then elaborate on these 4 points. You already know that DOB is failing in this regard, so I won't elaborate upon my written testimony in our report. We need someone to lead. We had hoped DOB would lead as we went through a series of meetings with them. No luck so far in that regard. The Construction Codes Coordination Board, CCCB, which is about ready to send their recommendations forward to the council, is not leading, and some would say is part of the problem. That leaves the council to lead, and we're asking the council to commit to taking the lead on a comprehensive approach to this problem, thereby expanding the council's engagement and commitment on this issue already. We know you have many things to do, especially right now with the upcoming budget. And so we're suggesting that you ask Blaine Stum to convene a working group of experts in this field in a manner similar to how he led a similar successful work group on vacant and blighted properties. We believe the issue is too complex for the council to handle through just a series of oversight hearings. The issue needs, we believe, a work group of experts. Mr. Chairman, Director Hanlon needs your help to fix this problem. I have personally run programs at the federal level as large as DOB, and I know from experience that no matter how much a director of a large agency wants to change an agency, he needs help from the outside. In this case, your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and highly qualified engineers and architects from around the region who have shown over and over again that they know how to conduct these kind of projects safely, and therefore can give some advice. So we leave with this question: how many more people will have to die, and how many more homeowners will have to have their most valuable asset, their home, be damaged because DOB is failing in its primary mission to keep the people of the district safe? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Elkins. Meg Rogensack.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Meg Rogensack, DuPont Circle resident and the former chair of ANC2B. And my remarks are going to focus on residential construction permitting, oversight, and enforcement, specifically with reference to projects involving structural or geotechnical work that affect the integrity of shared structures and effectively are high risk and require special attention. DOB's process falls short, prioritizing building over safety. It's terrible public policy, encouraging and abetting predatory, risk-taking, corner and cost-cutting developers. Other jurisdictions have managed to enable development without collateral loss of life and building collapse. I urge the Council to establish an expert work group to recommend and support adoption of comprehensive reforms. And I am part of the group that Commissioner Elkins referenced in terms of preparing the report. This group can start with the mayor's own safety initiatives that were announced 5 years ago following a collapse at 916 Kennedy Street Northwest, in which a worker's spine was crushed. Had the mayor's initiatives been implemented, they likely would have saved the life of Edgar Cifuentes Lopez, who was killed just 2 months ago in a similar collapse at 1111 V Street Northwest. In both cases, in response to safety concerns, DOB took a business as usual approach, citing permits and inspections. I've spent a good bit of my time as ANC chair dealing with these concerns, and I know this from personal experience. Unfortunately, corner and cost-cutting projects on each side of my row house destabilized the foundations and caused flooding and other extensive damages that could have been easily avoided, are extremely costly to repair, and incredibly disruptive to my life and work. I sought help from the agency, but they shrugged off my experts' assessments. And this just enabled the developers to stonewall efforts at settlement and to threaten me actually with a nuisance lawsuit. Council's well-intentioned efforts to address these challenges, the general contractor licensing bill and insurance reform law, missed the mark. They're too piecemeal and narrow. These are systemic challenges that need a more focused, expert-led, and coordinated approach in which Council takes an active oversight role. DC is not alone in viewing residential construction as an engine of growth, but it stands alone in prioritizing building at the cost of safety, and bad developers are having a field day. Edgar Cifuentes paid for these misguided policies with his life. The Council should waste no time in standing up an independent expert task force and overseeing DOB reforms to make DOB's statutory mission of building safely for the benefit of all DC residents a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rogensack. Eleni Christidis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I'm a DC resident and a supervising attorney in the Housing Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid's housing unit represents low-income DC renters in defending against eviction and in securing their right to healthy, safe, and habitable housing. Every day, our attorneys and legal support staff work with tenants dealing with mold, mice, cockroaches, leaks, lack of heat, and other housing code violations. We also work with and represent groups of tenants in building-wide matters. Far too often, we see properties that landlords have allowed to fall into disrepair. We believe this is due to a lack of meaningful incentives or agency enforcement. Put simply, landlords don't fear DOB, and tenants feel they can't count on DOB to protect them. DOB's ineffective enforcement erodes DC's affordable housing ecosystem. When tenants are displaced by poor conditions, it chips away at the limited stock of truly affordable housing in DC. I do want to highlight some of the positive things DOB is doing and that we want to see continue. DOB transferred over $20 million in unpaid fines to the Central Collections Unit, a nearly 7-fold increase from the prior fiscal year. DOB says it has implemented most of the committee's recommendations from its 2024 report on its broken inspections process. DOB is more transparent and more open to feedback, as evidenced by enhancements to its public dashboard, clear reporting of abatement data in its annual report, and by regularly convening the Built Environment Working Group, of which Legal Aid is a part. DOB also says it is doing outreach to seniors and Spanish-speaking communities, something we want to hear more about and see expanded further. While these points are encouraging, DOB needs to use other tools to obtain landlord compliance when they violate the law. First, DOB and DLCP need to enforce existing clean hands laws against landlords, which require non-renewal of licenses where a landlord has outstanding fines for NOIs above a certain threshold. In addition, the council should pass the Do Right by DC Tenants Act, which would target landlords with the most serious housing code violations for license suspension and non-issuance. Second, DOB and the council should explore ways for DOB to impose fines directly, potentially through an in-house informal hearing process. We envision this as an expansion of DOB's alternative resolution team, but one that would include tenants in the hearing process. DOB and the council should explore the possibility of a rent escrow that tenants can use pending resolution of a DOB hearing. Third, we agree with the committee's report that DOB should rely more on in-person verification of abatement. The main way DOB verifies abatement is through landlord-submitted proof, which is vulnerable to falsification. DOB should do more in-person re-inspections, audit abatements that are based on landlord proof, and impose harsher consequences for landlords who submit fake proof of abatement, including referring them to OAG. Finally, DOB needs to create a user-friendly online portal where tenants can track NOIs through each step of the enforcement process. DOB had said it would create a district-wide tenant complaint clearinghouse as part of its strategic enforcement plan, but it has since scrapped this goal without further explanation. Tenants need access to information about DOB's enforcement steps, and being fully integrated into the enforcement process will go a long way to ensuring that landlords are timely making quality repairs and rebuilding tenant trust in DOB. Legal Aid looks forward to working with the council and DOB on these initiatives, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Christides. Is it Pearl Preston? Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Pearl Dana Preston, here today representing myself and my husband, Rip Preston, to address some ongoing issues stemming from Department of Building inadequate construction housing inspection. This is our story. Our aim is to offer recommendation that will prevent other homeowners from experiencing similar challenges. It is important to know that we began on the DCRA before Director Hammond took charge. Over 4 years ago, my husband and I decided to modify our Northeast home in Ward 5 to better accommodate our goal of aging in place. Unfortunately, the contractor's substandard workmanship, disregard for safety, and unaddressed shortcuts by DCRA inspector have resulted in us having to deal with an unsafe and non-compliance living space. Examples of the code violation of subpar workmanship includes undersized beams beneath our home are too weak to causing the floor to slope and the building to pull away from the main house. The floor in the house, you can roll a can of Coke down the floor and it will stop uncontrollably. The floor in the bathroom is lifting. The post beneath the house is off-centered and improperly positioned and has cosmetic concrete around it. Piers failed to meet the required depth. There are structure cracks in our home, and those are just a few of the examples that I have. However, Chairman, I do have one other thing that's not in our report that came 2 days ago that I would like to share with you at the end of this testimony. We have endured this situation far too long. We are over 76 years of age, and we're 76 years of age, and our well-being and safety and peace of mind have been jeopardized far too long. DOB and the contractor have not fulfilled their responsibility to us or to protect us. We're now left with costly repairs and a choice of no choice but to seek recourse, legal recourse. I'd like to present some changes, 5 changes to the oversight and DOB procedures. There's a need to, first of all, establish a violation procedure that's mandatory for all of the contractors to acknowledge by signing it when they apply for license renewal, permits, and etc. This violation should be categorized as mild, moderate, or serious, and with a clear explanation included in the application process, which violation will not qualify for reduction. There is a need for a tracking system, and there is a need for inspector accountability. This is one that resonates with us because we had fraudulent inspections. And I believe that if they did random unannounced inspections by a supervisor, this should either reduce or prevent fraudulent inspections in the future. There are consequences and unresolved violations contractors fail to address within the time frame should be faced with fines and fees. I really believe this will help a lot if they take a review panel for unresolved violations. If they would have, if the contractor exceed 30 or 60 days and have not remedied the unresolved issues and appear to this board, that board should have the opportunity to either suspend their license until the violation has been completed, or if they have a history of serious violation, they should automatically face
Ms. Preston,
license. Huh?
you're over your time. So if you could conclude very quickly.
Okay, well, I hope the committee would generally consider our concerns by adopting some of our recommendations to improve the communication among themselves, strengthen the capability to enforce compliance, hold the contractors accountable, and enhance public safety, trust, respect, and restore the credibility of their department.
Thank you.
You have any other questions? I would like to share that one last thing with you.
Well, you're over your time, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thandika Taharika,
It is Tandeka Taharika. I'm Ms. Taharika.
turn your microphone on.
I'm Ms. Taharika testifying today because DC's corruption has become dangerous for me. I'm publicly announcing that I fear for my life given illegal trespassing on my property and scare tactics from this DC government. I pray President Trump has control to make DC great again, like in 1979. Homeowners beware. DC's been stealing homes for years under the color of law. On May 10th, 2017, DCRA and 20 people from many DC agencies converged on my home in Ward 5, including the police and Wesley Dawson from McDuffie's office. Mayor Bowser abused DC Code 42-3131.1. DC egregiously put me out and boarded my home without explanation or documentation. It had nothing to do with taxes. I've been living in my backyard since 2017. DC stole everything out my yard, including my mailbox, which is a federal offense. Even pulled my flowers and plants out the ground. They took pictures doing so. Falsely claimed my house was blighted, condemned, and structurally damaged. 6 structural engineers on staff, and yet not one inspected my house. Finally inspected and reported no structural damage, but I needed to repair a water leak inside. DC refused to remove the boards, allow me to make repairs, and to live. My house caught fire, but it did not burn down. DC used the opportunity to steal my vehicles and everything not burned in the fire. Destroyed my house to the ground, then fined me $10,000 claiming I did it. I stood in front of the bulldozers and the police tried to arrest me. Donald Sullivan dictates to the tax office what to charge. He said he'll falsely blight houses until he's caught and make it difficult to correct. I'm charged $33,000 for a house and there is no house. Regulations were violated, false reports written, Bowser's cronies and the council allowed it, and Attorney General Carl Racine defied court orders. Mendelson used the idiom poking the bear when speaking of President Trump, so I'll use the one with snakes given the distrust and recklessness. The council broke up DCRA but left the same venomous snakes in the grass and the king cobra in the mayor's office. Christopher Ingram and Jared Allen from the mayor's office told me they would lose their jobs if they tried to help me. I've written more than 50 letters to DC, DNC mayor, and every council member here and no response. Trump said and HUD proved DC fails Americans. DC's not paid vendors in 6 months, and there's more mismanagement. McDuffie said he's investigating. I've been waiting over 7 years. Trump, Doge, and the Bowser Act authors need to investigate and appoint a board to ensure competent governance because the DC leadership has been inadequate. The world needs to know how Americans are mistreated in the nation's capital.
Thank you for your statement. If you could provide a copy,
Yes.
we would include it in the record.
Yeah.
McKenna Osborne?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Fruman. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Like the council, we want the Department of Buildings to be a housing code enforcement agency that DC tenants can rely on to ensure they have safe and healthy rental housing to live in. And we appreciate the transparent and responsive relationship we've developed with DOB since its creation, especially the Office of Strategic Code Enforcement, to work towards achieving that goal. My written testimony goes into more detail on areas where DOB has made improvements in the past year and makes recommendations for how DOB can conduct more thorough and effective rental housing inspections. What I'd like to emphasize in my remarks today is that inspections are only as valuable as the results for the DC tenants who are enduring harmful rental housing conditions. And unfortunately, DOB is still not securing the timely repair of housing code violations. According to DOB's pre-hearing responses, only 45% of the housing code violations cited in FY24 were abated within the same year. And that's an improvement from the 36% that were abated within the same year last year, but it's still woefully inadequate, especially considering that DOB considers 60 days a timely abatement for most housing code violations and 24 hours for emergency violations. DOB is not able to secure the timely repair of even the most serious housing code violations, which causes significant problems for DC tenants. For example, in the past few months, Children's Law Center has worked with a family that did not have heat in their apartment. The mother contacted DOB, requested an inspection, and received one. DOB found that there was no heat and issued an NOI to the landlord. Nothing happened. The family ended up sleeping in one room together around a space heater to try to keep warm. After another month, the mother followed up, received another DOB inspection, and another NOI was issued to the landlord. Again, nothing happened. This family's heat was not turned on until Children's Law Center got involved and filed a temporary restraining order to have the heat restored. And this just shows that DOB currently does not have the tools or resources it needs for effective enforcement to ensure that either landlords are timely making repairs or DOB is going in to make them when landlords do not. And we recommend that this committee hold an interim oversight hearing or roundtable like the one it did in January 2024, focused specifically on these post-inspection enforcement problems and how we can make improvements to the process. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Osborne, the example you just cited, where is that in your written statement? Thank you. Mimi Nurani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. I've met with many of your professionally competent staffers, and I want to thank you all for your concern on the issue of unsafe construction practices and bad actors in the city, and for recognizing with urgency the devastating effect shoddy building has on home buyers, adjoining property owners, construction workers, and the responsible builders in this city. This issue has been a constant at DOB hearings, with council pleading for DOB action that is yet to be seen. I've spent the past year fighting for better on this issue, but I don't typically talk about how hard it is to endure living through it. This is hard. I did not deserve this. I did not deserve to be violated and damaged by an LLC developer performing dangerous structural work without appropriate safeguards. I did not deserve the expense and stress of being thrown into overburdened civil courts. I did not deserve to be labeled as difficult or to be bullied. DOB was supposed to protect safety and compliance, and I trusted this. Instead, I was often abandoned and betrayed by this institution, an institution that endorsed and enabled instead of prevented these bad practices and practitioners. I do want to thank Mr. Hanlon for meeting with me and 4 other DC homeowners over the past year on this issue, as was noted by Chuck Elkins in his testimony. I read Mr. Hanlon's submitted testimony and DOB agency goals for this hearing. Initially, I was disappointed, actually angry, to note that safe residential construction practices were not listed as an agency priority for this year. or really even mentioned. Given the preventable pain that many experience, it feels like a slap in the face to me, to fellow damaged property owners dotted throughout the city, to the grieving family of construction worker Edgar Cifuentes, and a slap to the condo purchasers of the Talbot Street nightmare, as well as the downslope neighbors living in the dangerous shadow of that building that is considered on the verge of collapse. I do recognize and applaud that Mr. Hanlon has made other strides on the department's agenda. I also now realize his exclusion of the safe construction issue jives with what has been discussed in my recent interactions with council members and has been also mentioned by Chuck and Meg Roggensock. We need to create an external expert work group. And I would hope council's job is to do what they do best, to ensure DOB accountability and implement quarterly oversight, if not more, on the progress of this work group and the implementation of what is suggested. The work group have put together a report that has 36 specific recommendations that can serve as the groundwork for these meetings, and we need council to help us put this into play. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nurani. Martin Holmes. Mommy Preston.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Chairman, Honorable Council Member of the community. My name is Mommy Preston. I am a resident of Ward 1 and part of the Built Safe DC group. Thank you once again for allowing me to provide my testimony, now my 8th, on the critical issue of safe construction and the lack of adequate regulation. In August 2019, my home on 3600 Block 13th Street was severely damaged by a negligent builder. This builder operated without the necessary permits to underpin the foundation and submitted fraudulent structural engineer and bogus architectural drawing that were rubber stamped by DOB without proper scrutiny. After 7 years of litigation and thousands of dollars in legal fee, I finally prevailed. In court, these documents were treated as legitimate because they bared DOB's approval. Yet, they exposed a systemic failure in regulatory oversight. The pattern has now played out repeatedly on Kennedy Street Northwest, Chaplin Street Northwest, and many other cases, both reported and unreported. This is precisely the kind of data an independent oversight committee like the one we are proposing must analyze. Meanwhile, I continue to live in substandard condition while awaiting a resolution. The blighted building next door remains a nuisance, and I'm left in limbo. Perhaps today, I'm more at risk of retaliation from DOB than ever, because my comments may be politically inconvenient and difficult to adjust, but that's all I have for you, the truth. This situation underscores the urgent need for stronger oversight by council to protect homeowners like me. Last year, before you, Chairman Mendelson, Director Hamlin agreed to establish a work group with residents who, like me, have suffered similar tragedies. We trusted him. I personally was eager to work on case studies to identify systemic failure at DOB by analyzing data that clearly demonstrated past misregulation. Instead, we found this effort was nothing more than a superficial attempt to appease us and mislead the public. We spent hours drafting Safe DC, Build Safe DC, a document with recommendation, which we submitted to the department over a month ago. Yet, we have heard not a single response. I'm not confident that Mr. Hamlin can present the following metrics to this hearing today. How many homeowners have suffered property damage due to negligent developer, or DOB's failure to regulate? What is the financial toll on DC residents forced to legally fight for their right? What are the human costs, the emotional and psychological toll on families and children? How many victims have had the chance to tell their story? And most importantly, what lessons has DOB learned to prevent these failures from happening again? I understand the mayor's projects are priority, but pushing us aside is not a solution. Until DOB addresses these critical issues, it will continue pushing empty rhetorics while leaving hardworking families behind. This leadership's lack of engagement and pretense of action is unlike anything I have seen under past directors. This is now the third DOB director I've dealt with, and the lack of sincerity is a moral failure on full display. Mr. Hamlin, please, if you have no intention of addressing our safety, state it for the record and continue chasing the limelight. But re-traumatizing residents who are still suffering from the consequences of DOB's failure is unacceptable. Chairman Mendelson, my urgent appeal to the council is this: establish an oversight committee composed of competent construction professionals, resident and advisory panel from other jurisdictions. Years after years, we hear nothing of substance from DOB, only empty promises and added cost to taxpayers as each director dismantles and rebuilds the department regulatory infrastructure. We are tired of being told reform that never comes. We have children. We have lives. We do not deserve this level of neglect from a regulatory agency that is supposed to protect us. We will continue to exist. We will not go away. We will engage with community leaders, the media, and produce documentaries to share our story. We are the people of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Preston. We don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. Thank you. Valerie Jablo.
I am Valerie Jablo, a Capitol Hill resident. More than 80 of my neighbors have been on emails in the last 2 years to ANSYS, the council, the mayor, and DOB begging to stop the illegal use of Capitol Hill residences by commercial entities. Despite ANSYS and our council member demanding action to combat this growing problem, last year, Mayor Bowser ordered DOB to not enforce the law with business licenses, building codes, taxation, and zoning for residences illegally used as commercial spaces. Weeks ago, we asked Mayor Bowser for a meeting with her or her deputies on this subject, and to date have gotten nowhere. Residents have also asked DLCP to investigate and got nowhere. So who is Mayor Bowser and DOB working for? It cannot be me or even you. As my written testimony documents, there are dozens of houses right now on Capitol Hill illegally used for commercial activities, including offices and party venues. Every single one of these properties is zoned as a residence in a specially protected area of DC to prevent exactly such abuse. That zoning was created to, quote, reflect the importance of and provide sufficient controls for the area adjacent to the U.S. Capitol, provide particular controls for properties adjacent to the U.S. Capitol precinct and the area adjacent to this jurisdiction, having a well-recognized general public interest, and restrict some of the permitted uses to reduce the possibility of harming the U.S. Capitol precinct and the area adjacent to this jurisdiction. Unquote. In other words, this zoning protects Capitol Hill residents and the fabric of our historic residential neighborhood from commercial creep. Ignoring this well-recognized general public interest comes at the direct expense of actual DC residents. Consider that the owners of these properties do not live there permanently, if at all, often have large groups gather in spaces that lack appropriate exits and fire suppression and are connected or in close proximity to actually occupied houses, thus endangering residents, impede residents' access to their homes, streets, and sidewalks with supply trucks, limos, and other impediments, and illegally force DPW to pick up their commercial trash as if they are residents. Even presuming that DOB investigates a zoning violation, not likely as they took just 11 such complaints in 2023, what would DOB do beyond that, since Mayor Bowser told them to ignore DC laws around commercial abuse of residential properties? Appealing to the Board of Zoning Adjustment is then a new hurdle. And how likely is success given that Mayor Bowser has declared DC laws preventing such commercial abuse 100% optional? The question remains, do you agree with the mayor? And if not, what will you do to protect us DC residents? Here's an idea. Nearly every one of these residential properties operated solely for commercial purposes is taxed right now as a residence, like my own. That is called fraud. Last I checked, fraud is a crime, even in DC, even under this president. So here's an action that you can take tomorrow to help DC residents. Demand the CFO change the tax status of all these abused properties to commercial rates, then charge the owners for back taxes and penalties, and maybe have the AG criminally charge them for fraud. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jablow. Sabrina Rhodes.
Yes.
Ms. Rhodes?
I'm here. Hold on, I'm trying to turn my camera on. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Sabrina Rhodes, and I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner in Ivy City, Ward 5. I'm the community organizer with Empower DC and the DC Native. I'm here today to express deep concerns about the Department of Buildings' lack of oversight and enforcement when it comes to ensuring property owners maintain safe and habitable conditions for residents, something that we have been hearing all day. The reality of this agency is dim. Too many residents in the district who live in deeply affordable buildings are being subjected to deplorable living conditions due to the negligence of landlords and the failure of DOB to do what they need to do effectively. Mold infestations are rampant, causing serious health issues for tenants, including respiratory illnesses and other chronic conditions. However, DOB is unable to inspect and cite for mold. Also, complaints regarding hazardous living conditions are being ignored and delayed for so long that by the time DOB takes action, and only if they decide to, the damage has already been done. There is a trend of landlords manipulating housing to maximize their profits, getting more bang for their buck. Property owners are illegally converting 1 and 2 bedroom units into 3 and 4 bedroom spaces, significantly reducing the living area to receive higher payments from an agency like DC Housing Authority. This worsens the quality of life for tenants and also creates fire hazards in an unsafe community. One serious example is the property in Ivy City owned by Sam Rash Jr., who has been sued by the OAG for other buildings he owns around the city for keeping the property in horrible conditions. In this particular building, Mr. Ranch Jr. has not paid the water bill, which is over $100,000. The court ordered tenants to pay rent through a third party to keep the water on. The building have been abandoned to the detriment of the residents and have become a hub for illicit activities. In one particular devastating instance, a squatter intentionally set the building on fire a few weeks ago, actually the day before the Super Bowl. Yes, Brad Jr. refused to answer calls or respond to emails. This type of absentee landlord behavior is unacceptable, and yet it is becoming increasingly common. There is a pattern. Landlords are reading from the same playbook and are exploiting the systemic loopholes to evade responsibility. We continue to bring this to you and your committee every year, and it seems that it's getting worse. They know that DOB's response time is slow and enforcement mechanisms are weak. By the time DOB inspects a property, the situation has already deteriorated to dangerous levels.
Rhodes?
Yes.
Yes, I don't have a copy of your statement.
I just sent it to you, so I just
Okay.
uploaded
Well,
it.
you're over your time. And I was saying,
Okay.
so I don't know how much you have left, but
Can I wrap it up? I got one more sentence.
one sentence.
One sentence. Poorly built buildings sit abandoned with stop work orders that I'm looking at every day, remaining untouched for years before any action is taken or fines are paid. And you all can read the rest of my testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Farrah Fawcett.
Hello, good afternoon, council member. And my name is Farrah Fawcett. I'm the Community Organizing Director at Empower DC, a citywide organization advancing racial and economic and environmental justice. I'm testifying about DOB's housing code inspections, including proactive inspections. To start, I'd like to recommend that DOB hold monthly meetings with community organizations and residents to share information on serious housing code violations, coordinate property-wide inspections, and provide follow-up to residents. Empower DC and CBOs meet with residents in their homes every day. While the agency notes that they rely on community reports, we have no formal way to coordinate with DOB. Other agencies, including DCHA, currently engage in meetings like this, as did DCRA in the past. We suggest monthly meetings and would be happy to assist with coordination. Property-wide inspections currently go through the proactive inspections process. This fall, the council held a hearing on the Proactive Inspection Program Act to ensure that properties with the most problematic and health-harming housing conditions are inspected. For example, rather than scheduling properties for more frequent inspection based on the number of housing code violations, the severity of the violations would be weighted. And rather than spending significant resources to inspect 100% of occupied units, a minimum percentage would be inspected with triggers to inspect more if serious violations are found. These changes are necessary and should be coupled with a more formal process for tenants and advocates to request property-wide inspections when there are serious housing code violations. We know that these serious violations with bad actors are the hardest to resolve. My colleague, Ms. Rhodes, just spoke about one of Mr. Rasjulian's properties. His model relies on subsidies provided through DCHA. Extreme housing code violations at these properties are not being resolved through the inspection process. Rather, OAG might take them on, and it can be a slow process where residents continue to endure harmful conditions, and the city continues to pay out funds through vouchers and through ERAP. In these cases, DOB needs to work with DLCP on enforcement relating to business and professional licensing. It's unclear what is happening around that, though it's been identified as a priority. The city continues to pay out funds on these. Councilmember Louis George introduced the Do Right by Tenants Act of 2023, which would deny basic business licenses and permits to negligent rental property owners. So we urge the committee to take up that legislation and for DOB to take on any aspects that they can do without funding. At a minimum, DOB needs to be coordinating with DCHA and with DHS. I would also like to mention mold inspections, which the DOB does not inspect or enforce for. Rather, these inspections are done through Department of Energy and the Environment, which is a separate process that residents are not as familiar with. The city, or you all did pass an amendment to require DOB to inspect and cite for mold, but it hasn't been funded. So I'd like to encourage you to fully fund this in the next budget. It'll be more efficient to have one process. I'm including some questions in my written testimony that I hope the agency can answer during the oversight process. And to close, I'd like to reiterate my suggestion that DOB has regular meetings with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 5-minute round for questions. Ms. Osborne, you mentioned this property where there was no heat. Do you want to tell me where? Because I want to ask the director about it, and it would kind of help if I could say where.
I can check with the attorney representing that client if you would be comfortable sharing that information. It is a client, so we do try to protect that detail of anonymity, but we can certainly talk with you about it outside of the public oversight hearing as well.
Yeah, but
We have communicated with DOB about that particular situation, so they are familiar with it.
All right, we'll see how it goes when I ask the director. And Ms. Preston, you said you made a reference to fraudulent inspections.
Yes.
Why do you say they were fraudulent? This would be by DOB inspectors.
Yes, because they passed the The house supposed to be sitting on this, in the center of the pier with the cosmetic concrete around it. We dug it out. It's not deep enough and it's sitting on the edge. According to the plans, they were supposed to be sitting in the center.
Sure, so that tells me there was something wrong, but that doesn't tell me that the inspector was fraudulent.
Well, if he knows that it's supposed to be sitting in the center and it's not deep enough, why would he go back and set it and pass it? Isn't that fraudulent?
Could just be negligent or bad, or
Well,
he
still,
just
it's not
worked.
the truth. And
Okay,
now,
but you've answered my question.
okay.
I'm certainly not defending the construction. I just wanted to understand why you were referring to it as fraudulent.
Yes.
So
And
that's
not only just that one, some more, you know, the beams are
sure.
undersized.
Yes, I saw that in your statement, and I'm sorry that you've had that problem. But thank you, you answered my question.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony. And there's a cluster of different issues that arose. So Mr. Elkins, Ms. Rogensack, Ms. Narani, and Ms. Preston all spoke about issues around adjacent properties. I don't know if that was an issue for you as well. There's two Ms. Prestons in this panel. And Mr. This has been a problem that we've focused on. I recall focusing on it in the last 2 years. Commissioner Elkins, you spoke to the idea of, and all of you spoke to the idea of some special working group. I'm hearing it as internal to the council. Mr. Elkins, I'm curious, what role do you see the Department of Buildings playing in that working group, or is it all external to the Department of Buildings?
Well, I think there may be various views on that. My personal view is that the model that was used in the case of vacant and blighted properties was very effective. In that case, we had DOB participant very actively, and when the bill then was drafted, and they commented on the particular aspects of it. So I think it was a very cooperative effort. In this particular case, we definitely need to make sure that we're bringing in the expert advice from people around the area who know how to do this well. And they should be essentially most of the talent, I think, on the work group. Having DOB there, to my mind, would be good in the sense that they need to hear this and be able to respond where appropriate. But I see the main actors being people from outside the department.
Okay, thank you very much. I get 5 minutes and 5 minutes only, so thank you. Ms. Christides and Ms. Osborne, you both talked about the failures of enforcement, and this is a thing that has troubled me over time, that DOB can be a positive actor. DOB issues the notice of infraction, is urging the landlord to fix it. The landlord doesn't do it. Then they issue another notice of infraction. The landlord still doesn't do it. And ultimately, DOB sees their goal as getting to compliance, so that once they get to compliance, they may forgive all of the fines. And part of the message to landlords is, you can take your sweet time in responding. Whenever you respond, the outcome is the same. So I'm curious, Ms. Christides, you spoke to revoking a license if it was a situation where there was an accumulation of fines. And is that fines just in an NOI, or is that fines that have been adjudicated by OAH? Where in that process does that fit?
That's a very good question, Councilmember Fruman. I think I looked at the Clean Hands Law, and I think my testimony was speaking to existing law that requires this. And to be honest, I'm not sure if it's totally crystal clear. I think it could be read to mean assessed fines, or it could be read to mean finally adjudicated fines. But I think these are the right questions to be asking, because I think the current system and the data, even that DOB is clearly reporting, shows that the current enforcement process is too slow, it's too attenuated, and it's not achieving the repairs that tenants so desperately need in a timely manner.
So I'll float an idea that I've been thinking about, which is, what if forgiveness, if there were guidelines that there could be forgiveness of a fine if it was addressed, full forgiveness of a fine if it was addressed within a certain amount of time. But if it took longer, then you couldn't have full forgiveness and have an increasing or shrinking amount of forgiveness that could be allowed depending on the period of time.
I think that's worth looking into deeper. And I will note that when I reviewed DOB's annual report, this question about sort of the outcome of fines at OAH and whether fines were reduced, that was absent, even though it's required to be reported on. So I think having some data on that will be a good starting point to figure out whether that would be an effective incentive mechanism. I think the timing is still really important. So I want to really emphasize that if there's ways to kind of accelerate the process, and again, I think engaging tenants is really critical in that. I think that will also kind of show landlords that there is going to be follow-up in a shorter timeframe.
So, okay, thank you very much. Let's continue that conversation. I think DOB wants to do the right thing, but I think giving them more teeth might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, each of you, especially those of you who are in person. You're excused. I may call the next group of witnesses. Kishan Putta, who's an ANC commissioner with ANC 2E. Darlene Jackson. Betsy McDaniel. David Maloff. Kay Pearson. John Lotman. Lauren Esrock. Anthony David. Samuel Lynch. William Jordan. Ahmed Nuruddin. Athena Foulé. ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel. Gladys Hill. Romeo Morgan. And Amanda Alexander.
Hi, this is Athena Foulé.
Great. We'll get to you in a minute or two.
Thank
Don't
you.
go anywhere.
Okay.
So let me back up to the beginning. Commissioner Kishan Putta. Darlene Jackson. And before you begin, and to all the witnesses, we're trying to limit witnesses to 3 minutes. If you are testifying virtually, you should be in gallery view, and there will be a clock on the screen. So please be mindful of the clock. Ms. Jackson, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the DC Council. My name is Darlene Jackson, and I am a Ward 4 resident. This is my third time providing testimony regarding the Department of Buildings' performance and the profound impact it has had on my life over the past 5 years. In September of 2019, I hired a licensed DC contractor to build an addition and perform a major renovation on my home. After 3 months of the construction, near the completion of the project, I discovered that my home had over 30 safety and code violations, rendering it completely uninhabitable. This was despite the fact that a then DCRA inspector had visited the property at least twice and marked the work as approved. I had already paid the contractor $128,000. To make my home habitable again, I had no choice but to spend an additional $160,000 and hire another contractor to redo all of the construction and correct the violations. For the last 5 years, I have been legally fighting to recover my lost funds. This battle included enduring the stress and expenses of a 5-day civil trial and now an appeal process that will probably take an additional year. This contractor's disciplinary hearing verdict was stayed until the completion of my civil complaint against him. So now my questions are, after a contractor is found guilty of charges in DC Superior Court, what actions then does the Department of Buildings take to hold that contractor accountable? While there is still a judgment against a contractor, are they permitted to continue doing business in DC? Can these contractors still be awarded government contracts if they have not paid or resolved their judgment? Additionally, all licensed general contractors are required to carry insurance. Why aren't homeowners able to retrieve this information? Access to their policy information would be incredibly helpful, which would allow injured homeowners to file claims when necessary. The financial and emotional toll I've endured due to the DOB's failure to properly oversee contractors is indescribable. Relying on the DC Superior Court system to recover damages is a long, exhausting process, and it also gives bad actors the time and opportunity to close businesses, form new ones under different names or LLCs, and move assets to delay repayment. Does the DOB have a system in place that flags contractors who attempt to evade accountability by starting a new corporation? As of today, I still don't know if this contractor has been held professionally accountable by this agency. And if he was held accountable, why is this information not made public, especially to me, the person who made the complaint? Yesterday, I attended a forum where Mayor Bowser highlighted how important home ownership is to her because it builds personal wealth, and I couldn't agree more. However, equally important is ensuring that shady contractors and investors aren't allowed to engage in illegal construction practices, which compromises the safety and integrity of our homes, thereby destroying that wealth that so many of us have spent our lives working for. This agency should have policies with enforceable penalties severe enough that it deters contractors from even thinking about ripping off homeowners or consumers in our city. And I'm at my time, so thank you.
Thank you, and I have your statement. Betsy McDaniel, David Maloff.
Honorable Council Member and Chairman, Mr. Mendelson. I am David Maloff, past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations. I have two respectful requests today. For the full council committee, I ask you to support my call for an immediate arm's length internal review of the Department of Buildings, residential permitting and inspections for DC code classifications 3307 projects deemed to be dangerous. An astounding 7,000 such permits were issued last year, as the director testified in testimony last July. A member of the deputy mayor for planning and economic development staff should be seconded to lead such a quick 30-day government team review reporting directly to DEMPED, in whose cluster the long-troubled DOB now resides since last July. For the deputy mayor, I have asked in testimony that I submitted for tomorrow's oversight of her mayoral cluster, and as a part of her mission to protect the residents, that the inexpensive, brief internal government review of DOB should also include part-time participation by MOLC, the Office of Risk Management, and even the DC Auditor's Office, or your office, Mr. Mendelson. At the same annual oversight hearing for DOB last year, and again last July, this committee has heard time and again, chapter and verse, over 3 years and counting, the need for a review and reform of DOB's positively broken residential dangerous construction permitting and inspections. As one most recent horrible example, the V Street Northwest property collapse that resulted in a worker's death last Christmas continues to reflect an official DOB permitting and inspections record full of deficiencies and omissions. This is especially heartbreaking after all the council testimonies and work many residents have offered multiple times in the past 2 years to repair this exact issue. It's not rocket science. After 60 days and counting, DOB has yet to issue any written public findings. It is important that the deputy mayor not rely solely on DOB's internal, potentially conflicted perspectives for the review of that tragic incident on V Street, nor for the separate larger review of permitting and inspections overall that I propose yet again today. Given the increased attention of DEMPED to economic development and DOB's apparent acceleration of dangerous permit issuance, I ask DOB nevertheless to be held to quality permitting and special inspections that do not in the end leave residents physically endangered or stuck in lawsuits in Superior Court. DOB's first legislative charter is to protect the public safety, and then also to advance economic development. The agency's annual internal budgets do not account for the continuing significant negative externalities which the agency continues to generate and unload on the unwitting public. DEMPED holds the power of legitimate oversight review to help extinguish the continuing dangerous transfer of injury and other risks and the shifting of resulting damage costs onto abutting residents, workers, and neighborhoods. I will address the possible cost savings and incremental budget needed for DOB at the upcoming budget hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff. Kay Pearson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kay Pearson. I'm with the Georgia Avenue Coalition. We've recently formed to address the issues facing Black-owned businesses on Georgia Avenue. We recently produced a report titled Black and Blue on Georgia Avenue. A link to this report is included with this testimony. But for purposes of today, this hearing, I want to focus on the role of the Department of Buildings in the closing of some 25 plus businesses in the past 5 years. Developers seeking to build on the corner lots and other desirable locations on Georgia Avenue corridor have used the vacant to vibrant process to shut down Black businesses on Georgia Avenue. They have filed unfounded complaints of vacant or blighted properties against Black owners. DOB agents come and conduct a cursory inspection before confirming the vacant designation, and the Office of Tax and Revenue increase the taxes on the property before the owner can complete the appeal process. This happens to both residential and commercial owners. In the report, we noted that 66 businesses on Georgia Avenue were identified as vacant and or blighted on the DOB website as of December 2024. Of those, 30 had closed in the past 5 years or so, and many of those were Black. 11 were still active. The DOB investigated the active businesses, saying that if these businesses were legit, they would change the designation. DOB found that many of the operating businesses had not completed their corporate requirements. Therefore, they said their designation would remain. The problem is that businesses who are trying to complete the process of completing their corporate requirements while their taxes are greatly increased. Of course, businesses must comply with corporate requirements of the city, but why should their taxes be raised while doing so? Why is there not another enforcement process that does not involve a vacant designation? We are not against development or compliance. It is the process with which we take issue. Plainly stated, the Department of Buildings is allowing the vacancy process to enable developers to unfairly shut down Black businesses while white businesses do not receive the same treatment. Over 13 Black-owned businesses on Georgia Avenue have closed in the past year, due in part to this practice. We are aware that you are seeking to reform the process, but something must be done now. Our Black businesses have value. The owners go above and beyond in supporting their communities that the incoming franchise businesses will not. We urge the council to investigate the practice of shutting down Black businesses using DOB's processes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. John Lotman. Lauren Esrock. Anthony David. Samuel Lynch. Please.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
I'm new to this and a little bit nervous. I am from Ward 4, and this is for 5703. Colorado Avenue Northwest. My property has been declared I believe, I believe, that it, vacant. And since like, I've been fighting this since about 2018. They say because I don't pay enough on my water bill. I went through this with, at the time, I guess it was Mr. Reese, that was underneath, I guess Mr. Sullivan. Back then, I spoke to Benita, among other people. At the time, it was DCRA, and trying to get that straightened out. They put fines on my property, which I went to court and fought, and it seems like it's some type of a retaliation, because I won out in court on the Meeks, Judge Meeks. And excuse me a minute, it's a lot to process or say. So since then, I've been fighting this. I hired two, I think, lawyers. And every time they make an agreement, I would go down to the Office of Tax to pay any, difference. And they'd say, this hasn't been changed, so one part is not communicating with the other. They'll tell me one thing, I'll go take that it moved me from a class 2 to a class 1 from perhaps the vacant to perhaps the regular class I was in under the Homestead Act. And I'd go to pay my taxes and find out it's $100 and something thousand, with the penalties, the fines, and everything else. It seems like there's no end to it. I hired this other lawyer, and I tried to get, before I got him, there was this law firm that I tried to get. They told me that they can't represent me because they have interest in the property, only to find out that the district has sold my property on the tax lien to this law firm. It seems like the lawyers now are buying properties, and going through this kind of process. So, and another law firm was there stating that they have rights to my property too. So I'm still fighting this, in court as we speak. But this need to come to some kind of an end. I should not be punished. I've been in the district for about 50 years. I've been working for DC Water as an essential employee for 30 years, and I spend more time at work than I do at home. I have an elderly sister that I try to take care of. All this I try to do, but then to come back and work as hard as I work, and then have my property, basically being taken by the district, it doesn't seem right. Chairman Mendelson, it doesn't seem fair.
I'll ask you some questions in a
Yes,
minute. William Jordan?
Okay.
Mr. Jordan?
Good afternoon, Chairman. William Jordan. I'm going to be brief. I first want to call out again the report that we were for Black and Blue about this.
I don't know if you can hear me, but you're breaking up severely. You might try turning off your video to see if that improves. Otherwise, I'm going to move on and I can come back to you.
Okay.
Is Ahmed Nurdin here? Athena Foulay,
Here.
please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. I've submitted this as well, so hopefully you'll have a version in front of you, but I'll be reading my comments. Included for reference is my testimony scheduled for today at the performance oversight hearing for the Department of Buildings. My testimony will consist of two parts. The first will focus on my interactions with the Department of Buildings, and the second will conclude with recommendations for the committee moving forward. So the property next to mine, 5227 5th Street, exhibited questionable practices related to construction and my property access as early as July 2023. I had left my home to return to construction workers mixing concrete in my backyard without my permission. I contacted the developer and the DOB to figure out what I could do about this. And they instructed that I should contact the police for issues related to access to my property and to complete an illegal construction inspection request to document any violations that might be happening next door. At the end of the window for the scheduled date of my inspection, no one had arrived. I emailed to check what had happened and realized that after the fact that they had rescheduled it without informing me. So I missed a day of work. And when I saw that it was scheduled without my knowledge, I contacted them again. They attempted to reschedule 2 more times, and both times they were also rescheduled without informing me. And by the 4th time, I was actually able to meet with the inspector to discuss their findings. And it turned out that due to the backhoe used with the jackhammer by the construction company, seismic vibrations caused visible damage across the front and back of my home. He put in place a stop work order to be lifted once the developer had plans in place to repair the damage caused. The agreement was that a representative from DOB, the developer, and I were to meet to discuss a plan of action before they could proceed in building with their construction, I should say. And the DOB representative did not arrive for the scheduled in-person meeting. And when we contacted them, they attempted to log on virtually, but wasn't able to get their video or sound to function. The developer agreed to have a structural engineer inspect the construction plans and damage to my house, as well as pay for damages caused. To this date, we have not received the request from the developer on the information and evidence that the structural engineer has requested. The DOB has been copied on all of this, and in October, I was asked if this has been closed, and I indicated that no, this is continuing to escalate. The house has actually gone on the market, so I'm especially concerned that the house will be sold and then the promise of the damages being taken care of on my property will not happen. So I would ask that at this point in time, I'm not really sure what would be possible, but I'm at a loss of what the DOB can do to correct this negligence, and ask that if there's a way for a hold to be put on the property, bearing it for sale until repairs can actually be completed, that would be appreciated. And I just wanted to quickly close on the 3 asks for the building safety. C, execute greater scrutiny of engineering plans, site-specific assessment before and during construction, and ongoing monitoring of dangerous operations would have avoided some of this. Thank you for your time. If I can be of any assistance in your continued work to improve this oversight, please let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Fouley. And we do have a copy of your statement. Commissioner Patel?
Did Ms. Fouley wanted to say anything additional before I start, Chairman? I think she did. I want to just be respectful.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to say my in writing request is a bit more robust, but that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson. My name is Tripti Patel. Thank you for letting me enter my comments into the permanent record. I am a 4th-term ANC commissioner that represents Single Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. My constituents and I have appreciated your intentional attention to all of the issues that have been plaguing Snow's Court corridor. And it is the reason why I'm coming to you, because in the chairman, they trust, and you always seem to get results. And the reason why I'm coming to you is the assistance for the residents of the building I live in, which is the Claridge House Cooperative. On Saturday, February 8, 2025, the fire alarm of the building was set off at 10 p.m. 2 residents made sure to knock on every resident's door to say, "This isn't a drill, it's real." Over 200 residents evacuated the building and stood outside in the freezing cold for an hour and 15 minutes as we were allowed back in around 11:15 p.m. The DC Fire Department showed up on site for 10:30 p.m. and informed me of the following. They had shut off the brand new elevators due to the motor rubbing against the belt, creating heavy smoke to form in the lobby and traveling up to each floor. They stated the fire panel was the issue. Our fire alarm goes off constantly, which means no one leaves when they hear it. The building management called the elevator company, who sent a technician out to the property to then turn them on back before they were re-inspected. The fire marshal came on Sunday, February 9th, and the Department of Buildings sent inspectors to investigate the elevators. To date, the building management is denying the gravity of the situation, constantly stating that the elevators are fine and that there was no fire. Residents' concerns have been dismissed and ignored by management, but what's disturbing is that the management is actively trying to find out who reported the incident to the city. As you know, I don't take kindly to bullying, intimidation, and harassment, which is actively happening to a handful of residents whom they suspect as the informant. Many residents are calling the elevators death traps, and that the landlords are now being dubbed as slumlords. There have been numerous complaints about rodent infestation and the water being shut off multiple times a month due to emergency repairs. So I'm asking you to intervene on behalf of my residents, and that you request that DOB do a full inspection of the building, all of it. I'm confident that there will be violations found if this were to happen. The failure of the Office of Unified Communications is abhorrent, and we know how lucky this wasn't worse than it could be. It took our front desk agent 15 minutes to get through after being told to be on hold. From the time it took the call, it was 9 minutes before dispatch was sent to DC Fire Department. So a grand total of 30 minutes we waited outside. I know OUC isn't under you, but DOB is, and that is where the residents need you to come in. At the request of the residents, they are requesting your presence to be at a community meeting. If you're available on Wednesday, March 12th, after you're done with the council business that day, it would be great. In conclusion, there has been zero accountability on this matter since they won't answer to residents, nor will they respond to me, which means I have to come to you, and as no one ignores you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Gladys Hill. Romeo Morgan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Romeo
Please.
Morgan. Hi, I'm here to testify today, second time testifying for you in this DOB issue, which used to be DCRA. One of the issues that I have that's a major problem is the vacant blighted property status. Developers are using that as a means to steal, rob, and take people's properties. Anybody can send an email or call and make a complaint on the properties, and they turn around and they come and say property is vacant, such as they did with Morgan Seafood. And thank you, Mr. Hamlin. He's corrected that issue with me with Morgan Seafood because he saw through what was going on with this illegal things that these developers are doing. They're also using graffiti as a means to say that your property is blighted. Well, graffiti is all over the city, and as I testified for you last time, I think that we need to take emergency measure to bring in and make it a $10,000 fine for those people who are caught putting graffiti on buildings, a 2-year jail sentence if they do not commit or finish up with 1,000 hours of community service, removing the graffiti off our beautiful District of Columbia. Right now, we're looking at the vacant and blighted status, which I consider, and the Constitution considers that an illegal act in the District of Columbia. Seawall versus New York, the city of New York has been, they've dismissed all of their vacant properties so that they can no longer use that in the state of New York. You're talking about San Francisco, the Bain versus City of San Francisco. Once again, they have demolished their vacant properties because of the illegality of it. The Supreme Court has also hit, and actually Bain in San Francisco heard that on October the 31st. Supreme Court right now is hearing Tyler versus Hennepin County, Hennepin County in Minnesota. Right now, which is deeming that their vacant and blighted properties is deemed not to be correct. Now, also, I want to make sure that you know that this is against our 5th, 18th, and 14th Amendments of the Constitution of the United States of America. So, in all, I just want to say that we need to find a better way to deal with these vacant and blighted property issues. Now, before we had what was called special assessments in the District of Columbia. I'm quite sure you remember that. You've been here a lot, just as well as long as I've been in DC. I think we need to go back to the special assessments, go back to that. Whereas though, because what's happening is that we're putting people's property in a class 5, which that's not helping them. If you're, that's 4 times more. If they can't afford to pay the property taxes now, how they gonna pay class 5 taxes? Second of all, why not, and we're talking about our residents, our seniors in the District of Columbia, because I'm for all about affordable housing for our seniors is in the District of Columbia. We met in Southeast, so I talked to you about that probably about 10 years ago. Well, I think we should make it so that we get more affordable housing in the District of Columbia for our senior citizens. But also we need to make sure that we take care of our residents who are not senior citizens and make sure that they're not overtaxed by this vacant and blighted property status, and make sure that we have Office of Planning. They have, like that she spoke, they have grants they can get to help them fix up their homes. But our city council members are not letting our residents know about these grants that are there for them. So somebody has to turn around and let them know of this. And last, I know I'm over my time, but I want to say again, Mr. Brian Hamlin, you are doing an excellent job. You are doing an excellent job for what you've been handed. And he's making changes. It takes a little time for things to go through. You can't change overnight. You can change clothes, but you can't change overnight.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I don't have a copy of your statement. Amanda Alexander?
Yes, I'm here.
No, I don't have a copy of my statement.
Thank you. Ms. Alexander?
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Amanda Alexander, and I'm a Ward 5. My experience with the Department of Buildings. In January of last year, DOB placed a stop work order on my home construction, citing that the permit the agency issued was done so in error. They apologized for the mistake, asked for revised plans to be submitted, and promised to quickly expedite the review process for a new permit so that construction could resume. Despite the promises made to quickly rectify the error, DOB failed to do so. In fact, their slow responses from January 10th of 2024 to April 26th of 2024 resulted in the understand the shortcomings in DOB, I wish to share a concrete example. During a review of the revised plans, Ernesto Warren, a subordinate of Kathleen Beaton and Mamadou Nadal, expressed gravel stabilization concerns to my architect. He said he did a quick search and found instances where the gravel was washed away shortly after use. His comments were problematic. First, they were arbitrary and anecdotal in nature. Doing a quote-unquote quick search and finding, quote, efficient way to make determinations. Second, they revealed a complete disregard for product installation per the manufacturer's guidelines. Third, they did not consider the specific conditions at my property, namely the fact that there were concrete barriers on each side. And fourth, and more importantly, they were contrary to what his supervisors, Beaton and Nadal, deemed necessary during their preliminary review. In fact, it was Mr. Nadal who cited the required use of the particular stabilization product in conversations with my architect. How can Mr. Warren or any DOB employee approach their work in such a careless manner? 2 weeks after my architect submitted comments in response to Mr. Warren's ungrounded concerns, he completed the review in just 3 minutes. His actions halted the entire review process, as other reviewers refused to even begin their reviews until Mr. Warren's concerns were addressed. Thus, the promised expedited process took a total of 6 weeks. Even more troubling was the absence of Ms. Beaton's leadership throughout the entire ordeal. Her failure to communicate and provide direction to subordinates prevented necessary processes from moving along promptly. Given your oversight authority, I ask for an investigation into the following. 1, the scope of the problem. In an email, Director Hanlon said that the permit error, quote unquote, involves other properties as well. How many other properties were involved? What is the nature of the mistake involving these properties? 2, DOB's supervisory structures. What systems and structures are in place to ensure that permits are not issued in error and then retracted at the expense of residents? 3, Safe Built. This is the third-party contractor that reviews plans. What are the terms of the contract that they have with DOB, and how are they held accountable when errors are made? And 4, remedy. What remedy can be given to DC residents in light of the agency's many mistakes? Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I also want to thank you sincerely, Chairman, for your support, as well as Councilmember Parker, for your repeated outreach to DOB on my behalf to rectify their mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. You mentioned Safe Built, the third-party contractor. How are they involved with your property?
Safe Built apparently did some review of some portion of my plan. I have correspondence from them.
But Mr. Warren, when did he raise questions? Back in January?
No, Mr. Warren raised questions during the revised review process. I mean, we're only in this issue because DOB initially granted the permit, even after my architect raised his hand to say, I wonder if this is an issue, please advise. DOB said, no, it's not an issue. We submitted the plans and the permits were granted. So the issue with Mr. Warren is separate. It speaks specifically to the revised process, the process for which I was promised an expedited review. But I shared that anecdote because it highlights the incompetence in the agency.
Yes. And Safe Built got involved when?
At the start. So for the initial permit that was issued, Safe Built was involved.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Maloff, you referred to 3307 projects. What is a 3307 project?
It's a very interesting section, important to read in the DC code. It talks about projects for adjoining properties, basically, where there is either risk to the foundation, additional load, or change to the party wall, or changes to a party rooftop, or additional pressure, often called snowdrift in the calculations to the rooftop. 3307 is what turns your abutting property into the other contractor's plaything. And abutting neighbors have a right to know what the additional loads are onto the jointly owned foundation, what materials are used when the foundation is castrated and then replaced without your permission, or if a load is placed with a penthouse adjoining that turns your home into the flying buttress like the Notre Dame Cathedral. So these are, any resident in the district, sir, needs to know that if you got a party wall, you may be in big trouble here with DOB. There are about 7,000 properties by my estimation per ward. Every council member should be aware. How many voters live in 7,000 properties? If my guesstimate is correct, I don't know, 7,000, maybe 2 people.
Okay, you're getting a little beyond my question. Is 3307 the DC code or construction
DC code? Sir. DC
construction code or DC code?
It's the DC construction code. It's the
construction code.
And that's what gives rise to the need for the neighbor to be notified.
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. One other question, I think. Mr. Morgan, you were testifying about vacant properties, your own or these others, such as Morgan Seafood?
Yes, Morgan Seafood was one of the properties that had been classified as vacant from 2018 when I went through this issue with Miss Burnett, who was there, who told me I wasn't using enough electric and water, so they put my property as vacant, even though Morgan Seafood was open. And they were redoing the front facade of Morgan Seafood. And at the time, I could only do catering because I couldn't have customers coming through there if they tear down the whole front of the building. And in the last hearing, I gave paperwork showing you what the building looked like before and what it looks like now. Also, I forgot one other thing is I need to get you a copy of the CD from the Office of Administrative Hearing where I had, when they gave me all these violations, the judge dismissed all of these violations with prejudice and told them not to bring that back on my property again. And Mr. Sullivan had it done again. So those citations were dismissed again with prejudice. And the hearing lasted for about 1 hour and 48 minutes. And I have a copy of that. I do have a copy of that for you.
Okay.
Because it needs to be investigated with the inspector, because the inspector came out, turned around and took pictures of somebody else's property and said, this is a violation on your property, this is your property. It wasn't my property. And the judge saw through that and told the district of Columbia not to do that anymore. And they did it anyway. So here's a copy of the CD for you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lynch,
Yes, sir.
you testified about your own house?
Yes, about my house.
And you live in that house?
Yes, sir.
Well, then how would they classify it as vacant? You're gonna say you don't know. Well, didn't you have evidence? Well,
Yes, I was.
did they ever explain to you how they could say it was vacant if you're living there?
They told me I don't have enough use of water. I don't have enough use of electricity, and those were their grounds. And
do you have electric bills?
Yes, I took on my electric bills. They said that that's not enough usage. It's not that I'm not paying my electric bills, not there or things like that. They say based on that my place is abandoned. And most of my time I am an essential employee. A lot of my time is spent at work, whether it's from overtime, whether it's from something breaking, pumps going down, making sure the water and the sewage runs. People don't know what goes on there, but a lot of times we have to stay back late. It was Friday. Friday I worked late. I was so tired I couldn't go home. I slept at work until 8 o'clock Monday morning. Then I got up, sleeping in a chair, sleeping at a table, and I got up and went home. Some days are like that, some nights are like that. But from going way back when, I've been with this company for 30 years, excuse me.
Would you mind giving me your address?
5703, Colorado Avenue, Northwest, DC, 20011.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you each of you for your testimony. I'm going to call the next group of witnesses.
Thank you.
Matthew Sau, who's a Senior Vice President with W.C. Smith. Betty Queen. Arthur Slade with AFSCME Local 2743. Felicia Dantzler, President of AFSCME Local 2743. Krishna Kumar. Rebecca Miller, Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. Shani Shi, Founder and Core Organizer, Save Chinatown Solidarity Network.
This is William Jordan. You never got back to me.
Well, you got cut off. I'll recognize you in a second. Why don't we start with you, Mr. Jordan?
All right, good afternoon. So I wanted to first call attention to the Black and Blue on Georgia Avenue report and ask that you do review it and take it seriously. One of the challenges with the vacant and blighted policies is that it's often a weapon. It's weaponized. Okay, it's a way that whether it's government or other people target properties they want to attack for development, and sometimes as well, it's based on, the Giuliani thing that if you see something with graffiti, it must be crime related, and often it is not. But it gets weaponized, and that's what you see, particularly when an area is targeted for gentrification. And I think one of the things you're hearing is that we need to take seriously the weaponization of these things. The other thing I wanted to look at is that I've gotten a lot of feedback from tech buildings that have reached the end of their period. And these are projects usually done by the Housing Authority or DHCD or others that the properties have deteriorated. You know, we've had one where the elevator didn't work in a senior building, roofs leaking, and all of these kind of things. So we're telling people that we're creating affordable housing, but the way the financing and the maintenance of these buildings are occurring is that they're deteriorating at the end of the process, and then you have a blighted building. And of course, residents are told to call the Department of Buildings to report the problems, but what's happening is they may get put out. So you've created this kind of dynamic where the city has created an affordable housing crisis. The crisis is leading to buildings, and if you don't refinance the tax credits at the end of that period, then the building doesn't get a reinvestment. And of course, because we're creating so many tax abatements for the big boys, our tax status, you reach the point now we can't do any more tax credits are limited. And you have people living in deteriorated buildings that the city helped finance. So the work of DOB is not in a vacuum. The work of OP is not in a vacuum. The work of zoning, all of these things come together. And if you come to the ground on communities, you see that. On the ground, it's not working. On paper, it looks great. So I'm asking you to take seriously how all these things come together and impact people in a real way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Matthew Sau with William C. Smith.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Matthew Sau. I'm a Senior Vice President at W.C. Smith. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the performance of the DC Department of Buildings, DOB. As a longstanding member of the DC real estate development community, W.C. Smith has worked closely with DOB for many years. DOB's role is to ensure the safety and welfare of the community at large and oversees permitting, zoning, and construction compliance. The integrity, safety, and efficiency of the Department of Buildings is crucial to DC's success. In the year plus since Director Hanlon has taken over the role as Director at DOB, there have been a number of institutional improvements, but there is still work to do. A key advancement has been DOB's increased engagement with the industry. The agency has demonstrated a willingness to meet with us to address procedural gaps and improve processes. This collaboration has directly improved the communication between DOB staff and building owners. For instance, when previously under construction multifamily buildings are ready for occupancy, we now notify both DOB and OTR for proper tax classifications. We continue to work with DOB and OTR to refine this process. Ideally, classifications should occur earlier in the project lifecycle, not upon full completion. This would particularly help office conversions, which are critical to meeting redevelopment needs and bringing properties back into a more productive use. We are going to work with the council on legislation to address these important project timing challenges. Our recent experience with vacant building determinations was professional and resolved fairly, as well as in a timely manner. In response to the development community feedback, several of DOB's electronic platforms have been enhanced in the past year, including updates to project docs. These enhancements included for the first time beta testing of their platforms for user feedback. DOB also encourages continual user feedback for updates and enhancements. These efforts and enhancements have made applications for permits and certificates of occupancy more efficient. We look forward to continuing our dialogue with DOB to further enhance these platforms to be more efficient, and specifically to continue to work toward removing DOB from the professional contract relationship between us and our third-party providers via Tertius. This would allow DOB to focus on the oversight of actual construction versus being responsible for the oversight of contracts. We appreciate the agency's ongoing effort to engage with the industry. We look forward to continued dialogue and refinement to streamline operations further, and we are committed to working with Director Hanlon and the Council to ensure that development in the district remains efficient, transparent, and above all, safe. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with DOB, the executive, and the council to ensure successful and safe development projects across the district.
Thank you, Mr. So. Betty Queen.
My name is Ms. Queen. It is frustrating to know that DOB hasn't changed since it was DCRA. I've been dealing with DOB program manager whose actions were counterintuitive to the organization's mission. My landlord was cited by DHA in numerous housing violations on April 7, 2023, and she refused to comply to make the necessary repairs. When I was told by Ms. Robinson, a supervisor from DCHA, to reach out to DOB and have them to come to do an inspection. On February the 13th, 2024, Inspector Daniel Gibson from DOB conducted an inspection. The landlord was cited, and the landlord still refuses to make necessary repairs. The landlord was cited with several notices of infractions. On August 19th, 2024, John Ferentine, program manager of DOB, moved to have all the landlord's violations cases dismissed, in which OAH had granted them. A month later, in September 2024, Alex Martinez, another inspector from DOB, conducted another inspection and reported the same violations, including that the landlord was again at fault and she still refused to make the repairs. On November the 29th, 2024, Inspector Mr. Max of DOB conducted another reinspection, and the same violations were still found and again cited, including the ceiling had then collapsed, a water pipe had bust, and there was mold. DOB then told me to reach out to DOEE to come and to inspect the mold. Mr. Santos from DOEE inspected and confirmed the mold. The landlord has not treated the mold and made no repairs. To this date, I am still living in an uninhabitable house with my family as well as my grandchildren. My landlord has been cited with numerous notices of violations as well as several notices of infractions. John Ferentine basically condoned the landlord's blatant lack of responsibility and disrespect for the housing code violations. Unless someone within this agency can provide me with plausible explanations for his actions, John Ferentine appears to be biased and may be getting and or receiving some type of favors from the landlord, in my opinion. I do need help in resolving this situation because this situation has been an ongoing situation. My last attempt to reach out to DOB was with Miss White, who was scheduled to come out on January the 13th, 2025 to do a reinspection, for that to be a no call, no show. I requested DOB to conduct the initial inspection, and it has been difficult for someone to provide a solution to the complaints. Instead, there's been numerous drop calls, missed calls, no one calling back. Not to mention, the landlord had illegally had my utilities cut off. The gas was turned off in 2023. The electricity was cut off for 3 months in 2024, and then she did the water. I had to go to legal aid to obtain an attorney, Ms. Simone, who did an urgent court order, and they ordered her to turn the water back on. In the midst of her turning the water back on, she gave me no hot water. And she stated that I didn't have hot water because I had no gas. I had no gas bill to pay because everything ran by electricity. So to this very day, I have no hot water. So I thank you.
Yes, Ms. Queen, I don't have a copy of your statement which you read, if you would provide it, but also you could contact my office and we may be able to try to help.
Thank you.
Arthur Slade.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Arthur Slade, Vice President and Shop Steward of ASME Local 2743. The Comprehensive Merit and Personnel Act of 1978, CMPA, was enacted as one of the founding tenets of the District of Columbia by establishing that collective bargaining was in the best interest of its workforce. In addition, DC Code 161701 states the following. The District of Columbia government finds and declares that an effective collective bargaining process is in the general public interest and will improve the morale of public employees and the quality of service to the public. With that being said, it appears that there's a disconnect between labor and management when it comes to recognizing rights afforded to union employees within the CMPA, specifically the fundamental rights outlined within 161704 on unfair labor practices for protected activities defined within this subchapter of the code. On November 17, 2023, former ASME union member Danny Gibson was terminated by Keith Slade from her position in the Support Services Division of DOB just days prior to the Thanksgiving holiday and approximately 2 months prior to the end of her probationary period. In addition, a visceral 4-page document was uploaded to her personnel file to ensure that Danny Gibson was blackballed from DC government. Danny Gibson, a single Black mother and district resident, is still unemployed due to the factual misrepresentations by members of the DOB management team. In August of 2024, the Department of Buildings Deputy Director Caroline Leanne resigned from her position as a result of the non-disclosure of working multiple full-time jobs over approximately a 2-year period. While disconcerting on its face for the obvious egregious misconduct of this former DOB official, the former deputy director was also directly involved in personnel actions immediately impacting union members housed at DOB, which begs the question, how can an individual knowingly misrepresent themselves as a full-time management employee with the District of Columbia be involved in personnel actions resulting in the termination of employees? Our members should be afforded the fundamental rights afforded by the CMPA without fear of retaliation and/or reprisal by management. I would also like to bring the attention of the committee, Daniel Sullivan, who's program manager over the vacant building enforcement manager, who has been involved in multiple grievances and complaints concerning his unprofessionalism, and who's also using contractors to complete union employees' works by having them inspecting and abating properties, which is a conflict of interest. Thank you for allowing the submission of my testimony. I'm available to address any questions and/or concerns of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Felicia Dantzler.
Good day, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. My name is Felicia Dantzler. I am president of ASME Local 2743. I represent approximately 20 dedicated members at the Department of Buildings. While our local is small, the challenges we face within the agency are significant and deeply concerning. Despite our size, in 2024, ASME Local 2743 was compelled to file 8 complaints with the Public Employees Relations Board regarding the conduct of 2 supervisors, Keith Slade and Brandon Daniels. These grievances centered on retaliation against our members for exercising their union rights, as well as the agency's refusal to provide information requested by the union. The obstruction severely impeded our ability to zealously and effectively represent our members. Mr. Slade's conduct created a demonstrably toxic work environment for our members. Despite our persistent efforts to address this, it was only after bringing this matter before this committee last year that Mr. Slade was finally removed as supervisor to one of our members. If your office was instrumental in this action, we appreciate the committee's attention to this matter. Unfortunately, the retaliatory behavior did not cease with Mr. Slade. Mr. Slade was replaced by Mr. Daniels, and within a mere 3 months, Mr. Daniels placed the member on a performance improvement plan. This member has consistently received positive evaluations, possesses an excellent attendance record, and has been an asset to the agency. The timing and circumstances strongly suggest that this action was a direct result of the member seeking union assistance and providing testimony in a union hearing. This is unacceptable retaliation. The Department of Buildings must understand unequivocally that labor is here to stay. We will not relent, we will not back down, and we will fight tirelessly to ensure that the best possible working conditions for our members. We urge Director Hanlon to become a partner in fostering a workplace free from fear of reprisal. He must make it clear to all managers that retaliation of any kind will not be tolerated and will be met with swift and appropriate consequences. The fact that Mr. Daniels and Mr. Slade felt so comfortably engaging in these actions suggests a deeply ingrained culture of blind loyalty within the agency. Rooting out this behavior requires leadership and commitment from the very top. We are hopeful that this year marks a turning point in labor management relations at DOB. We envision a partnership built on mutual respect and a commitment to swift action when management operates outside the bounds of the union contract. We welcome any assistance this committee can provide to strengthen our relationship with the Department of Buildings and promote a healthier, more productive working environment for our members. And I am open for any questions, comments, or concerns you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Gansler. You said that you filed your locals filed 8 grievances? Microphone.
Yes, we filed 8 PERB complaints. I didn't even include the grievances that we also did parallel filings as well.
And that was when? Last year or this year or over a couple fiscal years?
All of last year, from January 1 through December 31st.
Okay, thank you. Krishna Kumar?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to thank the council members and the staff. Public service is sometimes very tough love, and I think we are showing a lot of tough love towards DOB today. I'm going to take a whack, but I just want to remind them that we all do love them deep in our hearts. The story I want to tell is about 1111 V Street and the collapse. I had walked by the property on December 20th. It was raining. There was a backhoe operating. I did not think that was a safe condition. I looked for a building permit and a number. I did not find it. I chose not to call that into on the 311. The reason is that 3 days before I had called in another illegal construction on 311. I had received a response on from 311 that it would take 34 days before an inspector would come out. What is the point of me doing this if it's going to take a month before someone looks at this stuff? During Christmas, I was horrified to hear that a man had died at the site. This is very upsetting. I had attended the ANC meeting. I had questioned a DOB representative there. The point was that there's any number of problems going on here in terms of where the signs were, what the response to the public was, and some of the basic conditions on the site. So I'd just like to focus the rest of my remarks on sort of 5 potential remedies. First, DOB needs to ensure that the permits and notices are posted in a way so the public can read them. Post facto all of this, I went to the site again and I realized that, yes, there is a building permit there. It's taped on the bay window of the site behind a fence, 10 feet, and I can't read what those permits say. Why hasn't that been remedied? Why aren't these permits visible from the street? Likewise, when they had put the stop work order initially, they had put them on the front door of the site, not visible from the street again. This is very unacceptable. I went yesterday at the ANC meeting. I was told by the DOB representative that I could make a contact DOB directly. I went to the site yesterday. I looked at it. It looks very unsafe. There's additional cracks there. I went to the DOB site trying to report this. I can't figure this out. If I'm just a regular citizen trying to do this, how is anyone going to be able to do this? Second, the council should try to get an independent investigation with review of experts and not just by DOB. Other people have echoed that claim. We need a better system of notifying the neighbors of what this construction is going on. Other people have talked to this, that they're doing a lot of work on adjoining properties and it's very dangerous. Fourth, we need to make sure there's some compensation for this family of the dead worker. What has been going on? It's been 2 months and we have not heard anything from DOB on what the outcome of their investigation is. And finally, just to loop it back, is that the reason I was concerned initially is the area where this is located has a very high water table. We need better geotechnical review. I'm not sure the proper geotechnical review is done here. I'm not sure DOB has the expertise to do so. I'm sorry for my tone. I'm a little upset about this. Thank you for your efforts. That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, and I have a copy of your statement. I appreciate your testimony. It's helpful. Rebecca Miller. I think she's not here. Shani Shi.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Shani Shi. I am a Ward 5 resident, and I'm testifying as the founder of the Save Chinatown Solidarity Network. We are a DC collective of residents and advocates committed to amplifying the voices of the remaining long-term working class community of Chinatown. I'll also be drawing from my 7 years of experience working at a housing CBO, providing tenant rights, education, and anti-displacement support for individual residents and tenant groups across the district. Today, I will document and lift up pressing issues, life, health, and safety issues faced by the residents of Museum Square, and urge reforms around the inefficacy of DOB enforcement around these issues. As you may know, Museum Square is a 302-unit, 10-story building that houses a significant number of the remaining Chinese American residents of Chinatown, and it is sitting 75% vacant. Most of the remaining residents are elderly, suffering from mobility issues and other health conditions. There's been a long and well-documented history of displacement at this property by the landlord, Bush Companies, who has made it clear time and again over the last decade that their goal is to sell and redevelop the property. So over the past 3 years, the elevators and water heating system have experienced ongoing breakages and malfunctions due to faulty parts. And these are issues that have been inspected and are cited on multiple occasions by DOB. And you'll hear directly from residents today who have come to share their experiences. Around the hot water, residents have experienced ongoing outages lasting over a day, recurring at least once a month. Over time, this pattern has culminated in longer outages lasting between 3 weeks to over a month, last September and again in December 2024. At any given time, there are at least 2 elevators down. As soon as an elevator is repaired, it will be a week or sometimes less until the same elevator breaks again. Residents have routinely been stuck in the elevator. Most recently in the winter of 2023, all 4 passenger elevators were down, in addition to the freight elevator, which is only opened in the case of emergencies. In the winter of 2023, we were told by a DOB inspector that as long as there is 1 working elevator at a property, the landlord is technically not in violation of the code. Even if the 1 working elevator is not meant for human or passenger use and is also not accessible at all times. So a few takeaways. The current inspection and penalty system does not incentivize long-term corrective action. Instead, they encourage and enable constructive eviction for landlords to displace folks through attrition. The structure allows for landlords like Bush Companies to repeatedly make patchwork repairs to remedy NOIs. DOB will simply ask the landlord for repair updates and will accept proof of service as a proof of repair. But the underlying issue is allowed to remain unaddressed and worsen exponentially over time. Really quickly, emergency inspections are not provided within 1 or 2 business days. As an advocate, I've only had success in getting emergency inspections by going out of my way to get DOB's attention and Director Hanlon's attention, contacting OAG, council members, and more. It is nearly impossible for a low-income, limited English proficiency senior to go through this process. So as these issues worsen, Bush Companies has continued to pressure residents to take buyouts and move out. So we are, residents unable to cope with these issues have no chance but to move. So council, committee members, we are urging you to enact reforms to prevent landlords from exploiting these loopholes. We must reform the structure so that it requires adequate repairs and otherwise complete replacement of faulty hardware and systems after a certain number of infractions are issued within a year's time. and then harsher penalties if these issues are not abated completely. And elevator license renewals need to be regulated more stringently, and renewals should only be approved through a rigorous inspection process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shi, and I do have a copy of your statement. I want to thank each of you. I don't have any other questions than what I'd asked when you testified. Thank you, each of you. So you're all excused. I appreciate those of you who are in person. I'm going to mess up a few names, and I apologize in advance. Pizen May. Pizen May. Hugh Ying Liu. Please come forward. Peter Atwell. Hao Chen. I think I said, well, your name is, okay. Okay, please have, she should sit. Is Hugh Ying Liu here? Help me, Ms. Shi, help me with who's here. Yes? Ms. Chen, Ruyan Chen? No?
No.
Hao Chen, okay, we're gonna run out of seats. Give me a second. There are 4 people there. Yes, I'm still not knowing one person. Your name is? Hu Ying Liu?
My name is Hu Ying Liu.
Okay. Pull up a chair next. Why don't, what we do is, there are a couple more people with your group, right? So why don't I just, when I call their names, a couple of people here will get up and let them sit. Does that work?
And let them call their name and let them speak.
Yes, so I'll ask first Miss May, and then, but at some point I'm going to get to Ro Yin Chen, and then she'll sit where one of you folks are. All right, Miss May, you want to begin?
开始吧，开始吧。你开始讲冇书嘅。
我现在是说，是我住那个401K没有热水但是不是经常的，有时候就有，有时候就没有，长时间的没有热水，弄得我们老人家了又用那个包来包这个热水来洗澡。
Pause for a second.
Yes, I am a resident of 401K, and the problem in my building is there's no hot water. There will be for a long period of time, there's no hot water, and it's caused difficulty for seniors to have a bath.
Continue.
继续。
继续就是这个，有时候要上这个 office 那里提出来没热水，他们的又上了这个房东跟他说，他也没有这么立刻的帮我们弄这个热水，弄得我们老人家了很难受，上午也没有洗澡。
Pause for a second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So we told the office about the trouble, and the office told the landlord about this, but they did not provide any solution to us in a timely manner. So it really made it difficult for us. We couldn't take a bath at all. 继续。
谢谢啊。这个房东呢，他们呢不弄这个热水给我们老人家洗澡呢，他想呢赶我们走，不想我们住在这个401K，我们老人家去哪里呀？就是住在那个401K 呢是最好的，我们老人家搬去哪里的都不好啊。
Pause.
Yes, the reason that the landlord does not provide the seniors with hot water is that they do not want us to live at this location anymore. They want us to move away. But where could we seniors move to? 401k is best for us.
Continue.
继续。
谢谢。就是这样了，就是他跟房东如果呢要弄了我这个热水洗澡呢，我们老人家就没有问题了。就是这样。
Yeah, that's for
Thank
me.
you.
If the landlord could provide us with the hot water, then we can have shower, have a bath, then we'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
谢谢您。
Thank you.
Yuying Liu.
Yeah, hi, how are you? 我也是住在401K，我搬到这里住，08年6月的时候已经搬过去了，住了10几年。住了10几年呢，我很喜欢这个地方。这个地方空气也好，环境也好，我们老人家住在这里很舒服。但是现在房东呢，有意刁难我们，有3个月前都没有热水，有时。
Pause.
I am also a resident at 401k. I moved here in June 2008. Now it's well more than 10 years that I lived here. I like this location. It has good environment. It's good for the seniors. However, recently the landlord is making it very difficult for us. It's been 3 months since we did not have hot water.
Continue.
继续。
我们呢向房东、向这个保安、向这个经理反映情况，但是有人来看一下，就是check一下这个热水不是热的，是warm，是暖的热水。我呢要去上班回来，我要洗澡很不好。有时候这个叫什么？shower 这个花洒坏掉了，他叫人来换掉，我自己买一个好的，他来换了我的好的，拿一个烂的来给我，来换给我，我不能shower，不能这个热水下来洗澡。然后包水来
翻译啊。I told the security guy about this, also told the manager about this. Someone came to check and found out the water is not hot, it's only warm. I go to work during the day. When I come back, I couldn't have a shower. The shower head was broken. I was told to buy a new one to replace it. I bought a brand new one, but for them, they actually replaced something that is not working for me.
Continue.
那我的是铁的，他来帮我换掉，就是换这个胶的给我洗澡，这个水还喷出来，没有出来的，所以很不方便，造成我这身心很伤心呢。
So this is the one that they replaced the shower with. It's made of rubber. It is not working properly, and I couldn't take a shower. I really suffered from that.
Continue.
继续，还有吗？
还有就是我想，就是这个房东要负责任，要 每天都热水给我们老人家，我们去上班回来要洗澡的，最好是你们帮我们叫房东弄好这个热水，我们的可以安静安心住在401K 街了。OK， 谢谢。
So we ask the landlord to take the responsibility and to provide us with hot water every day. As we go to work during the day, we want to take a shower, have a bath after we come home. We ask you, please, ask the landlord to provide the hot water to us so we can be living at 401K comfortably. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Atwell.
Good afternoon, members of the council and members of the committee. My name is Peter Atwill, and I'm a resident of Ward 1 for over 5 years. I'm here to speak alongside the residents of Museum Square, one of the last affordable communities for longtime Chinese residents in DC. As some of the folks have highlighted the neglectful state that the building is in, I won't go into that, but I will focus on the severe language access barriers that prevent residents from getting assistance from the DOB. Chiefly, the DOB has done poorly in providing adequate language access, effectively shutting out Chinese-speaking residents from reporting the violations that they've mentioned here today. The online housing complaint form is not translated into Chinese, and it instead directs residents to a lengthy and confusing customer service line. 4 other quick language barriers that exist: proactive inspection forms that are not available in Chinese. There's no proactive outreach to the Chinese-speaking community to inform them of their rights or how to report violations. When inspections do happen, follow-ups don't take place, and crucial reports remain untranslated. The DOB also has no Mandarin or Cantonese bilingual staff, or at minimum, some use of a language line service, even like phone translation. As a result, residents are forced to rely on community institutions like their community church, the Save Chinatown Solidarity Network, and their tireless attorney just to communicate their most basic concerns. The difficulty of reporting violations discourages residents from coming forward, which leads to less reports, which leads to less resources, which leads to continued displacement. The last language access audit of the DOB in FY23 gave it a score of 8 out of 14, citing unresolved accessibility issues from a previous language access complaint. These barriers are not new, but they remain unaddressed. Museum Square residents deserve safe, habitable housing just like any other person in DC, but without language access and meaningful enforcement, they're left vulnerable to neglect and exploitation. I ask that the DOB take this matter seriously and act now to protect one of DC's last affordable Chinese communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Atwell, and I have your statement. Hao Chen.
我告诉你，我住在401K 10几年了，从来没有这样的电梯，整天坏掉，锁住我们2公婆在里面。有时候
Pause.
Yes. I've been a resident at 401K for more than 10 years. In the past, I did not have such experience where me and my husband were locked in the elevator.
Continue.
我就在前几年没问题，后来几年呢，他想我走，电梯5个，他给1个，有时候1个都不给我们上下，他欺负我们，我不懂，我有时候赶时间，我走楼梯下去，但是他出来找到我，骂我。
In the first few years of my living there, things were okay. But in the recent few years, things were bad because they want us to move out. They took advantage of us because we did not know the language. When there are 5 elevators, sometimes they only gave us 1. Sometimes none of them worked. And there was once that I had to take the stairs all the way down. But when I exit the stairways, people working there came out and scolded at me.
Continue.
他整天的电梯不给我，还有卫生的不搞，现在很脏很脏。
So the elevators for days are not working. Another issue is that they do not do the cleaning in the building. It's very messy and dirty.
Continue.
这个西班牙的搞卫生的时候，我们很多空房，他在这样的空房在这里睡觉，他不搞卫生，他还要对我们不好。
There is a cleaning person in the building. There are rooms to be cleaned, but that the person, instead of cleaning those rooms, slept in those rooms. The person is really not kind to us.
Continue.
他又来我家找到我的发洒，给个烂给我，我的发洒很好的，我女儿买给我，他弄走，我要他要他的吧，我丢掉我的，我气得我要死。
The person came to my room. The person saw that there is a very good-looking umbrella in my apartment. The person took it away from me. I was really upset.
Continue.
继续，还有吗？我希望你们政府部门帮帮我们。我住在这里很苦，我住在这里很舒服，我哪里都不搬走。
Yep, I hope that government and the committee will help us. I love to live here. This is a good place for me. I do not want to move elsewhere.
Continue.
还有吗？继续。有，他欺负我们，不懂英文，我什么的地方不能去。
Yet they took advantage that we do not understand English and we do not know where to seek help.
你能不能帮我啊？我很苦，现在啊，有苦不能说，不知道跟谁说啊。
Yes, I ask that you help us because right now I have a lot of difficulties, yet I cannot speak out and I do not know who to talk to.
Thank you.
好，谢谢。OK，给他。
So I think there are two more folks.
还有2个人。The second person isn't here.
出来。
没关系，你坐的。
下午好，谢谢你们。不过我住在401K已经20年了，可是呢，现在房东很不好，他要我们搬到就是对面去，他给你们每个人搬过去1万块美金，贴补你们1万块美金，就是说他搬过去，我们很爱这个地方，我很住这里很好。所以说我们不想搬，所以说他就故意搞电梯，3个电梯都不行，3个电梯都不行。
Pause.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've been living in 401k for over 20 years. The landlord had not been friendly to the resident, and in last few years, the landlord wanted us to move to the building across our current building. They promised $10,000 for the residents if they are moving to the other building. We do not want to move. We like this building. However, the landlord is making things very difficult for us. For example, none of the 3 elevators work.
他特地要你们搬，你们不搬，所以3个电梯通知都是坏的。不然我这个脚骨头断掉，20年的时候，我买菜回来没办法上楼梯啊，我就买这一点菜，一共走到5楼，我要走趟28分钟，我累的。我今天也70几岁了，我退休已经10年了，所以我很喜欢住在这里。可是房东不可以这样子，你要对我们负责。
Pause.
The elevators are not working, so I have to climb the stairs after I buy groceries. And I live on the 5th floor. It took me, could be over 20 minutes to get to my floor. I'm over 70 years old. I've been retired for more than 10 years.
Continue.
所以希望房东不能这样。 就是欺负我们，因为我们英语都不行，所以说一切东西只要希望你们帮忙我们，因为我们没办法自己找了，也就他们施小姐他们都帮忙我们，如果他们不帮我们，我们更苦，我们真的有苦没地方讲。谢谢。
The reason that it took me so long to get to my floor is because my foot was injured. That's why. And so we really were suffering a lot because of all of this. They're blaming us because we do not know English. And we thank for people like Ms. Shi and the team who's helping us. If they do not help us, we really do not know where to seek help.
Continue.
所以说，希望你们看到我们有苦的，我们都是老了，老人家帮忙，就是说给我们比较安定的住的那地方，把我电梯啊，那个什么东西修好，我们可以住在那里就可以。我们很喜欢那个地方，而且他这个房东也想房子卖掉，就卖掉，卖给人家，你可以卖掉啊，你可以让人家买啊，买到房子的人家可以在旁边造一个房子给我们住啊，我们不要帮啊。所以他现在卖房子一定还要等什么人，人家有人买他也不卖，搞来搞去，我们很苦。
So I'm really asking the committee to help us because we're having a very difficult time. We're all seniors living there. We hope that the elevator issue and hot water issue can be resolved so we can continue to live at the place where we like very much. It sounds like the landlord may want to sell the building. It's okay if they find a buyer, if they agree for the buyer to build another building, a new building next to ours, so we can move in. That way, we still do not have to move to somewhere else.
Thank you.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your name is?
Chen,
Yes.
got it?
Yes.
Okay.
And who's next?
I think we have one more, but no more residents.
Okay. I have two more. I have Cassie He, Yannick Omikton, and Jenny Wang.
Oh, and then Jenny's on Zoom.
Okay. Thank you. So you are,
Yannick.
okay, you were online earlier, weren't you?
Yes, yeah, and then I came here. Yep.
Please proceed.
Okay, excellent. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for this hearing. I'm Yannick Omikton. I'm a resident in Ward 2, and I'm here speaking to support Museum Square residents in seeking recourse for what have been horrible conditions in their building, and testifying here for the Department of Buildings and how the owners of Museum Square are using DOB's lax enforcement to take advantage of the residents you just heard from and displace Chinatown residents. So this building is one of the last in DC where Chinese and Black elders live together in a big population, a symbol of what Chinatown really once was. It is also a building where everyone is using a Section 8 voucher or some kind of voucher to pay rent. One of the last buildings that remains affordable in that way in downtown. In 2014, the owners of Museum Square tried to trigger a TOPA process by offering the tenants the chance to buy the building for $250 million, way above the actual value of the building. And that number may not be exactly correct, but it was about 4 or 5 times higher than the actual value. That was an illegal offer, as the courts eventually ruled. But the property owners since then have been neglecting the property with a view toward finally being able to redevelop it. Elevators are consistently broken. The AC and heating go on and off. Hot water is spotty, as we've heard. So many things have been adding up in the building that make life frustrating. And advocates like those here from the Save Chinatown Network can only do so much. Museum Square currently has $6,000 in outstanding fines from NOIs, and in the last 2 years has accumulated 62 NOIs. If DOB did proactive inspections at Museum Square, there would surely be even more. And certainly if the language access problems that Mr. Atwill mentioned earlier were resolved, there would be even more. And this is when maybe between 60 and 80 of the units in this building are occupied out of 302. All the building have to do is pay this penalty, make a little fix, and the problems just come right back. Here's one example of this displacement by attrition, as Ms. Shi said. Back in late 2023, when all 5 elevators in the complex shut down at the same time, many residents filed complaints with DOB with the help of housing advocates. Elders were being forced to walk up several flights of stairs to get to their apartments, and DOB waited days to respond to the problem until Ms. Shi herself reached out to every government official that she knew of, and finally, Councilmember Allen responded and asked DOB himself to follow up. And finally, DOB took action. Residents were without elevators for over a week. I know in my testimony in front of you, I say nearly a week. It was well over a week, and this problem has reoccurred since then. So DOB needs to ramp up its efforts to hold owners of buildings like Museum Square accountable. Greater penalties, stiffer follow-up, and a mechanism to force landlords to make lasting fixes. They also need to make sure that low-income, low-tech literacy, and low English proficiency residents can actually use the tools that DOB has to report violations in their buildings. These are our most vulnerable residents, and DOB needs to make sure that they're responsive to their needs. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. McMicton. Jenny Wang.
I believe she's online.
Yes, but she's not picking up, and she's
Hello-
going to lose
hello.
her opportunity in a second.
Jenny.
哦，你好，你好，
Hello, Chairman.
我叫 Jenny，
My name is Jenny.
Yeah， 我住在401K， 我住在401K 20年了。
I've been a 20 years resident at 401k.
我在1月31号晚上7点，差不多7点24分，遇到一件事情。
There was one incident on January the 31st, 7:24 p.m.
刚好是那个时候，我7点24分我回家，那个 Museum Square 里面4部电梯全部坏了。
I came back home at 7:24 p.m. All the 4 elevators at Museum Square were broken.
然后保安就叫我们带着另外一个老人，78岁的黑人老人，从后门进去，走楼梯上去。那个老人推了一箱的水，在 Safeway 买了一箱的水。
So the security person asked me and another senior who is 78 years old to climb the stairs. We walked in from the back door and started to climb the stairs. That senior was carrying a case of water that he just got from Safeway.
刚好那个电梯坏掉了，然后保安叫他从这个楼梯上去。 78岁老人拉着那个手推车，水一箱放在车里面，他是一层一层慢慢推上去，我让他先上去。
So this 78-year-old senior, he has this shopping cart that he used. So with the shopping cart and that case of water, that he is really walking with difficulty, stair by stair.
然后老人走到第一个楼梯拐弯处摔下来了，滑下来，这个老人就拉着这个车，一直坐在楼梯上拉着这个车，差一点连人连水一起滑下去，然后我就把他推着这个小车，不让他滑下来。
However, at the top of one stairway, the senior slipped. So the senior had to really hold on to the shopping cart in order not to fall even more with himself and the water.
然后我只能把他叫老人安慰，坐在那里。我把那一箱的水先搬出来，那个老人才挣扎着站起来，他站不起来了。然后我说：“你不要动，我帮你这箱水先搬到2楼，从楼梯上搬到他2楼。”
So I helped this senior to remove the case of water from the shopping cart, and the senior really struggled to stand up. I said, well, don't rush. I'll help you to carry the water to your floor.
如果不是我帮他，这个老人就是从上面楼梯上摔下来了。那天如果我不在那边，那个老人摔在那个楼梯上，还没人看见，那个镜头很惨的了。
If I were not there helping him, this senior may well fall down the stairs. Nobody would see this incident if I were not there.
当时那个时候，哇，我心里很紧张，先把老人跟水先搬上去，把老人扶起来。那个老人家哇说 Thank you, thank you， 哎呀，一直说感谢。我说我先帮你扶到楼梯，叫你家人出来，门开了，你进去了。哇，我那个场景我看了真的好难过，一个78岁老人电梯坏掉了，真的如没有遇到我，他真的整个人连水连人一起下去的。
Actually, he did fall. It was just because I was there. I helped to prevent him from getting even more injury. So I helped him carry the water to his apartment. He was really appreciative. But seeing all that scene, I was very sad.
这个场景啊，真的是老人，因为这个 Museum Square 现在都是老人，大部分是90%都是老人了。是像这样的电梯坏了，我真的很怕哪一天遇到一个很悲惨的事情。
Now, almost 90% of the residents are seniors. With all these broken elevators, I'm really fearful that something tragic would happen sometime.
我希望我们的 DC 政府多关注我们，多关注我们这个 Museum Square。
I really hope that the DC government, the committee, can help Museum Square, help us, the residents there.
还好，现在正好，这施小姐这个团队一直努力帮助我们。如果没有他们帮我们，我们真的这批住户真的很悲惨。
We really thank you, Ms. Xu and the team who's trying their best to help us. Without them, we're really going to be suffering even more.
真的有一天发生这种悲惨事情，大家都不愿意发生的事情啊，我们觉得真的很担心的，非常担心的。
We're very concerned and hoping that something tragic will not happen.
Thank you, Ms. Wang.
谢谢您。
谢谢，我当时真想就是拍个视频，因为没时间去拍，我真的当场要拍个视频公布在网络上，哇，真的很恐怖的。
I was thinking at the time, if I was thinking of taking the video of what happened to that senior, that can be really, that would really make people worried when people see it.
Thank you, Ms. Wang, for your testimony.
谢谢您的证词。
I want to thank each of you for testifying. I don't have any questions for you. I think you presented the picture pretty well, and I appreciate the time that you've all taken to come down here.
谢谢大家，没有问题了，你们讲得很清楚。
So we'll see. We'll see if we can help. Thank you. So the next, we're going to call the government, if Brian Hanlon could come forward. Yes. Mr. Hanlon, I estimate that if you read your entire statement, it's about 20 minutes. Can you summarize it, or would you be willing to let us go straight to questions?
I think I'm on. It's been submitted, so it's part of the record. I do want to
Yes.
say, first of all, thank you for the hearing. And I want to make sure that I express my gratitude to Mayor Bowser for her support and leadership, and especially during this time. And very grateful to be given the responsibility to lead the Department of Buildings. Coming to my 2-year mark, I think we've made strides. I know we have work to do, but I have to say I'm incredibly grateful for the team I have, my colleagues, 2 of whom are with me today, and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. So I had a few, but then I have a few more. This testimony has been a bit disturbing to me because there's just been so much with regard to illegal construction. I think there were 13 witnesses who testified about being harmed in one way or another by illegal construction. And then we've heard another 12 witnesses talking about problems with housing code violations and challenges with inspections. I'm reminded, for example, Children's Law Center. DOB is not, and I'm going to read this in the context of what we just heard from all these witnesses at Museum Square. DOB is not able to secure timely repair of even the most serious housing code violations. For example, last year, Children's Law Center was connected to a family that had been living in an apartment with no working HVAC system for months. Faced with no heat when the temperatures got colder this winter, the family resorted to all sleeping together in one room with a space heater they bought, which is not a safe primary heating source. When repeated calls and emails to the landlord went unanswered, the mother reported the issue to the Department of Buildings. DOB conducted an inspection and issued an NOI for the lack of heat and other housing code violations, specifying that the lack of heat was an emergency violation that the landlord must correct within 24 hours. The landlord did not respond and did not make any repairs. The only DOB assistance offered the mother when she complained again was another inspection a month later, where it was found that the heat was still not working and issued another NOI. When Children's Law Center began working with the family, we reached out to Department of Buildings to inquire about the status of these NOIs and what, if any, action DOB had taken to compel the landlord to fix our client's heat. DOB explained that these NOIs were being handled in the same manner as all violations, meaning they were filed with OAH and DOB was awaiting an OAH judgment before it could pursue collection of fines. According to DOB, OAH hearings typically take 6 months or longer. Ultimately, the family's heat was only restored after Children's Law Center became involved and pursued a temporary restraining order with the DC Superior Court. Heat is a 24-hour required correction. This was what, at least a month, and then they went to Superior Court. The elevators, if the elevators aren't working, isn't that a 24-hour if they're all not working? This is really frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, I understand that it is frustrating to wait for repairs. DOB, when we inspect, part of the process is to compel the owner to respond and to fulfill their responsibilities to abate issues and to bring living conditions up to a habitable state. I will say in this past year, we have initiated a much more vigorous process of direct engagement with landlords. And I don't want to characterize landlords that have outstanding unabated violations as necessarily bad actors. I think there's a spectrum. What we have found in direct engagement is that we've seen an uptick in our abated violations by a significant percentage, about over 40% increase from last year. So that is resulting in improved conditions. I want to actually, Councilmember Fruman just came in and he made a statement earlier that I wanted to just make sure I was clear in where we stand. We certainly want to drive towards compliance because ultimately the goal is for living conditions to be made habitable. We also want to drive towards accountability. So when we are able to identify unresponsive and perhaps irresponsible landlords who are waiting to correct, delaying, we certainly want to hold them accountable. I'll pivot back to our outreach, abatement, and reconciliation effort, which we call OR, which we started this past year. Been able to see, I think we had 8,000 violations abated just by that process alone this past year, and 24,000 total for the year. So it was a we're seeing much more abated violations. It's also allowing us to take a look at our, we're examining the length of time it takes landlords to respond. And as we continue to kind of clean up that data and get a better understanding of the less responsive landlords, we will continue to hold them accountable as well.
Well, one of my KPIs is fewer witnesses who are testifying about illegal construction or housing code violations. But I just don't get it. If somebody doesn't have heat, your inspector comes out, says they don't have heat, and then the inspector doesn't come back until they're called a month later? I just don't understand that.
I'm not aware of the specifics of that case. I'm happy to look into it.
Well, we know who to contact. That is, you could reach out to Children's Law Center on that.
Yeah.
But what about Museum Square, where the elevators are not working over and over and over and over, and there's apparently no heat? Didn't several of the elderly women testify about no hot showers?
Let me say right now two things. One, very sensitive to language access. I know that we've got ground to make up there. We've made some great strides. We are right now, we're piloting a program that does allow us to take incoming queries from multiple languages, including Mandarin. So we want to make sure that that is, that folks are aware of that and can use the system and enable us to be more responsive for folks that may not speak English as a first language. Secondly, I told the individuals before they were leaving, we're committed to doing a building-wide. So we are going to visit the building and do a building-wide inspection at Museum Square. The topic of, as you know, of proactive inspections is such that we have essentially been beginning to engage in proactive inspections for the last year or so. Having said that, to do it fully in the way that it's, I believe, envisioned in the law, there's a 6-year cycle. So it takes several years to go from, back to a building. A lot can happen in 6 years. That doesn't mean we're not going to look at it in 6 years. If we get complaints, we'll go back. But we're already working on a kind of mini proactive inspection schedule that we're getting into place.
Sure, but Museum Square at this point would not be a proactive inspection. I mean, you're going out there and doing a building-wide.
We're going to do a building-wide.
But all this testimony was about what I'm going to call it a reactive inspection. I would like a report. How soon are you going to do the proactive?
I will. What you mean the building-wide? We'll get that scheduled this week. It may take a week or 10 days to actually get it in the books because we have displaced inspections that we have to. My team is saying it might take a month actually to get it scheduled, but I'll try to make it quicker than that.
Okay, I'm not sure I want to wait a month. How about if in roughly a week you give me a summary report of all the visits that your inspectors have made to Museum Square in the last, let's say, since January 1st of 2024. How many visits? And then I don't want a list of every NOI, but
Sure.
a sense of, like we cited the elevators 20 times last year.
We'll go back to, I think the last proactive for that building was April of 23. So we'll go back to then and move forward.
Because this is just, it's a variation. You saw all those elderly women. It's just painful. And it's just a variation of Children's Law Center with that family crowded around a space heater. I remember this when I went out to, I think it was Woodbury in Ward 8, and, no heat. And the inspectors come back a month later and there's no heat. And the tenants don't want to wait a month with no heat when the landlord isn't doing anything. Do you have any other reaction to the testimony? And you might throw into that, because I had initially, I was just going to ask you how you respond to Mommy Preston, whose testimony was emotional. But more broadly, do you have any response to all that testimony?
Well, I'd say, we actually, DOB put that working group together. I felt that in the course of our engagement, We were able to generate a lot of good feedback. I guess the three most salient issues for us were developing a process to hold contractors more accountable. Again, we think the general contractors bill is going to help immensely with that. Working on a process to make sure that third-party inspectors and agencies are also held accountable, and then looking to be able to enforce against bad actors more effectively. So if we've got repeat offenders, holding them accountable. So there were a number of recommendations that came from it. Those for me are the most salient. I have to say, we appreciated the time that we spent. It was a number of meetings across months. I felt it was a proactive attempt to communicate with members of the community. We've talked internally at DOB about having some form of ongoing dialogue that may be broader than a couple of residents, but that's something that we can talk about. I want to address the topic of when there is construction. Mr. Maloff referenced this. When there is construction that begins to, it's the kind of construction where dangerous things can begin to occur. There's underpinning work. There's deep foundations. There's that kind of excavation going on. I asked this question in a meeting the other day. How many permits a year are we looking at where that kind of work at a residential scale is occurring? And it's in the couple of hundred range. And DOB, I'm going to look at a process where we can actually create greater focus from an inspection standpoint on those projects. We also want to make sure that those projects all have special inspectors, as they are required to for that kind of work, on board to make sure that they're keeping an eye on the general contractor's performance of the work. So I think we're moving in a good direction. I understand, Ms. Noorani, Mommy Preston, they had hellacious experiences that go back a number of years. We've met in good faith. I think moving forward, we're moving in a better direction.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm reminded that we have funded more inspectors than you've been able to hire. Yes, you need to have inspectors who go out with the technical expertise to look at where there's foundation work happening, but you've been challenged with hiring. So how do we get over that hump? Because that was a hump a year ago and maybe even 2 years ago.
It is a challenge. It's a challenge, frankly, for the marketplace, not just DOB. Our regional partners in Arlington and Montgomery County and those in the private
We
sector.
got to overcome that challenge.
So what we're looking to do is a couple of things. One, we've got a job fair coming up with DCHR. We're multiple outreach efforts with the industry. I think I've mentioned before, looking at, I would say, deferring the entry standards for inspectors so we can get them certified after they join us. We work with them across 12 months after we brought them on board. So I'm going to keep pressing on those efforts and try to close the gap and get more inspectors on board.
Now, I'm going to try to stick to my time limit, and I've hit it. I am the chair of the committee, so I'm going to have a lot of questions that I have to ask, but I'm going to turn to colleagues for the first round. Councilmember Fruman and then Councilmember Lewis George. And I see Mr. Parker, he'll be third.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Great to see you, Director Hanlon. I think there were two themes, I think, in all of the testimony. One theme was frustration, where there are circumstances that have really adversely affected different residents. And another theme I thought was appreciation for the work that you've done since you've come on board leaving the agency. And so I do take as a given your good faith and the good works that you've done so far. I'm going to touch a couple of the issues that Chairman Mendelson talked about and the one that you referred to. On on this issue of adjacent buildings and buildings on a slope, for example, where it's particularly tricky, it sounds like in your response to questions, it looked like you're working on regulations in that space now, and then this other idea of maybe some sort of a special unit to be devoted. And one of the things that I hear from folks is when there's going to be a project next door in a townhouse setting that looks risky, the people living next door to the project would like to be able to weigh in with their concerns and attract heightened scrutiny
Right.
before the permit gets issued. And so is there a reason why that couldn't happen?
So there's a couple of things to hit there, and thank you for both for your question and your words acknowledging our good faith attempt to continue to improve. Neighbor notification is a process that's embedded within the code that is set by the Construction Codes Coordinating Board, the CCCB. And as you know, that's a board that sits outside DOB. We participate. We have three folks that participate. We certainly have a voice on that, but we don't dictate the regulations that come from it. In the 2017 cycle, the neighbor notification it had previously been, you had I think a 30-day window prior to the issuance of a permit to raise technical objections. Let me pause for a moment and just define what a technical objection is. A technical objection has to do with those objections that are focused on items of work that involve the structural integrity of walls and of kind of shared structural elements, things of that sort. So they had 30 days to file technical objections. What was happening, as I understand it, I wasn't here then, but what was happening was that neighbors who objected to the work in the first place, outside of sheer technical objections, were just objecting. And it was elongating the period of time it took to give folks permits. This went through consideration in the 2017 code cycle. It was decided that people would have 10 days, and we're still within that code. We're going to be adopting the new code this summer. It was determined that there would be 10 days after the issuance of a permit. When I came on board in April of 23, this was raised as a question. And it was my view then, and I said it in my confirmation hearing, and I've said it several times, and I'll repeat it now, that I fully support giving a 30-day window to give folks an opportunity to raise technical objections. Now, we continue to get a lot of objections that come in, and we have to go through a process of ferreting out what falls into the technical pile and what falls into the other pile. But we're, and look, at the end of the day, if there is an objection raised and we believe it has merit, we're going to go look at it, regardless if it falls within the 30 days or not.
So I hear you, and that's really a very helpful explanation of the history.
I hope yeah, okay.
No, so, and one of the things I hear is if you have 10 days after the issuance of the permit, then once the contractor gets the permit, they can go do the work and do the work quickly, and then it's too late. It can be covered up. So it's more, it sounds like you're grappling with the same thing that other people are grappling with. And it may be that there should be a change in the construction code that comes out this summer that replaces the 2017. Or maybe, I don't know what the answer is to get to where people feel like they have fair notice.
It may be, and I understand the concerns that, if a developer or homeowner, comes out of the gate like gangbusters, I think the reality is that the kind of work that we're talking about it's going to take a number of weeks to actually put into place. So I think the risk is on the lower side. But having said that, I can't say that there's no risk at all. And so I do think it's worth considering what are things that we can do to it that make sure that there's, one, there's certainly ample time for a technical review, and two, that we're making sure that shovels aren't going into the ground when there might be some risk involved.
So, I mean, you will have heard the testimony and a number of people calling for some sort of a task force here at the council that when I asked would include you. I have to imagine that you want to be more in the driver's seat of something like that. But it sounds like you're internally thinking about these issues, and I guess I would urge that you engage with the folks who have been from on the outside focused on this, working with people who have been adversely affected.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have been nothing but in a posture of listening. And I don't say that defensively at all. I just say it as that's how I'm built. And I've been listening and engaging with private industry, with the design community, with general contractors, and with residents. Our mantra, so to speak, is safe, green, and moving. And safe doesn't matter what kind of construction type. Mr. Ronnie wanted to make sure that we were more, that we emphasize residential safety. We emphasize safety. It doesn't matter if it's commercial or residential. It all matters. And so that's the first word in our mantra. And I take it seriously.
All right, so I'm hoping for engagement on this and some bending of where we are today to something that feels like it better promotes safety, and we don't have, and some of it may predated you. It may be that all of the testimony in the cases were things that happened before your tenure, but we had 4 or 5 people near tears about what had happened to their most valuable property. And you hate to have to hear that. You have to hate to hear that. And what we can do to avoid that in the future, I think, is the question.
I appreciate that, council member.
You picked up on my my reference to, and it's not fair. You're a very important part of your mission is to get to compliance. There is also the need to have accountability where there are violations.
Agree 100%.
And the way in which I said it earlier today may not have been fair to you, but I also think we are in a hard spot because I do think that, or at least the data that I see suggests that if there is eventual compliance, often there is full forgiveness of any fines. And I do wonder whether or not some kind of a guardrail that we could provide might be useful to you so that you had leverage to drive prompter compliance than what we see in many cases. So I guess I'm trying to socialize that idea. If we could put that out there, I'm curious.
I listened to you say that earlier. And one, I would say, if violations are abated within the time frame that the violation type dictates, it's full forgiveness. There is a sliding scale. If violations are abated after the fact, sort of it slid past, sometimes an emergency violation involves something that there's a part that's not available in the market. It takes a couple of days, so they can't respond in 24 hours. We're still going to hold them accountable. And so they still pay some fine. If they appear to be working in good faith, we're going to work with them. But the rest of what you were suggesting is a kind of a process that I think has steps in it. I think that's worth more conversation to kind of detail it. But I thought it was a good idea.
All right, so let's keep that conversation going. I'm going to not have another round, so I'll just put on the table that you're in response to the challenge of bad actors in your pre-hearing response. I think you say it's a challenge. I mean, there are lots of difficulties here, but let's work together about what it is that we can do so that you have as many teeth as possible to get bad actors off the street, because I have the feeling that it's not that many people who are creating an enormous amount of problems.
I think you may be right. And happy to continue to talk with you about that.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Lewis Charge.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, I want to hop right in. I want to go, according to DOB data from September 2024, 54 rental housing properties in Ward 4 have outstanding Class 1 and 2 housing infractions that are in the double digits. These are problems that DOB has cited the landlord for, but have been left unabated for more than 90 days. One property has 47 outstanding infractions. What is DOB doing to encourage bad actor landlords to fix these problems? And how is DOB ensuring that the city does not continue to work with bad actors?
Thank you, Council Member. I appreciate the question. It's good to see you back. I haven't seen you since the birth of your child, so.
Thank you.
First of all, I actually got an update. I was talking to Keith about Keith Parsons, our Strategic Code Enforcement Administrator. I believe that number is down to 16 properties that have greater than 10. So the number is actually reduced.
Okay.
I would say that is indicative of the outreach and engagement that we're in the process of. It's part of how we do things now. So we're going to continue to push that. And with regard to holding bad actors accountable, as I said to Councilmember Furman, we continue to look for ways to be able to identify bad actors and to hold them accountable. The process that DOB has taken, prior to my arrival in May of 23, we would issue citations, and then it would kind of go through our internal adjudication process, and it would end up at the Office of Administrative Hearings. And this is certainly not to slight them at all. There were a lot of violations that were coming in, and so they were tending to pile up. There was a bit of a backlog. So what we've found is that by kind of heading off these things at the pass and directly engaging, which I've referred to a couple times through our outreach, abatement, and reconciliation team, we're actually, that's creating a better working relationship and actually moving towards abated violations faster. Over time, I think what we're going to see, Council Member, is the bad actors, so to speak, are going to show up in kind of deeper relief, because we're going to be able to see much more clearly who's taking more time, too much time, to be able to come into compliance.
Got it. Last year I introduced legislation to sort of try to aim at that. I haven't introduced it yet this year because I'm trying to give DOB opportunity and time to sort of work things out and see what tools DOB has that will work. But I do think doing that, like just even last year, introducing it is enough to let people know, like, if we're going to come after bad actors no matter who, and we don't want these bad actors continuing to work in the district. And if we can find a way to cut that off, then I think that's enough incentive. That should be incentive for people to get it together. Well, at least that was the hope.
Yeah, and we agree that for the individuals that are truly bad actors and they are allowing people to live in deplorable conditions and they're ignoring citations, we're in full agreement that those folks need to be not doing business in the District of Columbia or anywhere.
Or anyway, that's right. What is the percentage of housing code violations that were abated in fiscal year 24?
I think it's about 50%.
Okay.
And it's a number I'd like to see go up, but it's right around there, right? I'll get you an exact percentage, Council Member. I don't want to misstate, but I believe it's in that neighborhood.
What is the dollar amount of fines collected from NOIs in fiscal year 24?
Just a moment. I'm going to let Mr. Parsons provide clarity to your prior question.
Okay.
Thank you, Council Member. So this is from our enforcement report for fiscal year 24. You asked the percentage of housing violations abated. For the complaint-based program, it was 39.47%, and for the proactive program, it was 67.62%.
Okay. And what is it, and what would you attribute to those percentages, sort of the 39 versus the 67?
Well, both are increases over fiscal year 23, so
Okay.
we are improving both programs. The proactive inspection program has a higher abatement percentage, I think, because that process engages with the landlord directly from the start. Like Director Hanlon was saying, this
Got it.
engagement has been very fruitful for us.
Right. And what is the dollar amount of fines collected from NOIs in fiscal year 24? And then what is the dollar amount of unpaid fines from fiscal year 24?
Looking that up, council member, it looks like
That's collected.
the collected amount is 2.8, I'm sorry, 2.624 million. And why don't you read it since it's in front of you?
What was the second number? And I'm also looking
The
in our.
dollar amount of unpaid fines from fiscal year 24, and then the dollar amount of fines collected from NOIs in fiscal year 24.
So as Director Hanlon said, the collected amount was $2,624,050. And I'm going to give you two numbers for the other number. The assessed amount of fines was $42,409,200. Assessed means it went out on an NOI, but we do not have we haven't adjudicated it yet, so we don't have the legal right to collect. And then the other number was the invoiced amount, which means basically adjudicated or paid. And that's $20,429,486.
What's the $20 million number? What's that again?
That's what we call the invoiced amount. So it has gone through the adjudication process mostly. There's a couple things that go into this, but mostly it's gone through the adjudication process, but is not yet paid.
Okay.
I might recommend, council member, that we go through, this is a recently published report.
Right.
And it may help to just go through it outside of the hearing. There's a lot of detail in it.
But based on those numbers, I'm just thinking that the amount for fines collected seems low. And then the unpaid fines amount is high, but I'm concerned about it, why it's so high, meaning why we aren't collecting those not being collected is a huge problem.
I think the answer is that they are still in the process of being adjudicated. And so we're not in a position to collect until that process is concluded. And I don't know how many of them are with OAH versus internal. Can you respond?
Thank you, Director Hanlon. So the other thing I would say, council member, is also in fiscal year 24 and also detailed in our report, we sent over 25 million in adjudicated fines to the Central Collections Unit for collection. So the Department of Buildings doesn't have a whole lot of resources to do direct collection ourselves, which is why we.
So yeah, something's going on with why they're not being. I mean, I'm not you all. So when we're waiting, who has it?
It's at the Central Collection Unit, CCU. We actually, Keith can provide a bit more detail, but we this past year went through great effort to scrub previously uncollected amounts, and were able to reconcile data and pushed the 25 million back to the CCU for collection. Anything to add to that?
And if folks have, if someone has unpaid or their unpaid fines adjudication, are they still allowed to do business in the district?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so. Okay, I think that's a gap there that we need to address. Does DOB conduct proactive inspections of rental housing?
Well, Yes, we are, we have begun a process of proactive inspections. I believe that the bill, Keith may be able to speak in more detail on this, but the bill that called for proactive inspections, there's some fiscal impact that's involved in that, that would enable us to be able to, do that in a more robust manner. Because you can imagine, it involves a fair amount more kind of rigorous engagement and inspections.
Right.
But we are in fact, beginning to do proactive inspections.
Okay. How has DOB progressed on the metrics identified in your strategic enforcement plan as important in addressing life safety violations?
Keith, are you able to address that directly?
Certainly, and there is a section in the report that addresses the strategic enforcement plan. At least I believe there is. So can you be sort of more specific? I'm looking at the update and I'm not able to sort of crosswalk it directly to your question. What?
Okay, well, I have a few questions under it, so I can follow up on you with them, but I wanted to see, based on the strategic enforcement plan, how many inspectors were detained, how many new inspectors were hired, how the agency was following up on life safety violations before adjudication, and sort of how you all have expanded the existing housing registry to include unit level information. It's a list of questions under the strategic enforcement plan that I have, so.
Oh, okay. So on the last one, the unit level enforcement or the unit level information in our registry that was completed in the fourth quarter of fiscal year 23.
Okay.
What were the other two?
How is the agency following up on life safety violations before adjudication?
That is some of the things that Director Hanlon has talked about already, the OAR process, and of course, all of our housing code inspections now differentiate between life safety violations and routine violations. Life safety violations are re-inspected more quickly and are subject to a more stringent turnaround for deferred enforcement. They are given more priority when we do the outreach to the landlord. Obviously, that's the items that we are most concerned about being abated quickly, as opposed to the routine violations. Another thing that we did in fiscal year 24 that is new is we created a third level of sanitation violations, which are even below routine violations. They're generally for external grass and weeds, trash. So we are working to refine our focus on life safety so that we can put more effort into those and less into other types of violations.
Okay. That prompts because I had ANC commissioners and constituents reach out to me about a tragic fire that occurred at 1807 Newton Street on January 25th, which took the life of a beloved community member and displaced the rest of the tenants. The event really highlighted what are serious gaps in fire safety enforcement that I think put tenants at risk, they noted. Concerningly, they had DOB issued a multiple number of violations to the building owner, citing failures to install and maintain smoke alarms, to provide properly maintained fire extinguishers. And I think despite these documented hazards, the violations sort of persisted. And months later, a fire broke out in the unit where FEMS later confirmed a defective or smoking fire alarm. I think What happened is the owner has privately stated that repairs at 1807 Newton Street are unlikely to happen soon, sort of meaning the building will likely remain vacant indefinitely. And I think this raises additional concerns about sort of how DOB handles hazardous properties and vacant buildings sort of after a crisis. And I think additionally, the building owner at 1807 Newton is associated with other residential buildings in the district, which have amassed thousands of dollars in violations and fines, including 1433 Columbia Road, which has had a gas-related explosion and displaced over 100 tenants. And so are buildings flagged for fire hazards to be required to undergo a FEMS private fire prevention inspection? And what does the follow-up process and timeline look like when a fire hazard is found on a property?
Well, I'll take the first part of that unless Keith wants to add, but I do think that, I mean, I'm aware of that landlord and that tragic incident. I think that there's work to be done to tighten our great partner with Fire and Emergency Medical Services. They've got, a smoke detector program and things like that, that we, certainly would want to sit down with Fire Marshal Kaufman and Chief Donnelly to talk about how do we kind of tighten the net when we find violations of that sort.
Right.
So it's something that we can do and that we're talking about internally already.
Councilmember, you've been 16 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay, I had more questions, but thank you. Thank you.
If you have more questions, we'd be happy to get back with you.
Okay, I'll send them to you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director, I'll jump right in. What is DOB's protocol when an issue is flagged after the agency has given a green light for a contractor to proceed with work on a resident's home, and then there's improper work that causes damages or something results in a stop work order?
So I'm trying to track your question. What is our
So
process?
what is the protocol after DOB approves a contractor to move forward with work on a resident's home, and there's either damage to the home or there's later a stop work order issued because of some issue?
Yeah, so the protocol would be, once we're called, we're going to send an inspector out there. We're going to look at it. We'll issue a stop work order. We may, in fact, issue a correction order, which puts the responsibility on the developer or the owner to correct whatever condition has been caused. And then we'll continue to work with the developer or the resident to make sure that they comply with the correction order. And then there's a process to go through the lifting of the actual stop work order once they come back into compliance.
And what is the difference between a stop work order and a correction order?
Well, I may ask Nicole to expound on that. A stop work order in some ways is a stopgap, just to stop and allow it. It may be because they're working after hours. They don't have a permit for working after hours. It may be that we have to look more deeply into something. A correction order is essentially after we've been able to determine that there are certain things that clearly need to be corrected. But let me ask our Chief Building Official, Rogers, to expound.
Thank you, Director. And thank you, Council Member, for your question. So a stop work order is going to stop all work at the site. So we post a stop work order if we inspect a property and we determine that there is illegal construction. A part of coming into compliance, we will issue correction orders, we will issue citations, we will issue notices of infraction. So in order to come into compliance, a correction order would be issued to provide specific details as to what a property owner or contractor needs to do to come into compliance. Those correction orders also will have definitive timelines as to which the contractor or property owner must complete that work.
And so theoretically, someone could receive a stop work order and a correction order.
Absolutely, yes.
And do you have an average length of time given for correction orders, or the average length of time it takes for the stop work order to be lifted?
I mean, I could certainly get back to you on that. I'd have to probably dig through some data, but be happy to get back to you with a response.
If you could, I think that's really important. We heard testimony from one Ward 5 resident, Amanda Alexander, who is continuing to go through an issue. And it is my view that DOB took an excessive amount of time after an approval was given to this resident, a stop work order was issued, corrections were and designs were remade, money was issued. It still took many months later. And it is my understanding that she still is dealing with her mortgage company and is out tens of thousands of dollars. And so I imagine that is one resident that we've heard from, but this is perhaps an issue that is existing across the district. So if you could provide data around what is the average length of time between that correction order being issued and the stop work order being lifted, that would be helpful.
Councilmember, I shouldn't jump in, but I'm going to, because stop work orders are issued for a variety of reasons, including really bad actors. And it could be that a stop work order is in place for years. In fact, it may never get lifted. The property may just get sold. I think the better question is, line of questioning is around what happened with Miss Alexander and how it is that she was allowed to proceed and then she was stopped and then things just got screwed up for 4 months.
And on that point, just to clarify, DOB gave a green light for construction that she was doing on her property. Someone later came out and said, oh, that original representative from DOB was wrong and issued a stop work order. Miss Alexander then redid the designs, paid money, had contractors redo everything, came back to DOB, and I want to say it was upwards of 6 months. And even still to this day, she is waiting for a recourse of action from DOB. Can you give some status update as it relates to her case?
Yeah, I think so. And I may need to get back to you with more detail, but this is, I think, 1312 Oates, and it's tied to a rear yard setback issue, which in the short version of this is that it was a really confusing zoning regulation. And yes, it got missed in the plan review stage. And it pained me to have to go through a process where we have to stop work. But we did. And we subsequently also worked with Office of Zoning to create a text amendment. I think the hearing for that is March, so that issue, that confusing zoning regulation will go away. With regard to this kind of specific timelines of the case that you're talking about, I'd probably need to look into it more deeply and just get back to you on why it took so long. I can't fully respond right now. But I'd be happy to dig into it.
Well, I'm going to jump in because Mr. Parker may not have been here when she testified, but it was April last year, which is 4 months. And she testified that there was an inspector who came out who contradicted another inspector or contradicted plans, that something about gravel, which was acceptable, was not acceptable, and that there was retaining, and yet you were here when Mr. Hanlon, when she testified.
I was here, Chairman, to be honest. I heard that, and it's not something that I had heard before. My only understanding on this particular address is the zoning issue, not anything to do with. So I'm missing something there. I need to go back and see what that issue was.
Well, I think what's missing is that there was a stop work order in place for 4 months. That's why Councilmember Parker asked about stop work orders. But then there were these inspections and plan reviews and contradictions, and I'll be happy to give you a copy of her testimony. And I think if you could provide Councilmember Parker with a detailed explanation of how what she alleges to be various mistakes occurred and how we know they won't occur again.
Happy to. Thank you.
And I would go a step further. I actually think it's appropriate that we have you meet with Miss Alexander and me, and hopefully we can get to some resolution here. Just for further context, Miss Alexander, I don't want to speak too much out of turn, is still having to engage with her mortgage company because of the infractions from DOB. So this is still an ongoing issue that has cost her tens of thousands of dollars. So I will follow up after today's hearing to schedule something, but hopefully we can get that on the books in the next week.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm running out of time. I want to just touch on a few other things. There have been questions about bad actors. This is way in the weeds. It's related to improper construction. When someone seeks to use the online app where you can notify DOB of improper instruction or construction, the ability to upload pictures is limited. And one can't just simply upload a picture from their phone. They have to shrink the size of the picture. Is this something that's on your radar? And if not, is that something you can commit to looking into?
Yeah, actually, well, yes, commit to looking into it. We spoke the other day about thinking about a kind of revised app that provides a bit more of a kind of robust functionality. So I think that would fall within that.
Okay, and that feature is really important because in communities like Carver Langston, where folk want to walk around and just report infractions, it's hard to do that when you can't just do it from your phone.
Yeah.
One last question in terms of bad actors for contractors, what steps, if any, are DOB taking to address contractors that do shoddy work and or leave a resident holding the bag, so to speak, when they can just change the name of their LLC and kind of avoid fines and penalties? Are you all looking into this, addressing it, and if so, how so?
Well, yes, we are, and it's a multi-pronged issue. One is to address what bad actors can do, which is to keep creating LLCs that create layers of separation that make it really difficult to identify who they are. This is a problem that currently vexes us. I spoke recently with Director Crow of DLCP to see how we can kind of work together to develop some way of, I would envision some form of, call it a PIN number for developers so that it's an identifying feature that you can't hide from. I'm not sure what the solution is. All I know is that, the folks that want to game the system can be very clever and can keep putting layers between us and them. So we have to keep thinking through that to try to solve that problem. The issue with regard to shoddy construction, again, a multi-pronged issue. We can't directly address sometimes if we've got contractors that are performing irresponsibly. We do in fact refer contractors to DLCP that if we find behavior that warrants that. I will say too that I have said before, we continue to be in support of the general contractor bill, which we also know the general contractor community with whom we've engaged also supports, because it elevates the level of quality of what it takes to actually be a general contractor in the city. So that's part of the solution.
Okay, I am at time. I do have more questions, but I'll follow up. More importantly, I will reach out to schedule that meeting with Ms. Alexander.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Mr. Hanlon will give you a copy of her statement from today.
Thanks, sir.
So let's see, I have a bunch of oversight questions. I'm going to begin with this. One of the questions we asked, number 16, was how many grievances have been filed by employees or labor unions against agency management? And you listed, this was question 16, you listed in 2024, 3 that were filed by AFSCME 2743. But in her testimony, Felicia Dantzler said Local 2743 was compelled to file 8 complaints with the Public Employee Relations Board regarding the conduct of 2 supervisors. That discrepancy is disturbing to me. And you remember I asked her for a clarification. It was question 16.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
So you list
That-
cases in 23 and 24 and 25, but her testimony, I asked her, she clarified 8 complaints in 24. And you list only 3 from that local.
Yeah, I only have 3, and we will get back to you with a count. I just need to make sure that count is accurate, but my records just say 3 for now.
Please do. And assuming that she wasn't misstating, I'd like to understand why there's this discrepancy.
Well, and let me say that we have meetings scheduled with both AFSCME and AFGE later this week and early next. We are committed to continuing to forge a stronger relationship with between labor and management. I think that's part of our success.
Okay, but before you go there, or after you go there, I still would like to get a report on the discrepancy. And so let me ask you some other questions. In your response to question number 3, you listed an employee, Jonathan Williams, who's been on detail since September 8th, 2022. So that's roughly 2.5 years. What did Mr. Williams do for the department prior to his detail, and why has his detail lasted so long?
He was DOB's official photographer and was detailed to the mayor's office to be a photographer and videographer for the executive office of the mayor.
Have you asked that he come back?
I think he's doing great work where he is, and certainly don't object to him being detailed.
One of the performance indicators that the department uses to assess its enforcement of vacant and blighted property requirements is the quote, % of initial inspectors of vacant buildings completed within 30 business days from the date of complaint submission. Somewhere there's an end of quote there. What percentage of those initial inspections were completed within 15 days or are completed within 15 days? And DOB's 2024 Performance Accountability Report shows that the agency routinely exceeds the target is 85%, by roughly 13 to 14%, meaning what, 98 or 99%. So then why is there a target of 85%? How is that determined? At what point would the agency increase that target to be more consistent with agency performance?
Well, thank you. The short answer is that the percentage of inspections completed within 15 days is in the high 90s, but 95, 97, 98%. The 85% target was set, I believe, I'm not sure if it was pre-DOB, but it certainly existed. I think it went back to maybe the inception of DOB in October of 22. And certainly, you know, we're always looking for ways to refine and improve KPIs. So it's something that we could look at to change.
And what do I take from that? That you will look seriously at changing it
Absolutely.
to reflect agency
Our
performance?
performance.
Because that is the goal with a performance indicator. The construction codes have historically been amended on a 3-year cycle, with delays occurring post CCCB approval due to internal review processes. The lengthy code cycle has been a source of frustration for developers, the council, and other stakeholders. What can the department do to shorten the code cycle? What resources does the department need to do so? And in response to question number 29, you state that the Office of the Attorney General traditionally, quote, reviews only the proposed amendments to the construction codes for legal sufficiency, unquote. But this time, OAG took, quote, a de novo approach and reviewed the entirety of the Title 12 construction codes, unquote. Why did OAG decide to review the entirety of Title 12? So there are 3 questions here. What can the department do to shorten the 3-year cycle? What resources does the department need to do so? And what's going on with this legal sufficiency review of the entirety of Title 12?
Great, thanks. Forgive me, I may be repeating myself, but I'll just say again, DOB is a participant in the Construction Codes Coordinating Board. We don't actually write the code. We just have a voice and can help shape it. alongside with a lot of industry partners and other stakeholder groups. I have to say, we wholeheartedly agree that the cycle takes too long. I think it actually sets us back in terms of safety and sustainability. So I am a strong proponent of working to align the code adoption process with our regional partners in Montgomery County and Arlington County and Fairfax and bringing us together. We think that removes a lot of the friction that developers and folks in the business community have. That doesn't mean that we would do away with the local amendment process, but I do think that moving in a direction where we're adopting the ICC family of codes, again, with local amendments would be smart for us and just make it easier to live and work in the district. I think the second part of your question had to do with OAG review. That's not a question that I feel equipped to answer. They did have a lot of comments in this cycle. To be honest, I can't explain exactly why, but we are working with them to go through those comments and get them reconciled and anticipate, I think, by early midsummer that we've got a new code. And then we start the cycle all over again.
And do you need resources to make this happen more quickly?
I think what we need is alignment on the goals and what we would like to see, and we're certainly just one voice in this argument, is I think that the a commitment to an adoption to the ICC family of codes in alignment with our regional partners, that's going to speed things up. That's going to cut the timeline down and make it more reasonable. I think it's also going to make us safer, and I think it's going to make us greener.
I thought we already have a default, we adopt the ICC and then we make local amendments.
It's the local amendment process that takes a long time. So I think we need to rethink how we do that. And we'll have to work with our partners to see how to do that.
On December 23rd, 2024, a row house partially collapsed at 1111 B Street. What is the status of DOB's investigation into the collapse?
So, let me just say, Chairman, that, I was there on site that day. It was an incident that shook me. I was with Chief Donnelly when he was informing Ms. Bonilla, who was the widow for Mr. Cifuentes Lopez. And she didn't know when she arrived on site that he had been killed. So it was a very difficult thing to be part of and to watch.
Okay, but my question was, what is the status of DOB's investigation?
The status, well, so with regard to what we are doing, we are working with the owner, developer's structural engineer, who has recently submitted a detailed report that is kind of an analysis of all structural work that was designed and in place on site. We are going to hire an engineer to come in and do an assessment of that report to look for potential findings or gaps. Simultaneous with that, we are currently looking at daily logs, special inspection reports, and things of that nature to see whether or not there were any deviations from permitted drawings. It was a permitted project. It met the code in terms of its design. But we have to examine all of that and take a look at it. What DOB does not do, and I think this needs to be said, is we do not have a forensic investigator on staff that actually would take an incident like this and do the kind of almost scientific analysis to determine causation. It's just not, it's not a capability that we have.
Okay, I think that's a fair answer, but I was actually thinking differently in terms of the question. Don't you do after action reports when there's an event like this?
So I think, yeah, I think what we've done with the owner is we've issued a series of correction orders to ensure that the site is safe and that the,
Okay, but that doesn't quite get to my question. After action report, at least the way I mean it, is where you look at internally what Department of Buildings did, what it could have done differently, either because it made a mistake or because you've learned from this that there's some different way of doing it.
yeah, and I'll say I'm doing that now. I don't have a complete after action report, but we have talked about it and we'll produce one.
Will you reproduce it and share it with the committee?
We would share it. We just have to make sure that it's complete. And right now, we're still going through the process of reviewing the structural engineer's report and other materials.
So there will be an after action report.
Yes.
You're nodding yes. Now, my questions here also say, what, if any, actions has the department taken against a third-party inspector?
Well, right now, in addition to the corrective actions that we put on the responsibility of the owner, the special inspector we're going to be, DOB will be doing two things. One is we're going to be conducting all inspections, not special inspections, but other kind of general code inspections on this project. So they won't be able to use a third-party inspector moving forward. And secondly, when they resume work, if the work that is going to be ongoing requires a special inspector to be on site, we're going to make sure that there's a new special inspector on site. With regard to any punitive action against the special inspector assigned to the project in the first place, we're not at a point right now to be able to point to that because the findings are still being developed.
And the special inspector is the same as what I meant when I said third party?
Special inspectors are third party, yes, sir.
Okay. For permits that require geotechnical reports, such as foundation permits, does the department have in-house expertise to review those reports?
Well, we don't have geotechnical engineers, but we take them and we make sure that they are in accordance with the structural engineer's design documents. And if they correspond, then they are admitted. At that work, if there's geotechnical report, we also refer it to DOE. I may ask CBO Rogers to expound if you have anything more to add.
Go for it.
Thank you, Director. You did include most of the information. I would just note that along with special inspections, it includes a structural engineer for which that engineering report is used as part of a geotech report. And our responsibility is to ensure that those reports are consistent with the actual structural design, that they meet the minimum requirements of the code.
Well, should the department have a geotechnical engineer?
I think, look, with regard to design professionals and engineers, these are licensed individuals that do their work. I'm not sure that we need to have licensed engineers to do that level of rigorous analysis of things that are sent to us. I think if a structural engineer has done their work, they're going to be reviewing geotech.
So you think the structural engineer on board is sufficient?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you said you have a structural engineer, structural expert you have on staff who would review, and that would be sufficient?
We review structural drawings to ensure that they meet the actual code. We don't recalculate structural calculations. We don't do that.
You rely on the license of the
We
applicant.
rely on the license of the design professional.
Since FY '24, how many actions has the department taken against third-party inspectors for poor performance or failing to meet specific requirements established by the department?
I think it's 14. I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
Since FY '24, which I think means including FY '24, how many actions has the department taken against third-party inspectors for poor performance
Oh.
or failing to meet specific requirements established by the department?
Yeah, forgive me. So basically, from the beginning of '24 through the first of this month, we conducted 268 oversight reviews of third-party construction inspection agencies and special inspections. 148 of those included actual on-site oversight inspections, and there were 30 disciplinary actions. Those ranged from warnings to suspensions, probation, or even complete removal. We didn't actually have any complete removals, I think. I want to check that in '24, but that's the range of actions that can occur.
In the spreadsheet that you provided in response to our pre-hearing questions, we estimate that you abated violations on over 180 properties in FY '24 and up until February 1st of this year. What number and percentage of those properties, excluding vacant lots, were vacant and blighted at the time the department abated a violation?
Yeah, the number is it's 185 properties, 126 of them, about 68% DOB abatements were on the vacant or blighted properties. And I think the way it breaks down is of those 126 properties, 71 or like 56% were actually vacant and the balance were blighted.
And that would include vacant lots.
Believe so, yes. I can double check that and get back to you.
Proposed rulemaking for protecting adjacent and adjoining property owners from construction damage. In response to question 27, you state that the Department of Buildings is in the process of drafting a second notice of proposed rulemaking. The first notice of proposed rulemaking was issued March 8th, 2024. Why has it taken almost a year to finish drafting a second notice of proposed rulemaking? When will the second notice be final?
So the process has been elongated after the first rulemaking. What we found, and that had been, I guess when I came in May of '23, it was already kind of underway. And shortly after that, it went out to the marketplace. The marketplace responded kind of overwhelmingly with by saying, we don't have a product, we don't have an insurance product that matches what it is you're seeking. So we've been in communication with the industry, and we think that there's a solution that takes a look at a kind of expanded commercial general liability model. We'd still need to work through the details. I can't say right now what the timing will be. I'm certainly eager to see this move to close, but we've got a bit of homework to do to figure out what's going to make sense from a insurance package standpoint and an affordability standpoint, because we also want to not create a product that makes it exceedingly expensive for homeowners to improve their properties.
So this short answer is you're still reconciling with the insurance market.
We are, but I think we're actually closer to a solution now because we're on a path that's going to work with product types that they already have in existence.
In response to question number 31, you list several multi-year capital projects with delivery dates in fiscal years 26 and 27. For example, you list Embrace GIS as a $1 million project with a delivery date of fiscal year 2027. When will these projects be commenced?
So let me say a couple things. First of all, just globally, I'll get back to you with a much more, there's a lot of projects that are at play, and there's procurement sequencing and project management sequencing that over the next, say, 30 months is taking place. And I want to give you a fuller picture. What we have done this year is, I'd say, of special note. We launched our new Acela platform. Acela is kind of the central nervous system for all of the outward and internal facing platforms that we have, like Scout and Tertius and eRecords and soon to be Embrace GIS. We did that in concert with our sister agency, DLCP. Our team, led by Phil Bender and his group, did extraordinary work in going through the process of getting this kind of designed and executed. I think we launched it last week. Alongside of that, concurrent with the launch of that, Project Docs, which is a huge, huge win. It's going to make work simpler internally, a lot less friction for our people, and a lot less friction for customers. Be able to upload faster, access things faster. It's going to make things better and a lot more stable. So that's kind of where we're starting. But the balance, sir, to respond, what I'd like to do is put together kind of all of the different systems and their timelines so that you can get a fuller understanding.
In that same section of the rehearing questions, PUPs, why only 16 of 74 applicants were eligible?
I think, first of all, I just want to say, I'm really proud of the work that we did to envision this program. We think it's going to continue to gain traction, and we're looking at, kind of a expanded version of that. I think what we saw was a number of applicants came in earlier, and PUPs, the way it was designed, is kind of a plug and play model. I've got a use, and it's consistent with the space that I want to use. I'm not changing the use type. I'm not doing things that require extensive work, rerouting electrical lines or stuff like that. So they don't need a building permit. And what we encountered early was folks coming in and wanting to maybe do things that did require some level of construction work. And so that caused a number of the initial applications to not quite meet the program's needs. But we're continuing to be flexible and to work with folks. We want to, and look, I think we've got some real success stories. The Theater Alliance, which is in Southwest, they're not only occupying a space with, with kind of, I'm not sure if they're open every night, but I think they are. They're working towards actually a permanent location in Southwest. There's the.
So you're going to use up all my time here, and I have two more questions. So basically, the reason why there were 16 of 74 is a lot of folks wanted to make some adaptations to the space, which
is leading us, sir, to the kind of what I'd call a PUPS 2.0, which is, we continue to look for ways to remove process clutter and to be able to process permits in without compromising, good oversight and safety, to be able to process things in a streamlined way. So we think there's another version of this that we're going to develop.
You're budgeted for 96 inspectors. Is that enough?
Yeah, sir, I think it is. I think the inspectors that we we spoke about earlier that we have a difficult time hiring are the ones that have a kind of higher level of certification requirement. And we're going to continue to push on doing everything we can to attract and get those folks in-house.
In response to question number 33, you state that, quote, "Bad actors are difficult to connect across different projects, both because of the single-purpose LLCs and because of the use of numerous actors on behalf of the owner," unquote. Now, we changed the law a couple years ago with regard to licensing to make it easier for you to find out who the folks are in the LLCs. So what more do we need to do? I mean, I kind of feel like this is, are your folks really looking at, it would be now DLCP, Department of Licensing Consumer Protection, are you, for your folks, really looking at DLCP's records to see that Mendelson is the general partner of this LLC and a limited partner of that LLC, and, you know, Mendelson's like showing up to a number of these?
I need to, Chairman, I need to take a closer look at that. I have spoken with Director Crow about this, and I want to make sure our agencies come together more closely so that we can just take a closer view on what the capabilities are to see whether or not it helps us identify folks. So it's a problem, and I'm looking at it.
Well, it wasn't you, it was your predecessor, but I remember asking him questions. How do you find out who these people are? And so you have, you, meaning the government, or DLCP, or maybe you, through your permit applications, have the ability to ask for, you know, who's the principal behind the applicant? Who are the members of the partnership or the board of directors? And I mean, you've heard folks in the community who say that the bad actor at this project is also doing that project over there and that project there. How come they know that? Maybe that was rhetorical, but so you're going to give me a report that says, among other things, what changes, if any, do you believe need to be made to district law to make it easier to identify the beneficial owners of LLCs?
So we'll work with DLCB to see whether or not we've got suggestions and potential changes.
And how soon can I get that answer?
Well, I think I would need a month for that to be able to sit down and have a meaningful meeting and generate a deliverable.
Okay. My last question has to do with fine collections. My note says discuss fine collections. Let's see, you, in FY24, DOB reviewed all of its uncollected fines. DOB ultimately referred more than $25 million in outstanding fines to CCU, 7 times more than the fines referred in FY23, which suggests that roughly $3 million were referred in FY23. Of these amounts, once these amounts were referred to CCU, the judgments belong to CCU, and future collections are OTR's responsibility. Now, key to enforcement, not that the goal here is to be fining everybody, the goal is compliance, you've said that many times, but a key to enforcement is that folks who don't comply get fined and they have to pay. So isn't it important for you to find out if CCU is collecting?
That would be helpful. I mean, I will say that in this year, I mentioned this earlier, and Keith may expound on this process that we went through, but we have essentially, cleared the books in terms of things that needed to be referred to CCU, and that was the 25 million, which you just cited. I think I'm not sure what the existing balance is, but I think we're close to zero on things. Can you expound?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that CCU does tell us when they bring stuff back in, but we can confirm that for you. My staff is reporting that yes, CCU does tell us when they collect a fine that has been referred to them.
Well, I think my interest is a little bit more, but maybe, not maybe. So you'll get back to me on fines.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this has always been a mystery. You find somebody, goes to OH, what happens? Now it's going to CCU. I think that's good, but what happens? And so you'll get back to me on that.
Yes, sir.
So my notes are, and if your notes include more than this, don't be limited by my notes. You're going to get me a report on Museum Square, a report to Councilmember Parker, but copy to me on Amanda Alexander's situation, a report or explain to me at the AFSCME discrepancy, what changes, if any, are needed with regard to tracking the bad actors and getting back on fines.
That
And
tracks.
some of that will be sooner, some of it will be later.
That tracks. Yes, sir.
I think I'm going to wind this down. So let me just say, thank you for your testimony. It is really discouraging, the number of complaints about housing inspections and I'll say housing problems and the illegal construction. The Committee of the Whole has a hearing tomorrow on the Office of Budget and Planning, which is within the OCFO, the Statehood Commission Retirement Board. That's in the afternoon. Thursday and Friday, the Committee of the Whole has hearings on DC Public Schools or DCPS. Public witnesses on Thursday and government witnesses on Friday. And then we have more hearings next week, all of which is on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. Time is 6:34 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.